Seems unlikely we'll see a turn 1 kill, but yeah, it's going to be very, very interesting. Also, matchup where potentially Billy could die to his own mana crypt,
Yeah,
which is a bingo square.
Yeah, got to make sure to win your flips.
Oh, did we forget to?
Yeah, it was not recorded when we started. It's all right. Round 1. It'll live on forever in our hearts.
Yep. Won't have a lot of YouTube comments about the proxies that way.
Yeah.
All right, we're gonna flip a coin to determine who goes first. Notably, this is not deciding the match. This is not players just being disqualified.
What's your preferred method on who goes first?
Odd even.
Odd even, yeah. I think that's mine too. Just a simple roll of the die.
One
roll determines it all.
Yeah, I don't like doing high roll because we're gonna sit there. If we keep rolling 7s over and over again, we're gonna be there all day.
Yep.
Have played a game of Laboom to see who goes first. It's a
Laboom?
Yeah, it's like a weird dice game that my buddy had with him. You roll a die until the bomb goes off.
Okay.
We were both playing pretty quick decks, so we had a little time to goof around. And looks like both players taking a mulligan here. Billy over here rocking the Buffy the Vampire sleeves.
I was just going to talk about those.
Yeah.
I mean, again, nothing but respect. It takes a certain level of confidence to put Buffy sleeves on, doesn't it?
Yeah. Maybe just a huge fan of Sarah Michelle Gellar, but I mean, who isn't?
I mean,
Did you watch a lot of Buffy back in the day?
Just a little bit.
Just a little bit?
Just, something caught my eye.
Yeah, that's fair. That's fair. I was in the same boat.
Yeah, for sure. Didn't exactly watch that one for the plot.
There's a plot line?
I assume so. This show went on for 12 seasons.
Yeah. Now I know some pretty dedicated Buffy fans. So looks like we're deciding here. Riley playing kind of close to the chest there, literally.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, sure.
Not letting us see what cards. Not seeing what cards there have.
Looks like we got a mulligan from Billy.
Yep. This is a Moldify, by the way.
Oh, it's art. Well,
but
man,
we're playing vintage.
True. And again, I mean, with the initiative deck, I mean, what do you need? You need some fast mana, right? You need a initiative threat, and you're right back. I mean, you can fix your mulligan at 5 real quick. So
Raymond kind enough to send me Roland Chang's Grixis Delver list from yesterday in case I wanted to build it.
Nice. Yeah. No, that's
The temptation to use Orcish Bowmaster is just so high, Tanner. It's just so high. Yep. See, now here's something that you wouldn't necessarily expect out of a dredge deck. You can see the Force of Will in hand there.
Yeah, I see that. Yeah.
So Prize Amalgam is blue. Sometimes these decks do play like a Mental Misstep. They usually play all 8 forces, so Force of Wills and Force of Negations. Now Dredge, interestingly, can win on the Mole to 1.
Yeah. Well, they
needs Bizarre Baghdad. So using Serum Powder here. Powder effectively kind of letting you take a free mulligan.
Right.
With the new mulligan rule, what you had to do, and we saw Riley do it there, you actually have to put your cards on the bottom of the library.
Right.
After mulliganing. Yeah.
Resolve the mulligan and then do the pitch to the powder.
Yeah.
Okay.
Serum Powder does not let you just automatically get 7 each turn.
Right.
Do you know what Riley's looking for here?
Bizarre Baghdad?
That is correct.
Yeah.
That is how they went on a Mold to 1. And that's probably a Bizarre...
That's what that is?
That's a Bizarre Baghdad. A little bit off camera there. Players not used to playing in a feature match area. We're not used to having a feature match area. I'm going to go see if we can get that Bizarre slid over just a little bit.
All right, looks like we had some dredgers there, and of course Hollow One.
Thank you. Yeah, just making sure. So
Wasteland on the Bazaar. I mean,
it doesn't matter. The first time you only need Bazaar for one turn.
You just need the dredgers in the yard to starting to get going. Again,
this does mess up our bingo square plan.
True.
Dredge Stinkweed Imp, there's a Force of Will, Narcomoeba trigger.
Yeah.
Stinkweed Imp, another Bazaar, and there's the Force Negations.
Yeah.
But we could still see something here. There's a chance that Riley has a second one. There's also Petrified Field sometimes in these decks.
Interesting.
You sacrifice it to bring a land from your graveyard back to your hand.
Now, Riley having the reminder on the prized amalgam there, making sure he doesn't forget about it at the end of turn, totally makes sense.
Yep. That actually is a trigger you can't miss.
Okay.
Zone change triggers, they changed the rule on that back in War of the Spark.
Interesting.
Beautiful retro foil prized amalgam from, I believe, Time Spiral Remastered.
Yeah, that would be my choice as well.
Cavern probably names Human?
Yeah, probably.
For both Seasoned Dungeoneer.
We're facing down the clock here on Billy's side.
Yeah, there's Dredge 5, Cabal Therapy. This deck does run Bridge from Below.
I mean,
so
you can get therapy value here too, right? Just crack in.
Would you concede here so your opponent doesn't know what you're on?
I mean, they've seen Wasteland, Cavern of Souls. Cavern of Souls has got to be kind of a signal, right?
Yeah, that is true. The temptation here for me would be pretty high, but at the same time, I mean, I don't think you're coming back from this. That's 8 damage, or what is it? Yeah, 8 damage a turn.
It's lethal next turn. I mean, Riley considering the Cabal flashback here, but it does change his clock if he does this.
Yeah, this literally turns it from a 1 to a 2-turn clock.
Yeah, he's just gonna pass. Yeah.
No Bridge from Belows in the graveyard. I'm curious what Billy's hoping for. Like, just picks it up.
It was tough. Yeah, again, probably just some, soul mana to get a initiative threat out there. Because again, if he could block something like the Hollow One or the Amalgam, he buys another turn. Like, he wasn't drawn dead there, but it was an outside chance for sure.
Let's take a look at Billy's deck list here.
Okay.
Okay, so we have a Karn the Great Creator, of course, restricted to 1.
Okay.
4 Archon, 4 Seasoned Dungeoneer, 4 Solitude, 4 Thalia, 4 White Plume, 2 Phyrexian Censor, 1 Lord of the Third Path, the new Boromir, Warden of the Tower.
Lord of the Ring card alive.
Yep. Spirit of the Labyrinth. And then we got a bunch of fast mana Trinisphere in here.
Is Chalice restricted as well?
It is.
Okay.
Card would be insane. Urza's Sagas, I don't know why Melee chose to put them under the enchantment and not the land, but... and then 4 Ancient Tomb, 4 Cavern, 4 Plains, 4 Wasteland, a Caracas, and a Strip Mine.
Okay.
Sideboard, we have Tabernacle is definitely coming in. Angel's Grace is a real interesting sideboard choice. Tanner, can you look up Archon of Absolution? Actually, I can probably just click on it and tell me. Okay.
There you go.
Protection from white, creatures can't attack you or planeswalkers. So this is probably coming in because
100%.
Dredge's not known for its mana ability.
Yes. You got to pay tax to attack. All of a sudden, the Dredge deck doesn't really do much.
Yeah, so I like taking out. You need Pithing Needle in. Needle can stop Bazaar Baghdad. I like taking out Trinisphere. I like taking out Chalice of the Void. Thalia is actually not bad here with like their forces and stuff. I like kind of taking out maybe a Phyrexian Censor. They're not going to probably play more than 1 spell a turn.
So what total do you think you're bringing in then, right?
I think I'm bringing in the 3 Archons and the 2 Tabernacles.
No, considering
swords? You might consider swords.
Yeah.
It depends on how many creatures or how many cards you think you could take out. I could see an argument. I'd take out the Karn as well.
Right.
I just don't think it does enough. You already do have 4 Solitudes.
True.
I could see making a cut from Thalia. It doesn't really block well in this matchup. And it it stops their Force of Wills.
Yeah.
And like Force of Vigors, but you're not really concerned about those. You've got Caverns. Now from Riley's side, that's the player and not the deck list. Okay. One of these days I'll figure out how to use Melee, Tanner.
Shout out to the players getting that life total fixed for us. We appreciate it.
Okay, so here we go. Dredge, pretty standard list. 1 Golgari Grave Troll. It is, of course, restricted. Grief, Hollow One, Icarid, Narcomoeba, Serum Powder, 4 Bridge from Below, Cabal Therapy, Creeping Chill. Everything you'd expect to see. 4 Force Will, only 2 Force Negation.
Sure.
We do have a Mental Misstep. Noxious Revival, also huge. 2 life, put the Bazaar back on top.
Yep. 100%.
Only 4 lands in the deck. Bizarre Baghdad.
You gotta love the build, man.
So we've got in the sideboard 4 Force of Vigor, 4 Leyline of the Void, 2 Mindbreak Trap, 2 Wasteland, 1 Ghost Quarter, 1 Noxious Revival, 1 Strip Mine. I think I'm probably just bringing in like Noxious Revival.
That's the only card that made sense to me.
You're not going to mana deny your opponent. No, you'd have to bring in Wasteland and Strip Mine for Tabernacle.
Sure, right. Expecting the counterplay there.
Yeah. Some lists for a while were actually running Gaia's Cradle on the sideboard because Gaia's Cradle beats Tabernacle. It just makes the mana you need to pay for your creatures.
Yep. So we got a bizarre hand.
How bizarre. How bizarre.
So,
shout out to 90s All-Star there, OMC.
Looks like a Bridge from the Below as well.
You want to update the round or the game?
Oh, yes, absolutely. Let's see.
In case anyone's just now joining us.
We do have Dredge up a game here.
Yep. There's a bizarre, again, off screen.
He's got too much action to play, man.
Yeah. Well, it looks like he's one of those players that puts their graveyard across the top so your opponent can see everything.
And it makes sense, too.
Yep.
I mean, Dredge is all graveyard all the time, so.
Yep. We're going to get 2 hollow ones on turn 1.
Yeah, you love it. And an Icarid there, threatening more.
This Bizarre of Baghdad, not long for the world, but it doesn't really matter. Hey, put it on camera for us. I'm a big fan of that Bizarre proxy, by the way.
Mm-hmm.
And a Grief pitching a Shambling Shell.
Okay.
It's a Dredge 3 creature is all that matters.
Okay.
I think it gains you some life somehow.
Some kind of proxy.
It looks like it might be a land. That probably is Tabernacle.
Okay. Oh, yeah, 100%. I can see it now.
So we've got Spirit of the Labyrinth and Archon of Vermeria. Spirit of the Labyrinth, also notably good against Bizarre Baghdad, although kind of not really, because they don't care about drawing the cards.
Yeah, right. They just want to discard most of the time.
Yeah, I mean, it does stop their ability to dredge that turn, but... I mean, you're taking Spirit?
Yeah.
What do you think of that? I'm kind of leaning towards taking Archon myself, but...
Yeah, I mean, again, you're just straight dead to this Tabernacle, right? Like...
Oh, man. Can you imagine if...
Go.
Yeah.
Would you like to pay mana, sir?
Can you imagine if the pitch elementals were legal back when I played Bridgevine and Modern? Give me that grief straight into 3 zombies.
Yeah.
That's a really cool interaction there.
Now, notably, there is a bridge in the graveyard, which is, what made the zombie whenever the grief left the battlefield last turn, but they don't have haste, so this constant recursion of zombies isn't going to mean much with that Tabernacle on the other side.
No, and as we established, there's no Cradle in this deck, so Riley's not really drawing it into any way to keep them there.
Mm-hmm.
What? We're exiling to Icarid. Okay. Yeah. Icarid notably does have haste.
True, yeah. It starts presenting, but again...
Solitude pitching Archon. Okay.
That was a really cool draw from...
and exile the bridge in the process, too.
Mm-hmm, right. From the Solitude dying on the other side.
Mm-hmm. And here go the hollow ones to the graveyard.
And the zombie.
Yeah.
And then Riley left with a 1 card in hand, bridge out of the graveyard. The whole board has been obliterated from I mean, you got to pay your taxes, and here we are.
But Billy's not making it forward on this one.
Oh yeah, I mean we're turn 1 in, right? Like I mean we're 2 at this point, so.
Creeping Chill Trigger.
Okay, well that's something.
Notably putting it the other way.
Mm-hmm.
I feel like we said notably a bunch on this the stream so far.
Well, if we'd stop notating that, we'd be all right.
Yeah, someone's gonna have to in the YouTube comments let us know how many times we said notate. Probably most of me. Okay, so Wasteland.
New drinking game.
No, please no.
All right, so Wasteland again. I mean, it's great against any kind of. I mean, there's already 2 Bizarres in the yard too.
Yeah. So right here, we're deciding if we want to bring back Icarid because it does get rid of the only dredger in the graveyard.
Mm-hmm. I mean, probably not, right? I mean, Icarid is then left stranded in the yard. You need more of an engine. We should be probably dredging to fill it up.
Yep. There's Force of Vigor, Grave Troll.
Okay.
Grave Troll's a good hit.
Sad to see the Noxious go, but...
Yeah. Vintage, of course, being much like Legacy, as we discussed yesterday. Now, we're not gonna. No one's gonna call a judge on it, but technically, you aren't allowed to reorder your graveyard because actually, especially in decks like Dredge, because there's like a Korvorkian Horror or something like that.
Okay.
That it needs to be underneath another creature in order to come back from the graveyard. I didn't see that in Riley's list. It's traditionally more like the squee-focused Bazaar Baghdad decks.
Maybe we'll just remind him after the fact.
5 and 6.
So we'll get a Narcomoeba and a Prize Amalgam trigger.
Yep.
Grave Troll in hand, obviously after the Dredge. Narcomoeba enters, instep.
Yep.
Triggering. But again, we're still just behind this Tabernacle.
Yep.
But again, Billy, not having anything proactive, so Riley can keep dredging through the deck and seeing what he can find.
And we don't know anything else in Billy's hand besides lands, so we don't know if there's a threat on board or not, or a threat in hand.
Yeah, we pitched Archon to the Solitude that he drew for that turn, so should have another Plains drop here, and again, just leaning on the Tabernacle to control what Riley's doing.
Yeah. Beautiful. I believe they're Dumb and Iron Mastered, but the Odyssey Thunderstorm Plains from Billy.
I love those. Yeah.
Okay, looks like we are bringing back Icarid because exiling Grief.
Yeah, I think we're thinking about the Icarid Creeping Chill get across the finish line here.
Oh, we've got to at this point. There's a second Noxious Revival, another Grief, and another Shambling Shell to exile. Eventually, Riley's going to be in good shape here to just start discarding every turn, which isn't a bad place for Dredge to be. It's not where it wants to be, but if you're just putting Golgari Grave Troll in your graveyard every turn and then dredging 6, you're probably going to win the game.
So Billy, I believe, is at 11.
Especially if your opponent doesn't have a threat in play. There's the Cavern.
Right.
You're not really concerned about Force of Will at this point, so White Plume? Nope. Archon.
Okay.
That does block Icarid, at least for a turn.
Yeah, just buys another turn there.
It's going to come back. We do have a couple Dredgers in the graveyard.
I mean, we're not really playing lands. We're not really casting spells, so the rest of the text on Archon it's really just a 2/3 bird right now.
Yeah. Setting. Okay, so...
Out goes the Grief, in comes the Icarid.
So it looks like we might be dredging Thug here, but it looks like Riley was debating dredging Shambling Shell, which does dredge one less. And this is going to trigger Prized Amalgam at the end of turn.
Right.
Not sure if... Oh, there's a bridge.
And another Icarid.
I mean, that's how you're going to win this game. There are 4 Icarids in this list.
It does change the clock a little bit, for sure.
1 Icarid in exile.
Combat. Bash. Archon blocking?
No.
Probably going to 8.
Yeah.
Okay. Looks right to me.
Why 8 there?
Because they missed 3 in the last combat.
Oh, okay. I didn't even notice.
At least on the live pad. I think they probably got it right on their own pads. But.
So I actually kind of like blocking here because there's a bridge from below in the graveyard.
True. Yeah.
And now you're just giving... I mean, it's not free value.
I mean, again, you can't pay for... The zombies are never attacking, right? Because they always are going to die in the upkeep, so...
Billy's signifying that for the rest of the game, I'm just going to pay 1 using these planes.
Okay, that's cool.
That's a not necessarily an old school Magic way to do things, but it's kind of an old school Magic way to do things, like a Sacred Mesa, where you have to pay 2 during the upkeep. You just put 2 lands underneath it tapped.
I mean, it's like putting a dice on top of your deck so you don't miss upkeep triggers or draw triggers and that kind of stuff, right? So
it's just understood it's going to untap and then immediately tap. Ancient Tomb, I believe that's the Ultimate Master's copy.
Yeah.
Okay, trigger, that dies, makes a zombie. Surprised not to just see him leave that other zombie on the board.
Again, probably, I mean, just doing things the right way. Yeah.
Okay, so it looks like we're going to the draw step. I think I heard Riley say. Notably Riley with the deep booming voice that carries through.
It's the first time I've heard a player on the other side of the door.
Same.
So going through, pitching the Amalgam, sure.
Yeah, that's not doing much here.
Again, never getting in the red zone because of the Tabernacle.
Yep. We have a second Icarid in graveyard too,
We
right?
do, yeah. He's looking at what to.
Well, I don't think this leaves him any dredgers in graveyard. I think that's the issue.
Okay.
So I think we're going to be taking a natural draw step here. Natural Bazaar off the top would be insane.
Yep. He's taking a look again, make sure he doesn't miss the word dredge anywhere. Okay. Draw for turn.
That was a Serum Powder.
Yeah.
Move to combat.
And 2 Icarids get in there.
That's
again, not required to block here.
No, you can go to 2, but I mean it's really risky. I guess because Icarid can always remove itself.
Mm-hmm.
And if somehow we have instant speed draw, then we can just risk the Creeping Chill.
Yeah, that being at 2 is there, but again, Billy knows that Riley doesn't have a dredger, right?
Yeah.
And still is. I think we've seen both noxious revivals at the yard.
Yep. Billy electing to pay with different mana.
Yeah, just the colorless off the cavern. Again, you're probably not sweating.
Looks like the players are having some debate. I heard something about a solitude through the wall. Maybe there was discussion on what the cavern was on.
Okay, elemental or
another reserve list card. Black Lotus probably.
Yes. I think that's what that is.
There's 2. Okay. Riley just being picked up through that wall left and right.
Yeah.
I'm impressed.
Yeah.
So we're thinking on.
Yeah. Again.
What are we thinking about responding to here? I mean, we've got 3 Tabernacle triggers on the stack.
Mm-hmm.
We don't have any other creatures besides another Icarid to exile, which we could easily do.
I think you have to, right?
Yeah, force the action. It's going to force the Archon to block.
Zombies go away.
Yeah, it looks like we're choosing not to do that.
Another natty draw step here.
Yep. There's a Bazaar of
Bizarre.
Baghdad. That's going to drop a bunch of dredgers
massive.
in the graveyard.
Yeah.
We're going to draw 2 and probably discard. I don't know what we're discarding here. I mean, Troll. There's no imp in the hand, so probably Troll Thug.
Yeah, for sure. Just refill it with the dredge line.
This is concerning. It enters tapped.
Right. Oh, huge from the Archon, right?
Especially with the Wasteland in play.
Mm-hmm.
There's no way that Riley's getting untapped with that.
Yeah.
Looks like Billy was about to pay with Ancient Tomb.
Yep. Mm-hmm. Thought better of it.
Yeah. If I'm Billy, I'm putting that Ancient Tomb somewhere far away from my mana base.
From the tap zone, yep.
Yeah. Okay, so it's some kind of Mox.
Yeah. Okay, White Plume.
I think that's a Pearl.
Okay.
No, tap for red.
Okay.
It's Ruby.
Sure.
The fact that I'm able to read that on stream is kind of impressive.
I still was guessing at what that was, but okay, so
WPA over here.
White Plume, yeah, gets us.
Recently banned in Legacy. I'd say rest in peace, but I hate that card. So. All
right, so Wasteland answers the Bazaar. Now Billy's kind of turning the corner here.
Yeah, I mean, the initiative will do that for you, but the initiative also doesn't gain you life.
True. But again, we've got 3 Bazaars in the yard. Both Noxiouses are down. No dredgers in there.
But it does look like Riley has 7 cards in hand.
Okay.
So all we have to do is pass the turn, and we have to just live through a turn.
Yeah.
Riley's at 29.
Yeah.
So we just need to make it through a single turn with a Golgari Grave Troll, and there's a good chance we're going to hit a Creeping Chill and just end Billy. Now, Tanner, I'm going to be a little biased here.
Okay.
I'm kind of hoping that doesn't happen.
What's that?
I'd like to go to Game 3.
Yeah.
I'd like to see some more magic.
Yeah. So Icarid eats the Icarid.
Draw, that's a Force of Will.
Not helpful at this stage, I don't think.
No.
But we got to get in there. Icarid in block snap.
Just gonna trade.
Yeah.
Just trying to take the initiative there.
Well, trying to win the game, right?
Yeah.
Okay.
It's gonna
bridge triggers. Yep.
Yeah.
Out it goes.
Yeah.
Okay. Then discard step. Yep.
Spiritual. Yeah, there wasn't a lot of graveyard hate in Billy's sideboard, so we're not going to see like a rest in peace off the top.
Right. So
2 counters on Archon from the Forge.
Right. 29. It's a long way to go. Another Mox probably.
Yeah.
Tap for blue.
Okay, so Sapphire.
Sapphire.
So we've got the full Jess guy going on here. Now Billy is mono white, so he's literally just playing those to accelerate
for the fast mana for sure.
Yeah. So do we see the Creeping Chill, Cabal Therapy, Narcomoeba Trigger, Force of Vigor, Force of Will, Prize Amalgam, Stinkweed Imp. Okay.
Again,
and Billy can't attack with this Archon here. That's huge.
Yeah. Oh, yeah. Again, respect. Again, he couldn't attack last turn either, right?
Yeah.
Respecting the Icarid.
Well, that's what I'm saying. He can't attack with the.
Right. He's gonna have to go wider.
Yeah.
Narcomoeba enters. Again, we get some triggers here.
Dredge's just an efficient machine. What was Wizards thinking when they made this mechanic?
That players wouldn't break it as bad as they did.
Yeah, turns out Graveyard really easy to break.
Yeah.
It looks like we're sacking it to the Cabal Therapy.
Sure. Might as well get your value. It's going to be dead to the Tabernacle anyway. So
yeah. So what do you want to hit here?
Seasoned Dungeoneer. Okay.
Just hard cast of Solitude. Okay.
And maybe that was known information too. We heard the players talking about it earlier. So
yeah, it is uncounterable thanks to the Cavern of Souls.
Mm-hmm.
No, it's not, because Cavern of Souls paid for Archon.
Okay. Right.
But choosing not to counter it anyway.
Mox Diamonds, maybe, is what? I don't know. Mox something.
For what?
The card revealed in Billy's hand off of the Cabal.
It wouldn't be Mox Diamond. It's going to be one of the powered Moxen.
Yeah.
Natural
discard.
Yeah. Archon letting Billy only play 1 spell a turn, which is why it's not on board yet. There's a trap.
Down to 24.
Choosing what to pay with here. We're just going to pay with a Moxen.
Okay. Yep.
And Solitude having lifelink's kind of big here.
It is. It's absolutely massive. I mean, that changes. We've seen 2 or 3 Creeping Chills, right? So.
Yeah, we've seen. I believe we've only seen 2.
Mm-hmm.
So we're gonna see 1 here soon enough. But
5.
Yeah. And I'm guessing Billy was wanting to
more mana.
Yeah.
I mean, Creeping Chill.
I'm curious why Billy didn't play the Moxen.
Maybe it's not the Mox. It's hard to tell what that card is.
Yeah. I'm just gonna go take a quick peek here.
Prize Amalgam out. Icarid goes in.
Card in hand is Tabernacle at Pendrell Vale.
Okay.
Legendary land, definitely don't need 2 of those on the board.
No. We got a Dredge.
Narcomoeba Trigger. Man, this has been a real game of Magic the Gathering.
For sure.
And Riley got a good engine online of just go to instep, discard Grave Troll.
Yeah.
Build your own Bazaar of Baghdad. Just block, let it die.
Yeah. I mean, there's no risk there.
Yeah.
The Solitude lifelink, I think, is going to be the difference maker in this game.
Yeah, Solitude is going to, the next hit is going to get Billy above 2 Creeping Chills.
Mm-hmm.
Which, we don't know if there's 1 or 2 left in the deck. I think there's 2, but either way, once we're at 8, there's kind of no coming back from that for Riley. Everything that would help. Do you think Riley's going to take out Force of Vigor for Game 3?
I would think so. Again, not seeing a lot of action.
Yeah.
Narcomoeba blocks.
Still going to get to gain the life here.
I think Riley's looking at the number of
And just
creeping
picking it up.
chills, and yeah, you're outside of that range now. Yeah.
Hmm.
Again, Riley definitely was live to win that one. Couple of different stages. Never found that last creeping chill in the last couple of dredges before getting, Billy got above 3 or 6 there, and that's the difference in the game. Really, really good. I don't know if Riley had. Okay, so the Solitude was uncounterable. We're sure about that?
I think so.
Yeah.
It was either that one or the Archon. See, the problem is Billy had 2 or 3 planes and played an Archon.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm not sure what was uncounterable because
Right.
everything could just be naturally cast with that mana color.
Right.
Here, those Force of Vigors are probably coming out.
Mm-hmm.
I wonder what we're bringing in instead. Let's take a look at take another look at the deck list here. So we don't want Leyline of the Void. We don't want Force of Vigor. Mindbreak Trap not doing much.
No.
Wasteland and Ghost Quarter and Strip Mine we all want, and Noxious Revival. So we're probably just keeping those, and maybe bringing back in some of the cards that we got rid of. I don't know what those would be. We definitely saw a lot of these cards.
Yeah, I mean, I think probably a couple of the forces came out, if anything.
I would think so with the Cavern and whatever, like the Cavern. And like you just kind of don't care. Most of the time those are in there for like graveyard hate spells.
Mm-hmm.
Because there are some like on the stack graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
And like things in game 1 that stop you from playing, like turn 1 Pitting Needle. A lot of these Urza Saga decks are running it.
Mm-hmm. I do wish they would have finished that game because we would have been able to complete a dungeon for sure.
Yeah,
but
we were a turn away.
I know. But sadly, we got picked up once Riley figured it out. So good news though is feature match again going up to game 3, and we are tied 1-1 here. So
Yeah, and I mean with the way Vintage goes, this might immediately flip into round 3. Tanner, we might be out of here before 7 p.m. tonight.
Hey, let's go. Love Magic, but love being at home too.
Yeah, well, it's also Father's Day, so spend some time with the parental unit there.
Yeah, we'll see if my pops is still awake by the end of this.
Pops like to go to bed a little early.
Yeah. And I mean, I got work tomorrow. It's always something you got to consider. So.
Oh yeah, that's true. That is true. No partying till 3 a.m. tonight.
Well, not for him. Me, we'll see.
Yeah, that's true.
I got some Diablo 4 I got to catch up on.
Yeah. I'm sure some people in the chat also very avid Diablo fans.
Oh yeah, all 2 of them.
Yeah. Not sure they've gone through and got a Diablo tattoo yet.
No. It's not for everybody. I get that.
Yeah.
We're looking at the 7s here. At least I think so.
Yeah, we are.
There's been some mulligans I haven't seen. But...
No, I haven't seen a mulligan yet. Would not be surprised to see Riley immediately throw it back because there is no Bazaar Baghdad. Now, do you like powdering here? Or do you want to just throw it back? Because that had Narcomoeba. Yeah, he's just going to throw it back.
Looks like he's going to 5.
There were so many dredgers and engine pieces in that hand.
Right.
I don't think
you don't want those exiled from your deck at all.
Powder, surprisingly, a big cost. Having to exile spells from your deck.
Yeah. But when your deck runs a total of 4 lands, you got to make some sacrifices to try to make that engine work.
Now hear me out, Tanner.
I'm listening.
Serum powder and food chain. Get those squeeze and Mist Hollow Griffins in exile.
No cost there at all.
Yeah. Someone watching this, please make food chain with serum powder. Send it to Bosch and Roll. Make him play it.
All right, so Riley going to be looking at 5 again. I think it's pretty well understood at this point. We are looking for Bazaar Baghdad and a Dredger.
We have yet to see a Bazaar stick for more than a turn. We are not, like, I really thought we were going to be able to get Dredge 10 in 1 turn.
A Bazaar there?
Behind the pup, it is, yeah. So we probably keep it. We're putting Narcomoeba and Bridge from below back, probably. No. Oh, we want to discard the Bridge.
Narcomoeba for sure.
Yeah.
One of the amalgams?
Yeah, you have 2 amalgams, and you're going to be discarding Imp, Troll, Bridge, I think.
Again, on the fence with it.
Okay.
Again, Bridge terrible against Tabernacle, so maybe that's the thought there.
Yeah. There's no. I believe at one time, Dredge did play ways to kill you at instant, or not instant speed, but on turn one with like some crazy combos. But cards just keep getting more powerful, and those ones kind of edged out.
Yeah.
Dredge now looking to try to play the long game.
Yeah.
Riley's still not figuring out where the camera is.
It's all good. Yeah. Bizarre activation, draw on the 2, discard 3 judgers. Pretty standard. So now it's for Billy to answer the Bizarre. And
sure, there's a
Wasteland. Okay.
Chrome Mox. We might just be going for a turn 1 initiative creature.
That's Boromir?
That's Thalia.
Thalia, okay.
That is the Multiverse Legends Thalia.
Okay. Thalia goes.
I'm really just here for art commentary.
Mana Crypt. Got 3 mana to us. Okay,
and
White
WPA.
Plume.
I'm going to go find the land drop for turn.
Yeah, probably. Oh,
no,
it has a Wasteland. Yeah, okay. I mean, that's like the ideal start for Billy, right? Answering the Bizarre, getting your initiative threat on the board, too. I mean, all he's got to do is dodge Mana Crypt rolls.
In the Force of Vigors, and 2 Bizarres going to the yard here.
That's sad news, I think.
Well, no Noxious Revivals, at least, but
again,
I don't think we're drawing for the rest of the game.
We're not doing draw step stuff either, so Narcomoeba enters. I mean, again, from Riley's side, you're happy just to not see a Tabernacle right now. You got the Prize Amalgam available to you. So, I mean, you can present some clock here. But again, White Plume's going to get big and scary real fast.
I mean, there's a Mana Crypt.
Die roll, safe.
Yep.
Tick down, White Plume gets bigger, onto the draw step.
Players correctly identifying that even means no damage. Players that do odd for damage always die to their own crypt.
Okay,
it's just
that's
a Saga.
Emerald.
And that's probably going to be an Emerald.
Okay, well, the Saga, again, presenting more of a threat here.
That contract's going to be huge. And goes to get Pithing Needle to name Bizarre Baghdad.
Yeah, this writing on the wall for Riley already. Got to consider...
Maybe Riley will hold it out until we can complete the dungeon.
Come on, Riley, hang in there.
Trigger at the beginning of upkeep. Yeah. I'm going to untap this guy. I move to draw step. I'm going to be dredging 5 probably off the imp.
Yeah, I think so. There's the dredge. 1, 2. Okay.
Still interesting leaving the Force of Vigors in. That's surprising to me.
I mean, he's got targets for it. I mean, the Saga on the other side makes this look really smart right now, but again, no action in hand. Chip in for 1.
Yeah, these players probably know these decks a lot better than we do.
Yeah, 100%. I'm here for commentary only. I'm learning a little bit here just as we go through this. But again, the advantage is Riley does take the initiative here. Is there a land?
No, just a shuffle.
That is
there's no basic in the 75.
That is. Let me look at my deck real quick. All right.
Let me make sure I sideboarded correctly. That's really what I'm trying to do. And immediately presents it for cutting.
Do I still have the ability to win this game?
I mean, gotta get low enough. The Prized Amalgam not super great blocking. But if we can get multiple Bridge from blows in the graveyard, that could be pretty big. That looks like another piece of power there.
Yeah, it's Ruby. In goes the White Plume. Riley, considering the blocks here, throws the Prize Amalgam in the way. Now, the thing is, Billy's going to be able to start going to wide with those constructs, and that's going to be a big game.
All right.
Okay. But Riley making progress on the dungeon himself since he still has the initiative. Narcomoeba becoming a 3/3. That's not irrelevant.
Yeah, and in a couple turns here, Riley gets to draw a card, which is kind of
another big dredge.
Kind of big with when you want to dredge. That could actually be 2 dredges in one turn.
Happy to see the Icarid too. Like that's going to start presenting clock. Okay, Riley had way more game here than I was giving him credit for.
Yeah, we got Narcomoeba. We got Icarids.
Yeah.
We got a Bridge from below in the graveyard now.
Yeah, a lot. We're going to get a lot of material on the board here real fast.
Yeah. But we're kind of one tabernacle away from.
We are indeed one tabernacle. But the thing is like Billy has no way to try to go find it, right? So
No, there's no expedition map in the 75. There's no.
we're just gonna have to grind it out. So again, looking at a grindier game here for sure. I mean, we're gonna have constructs coming in. The Narcomoeba in the air for 3 is great.
Yeah,
I
I don't
seeing
know if
that.
I like this attack.
You just afraid of losing the initiative on the crackback?
Yes.
Okay.
Because those are going to enter tapped.
Yep. We're definitely gonna lose it.
Yeah, I don't like this. Yeah, I don't like the attack. I mean, you do need to pressure Billy's life total. Like that's just what you have to do. But I don't know. It's kind of worrisome. We're gonna
And again, we got Mana Crypt over here. Like this clock could be faster than what it looks like too.
Yeah.
Missed the roll trigger. No. Riley's got him. Riley again, knowing that this 3 damage is going to be big. Safe again for Billy. Saga trigger goes to 3. Yeah, okay. Mix a construct.
Mana Crypt working with Billy, but not working with us too much.
yeah. I need the dice he's using. Okay. Makes a construct. Is there a get here? I mean,
Pithing Needle.
Okay, just slam Pithing Needle.
Pithing Needle or one of the pieces of power, just to have some more mana for later on.
I'm not sure he needs the mana, right? Like we're
not really, no, but it's an option.
Sure.
But yeah, it's probably just Pithing Needle named Bazaar in case Riley draws the last Bazaar in his deck.
Yeah, it's got to be the play, right?
That is indeed a extended art Innistrad Midnight Hunt Pithing Needle that Billy has in his hand there. Looks like he was about to put it on the board. Just taking a moment to reconsider. Can get things like, I mean, he has all the fast mana. I didn't see Soul Ring or Mana Vault in the deck. Looks like he's debating some reserve list card.
Maybe.
What color?
Tap for white. That's a pearl.
Okay. So possibly looking to play like another white spell this turn.
I mean, he's got access to 5 mana.
Yeah, I mean 5 mana worth of spells cast in one turn is a bingo square.
That does scream solitude too.
Sorry, on turn 1. Yeah, looking for players who are just casting insane amount of value on turn 1.
Oh, another Saga is brutal.
Yeah, we almost had that in game 1, by the way. We had 4 mana worth of spells cast on turn 1. Riley over here saying, I hope you drew something about drawing nothing but lands. Riley just happy that the land drawn was not, in fact, Tabernacle. Interesting, Billy didn't attack.
That's intriguing to me.
Like, you can take back the initiative easily.
Right. But, I mean, attacking means you're getting, like, the crackback is bad.
That's true, maybe.
But you're losing 5, right?
Yeah,
because we're gonna go into trap here.
Yeah, we're going to the trap, and then next turn, Billy's gonna be able to dredge, or not? Riley's gonna be able to dredge twice. Players just establishing something there.
Yeah, we got Icarid. Okay, we're dredging.
Yep. I mean, the deck's called that for a reason. You don't play the deck to not dredge. There's the last Bazaar.
Gross. Still no creeping chills there.
Yep.
We should be moving in the dungeon.
Yeah. How good is Throne of the Dead 3 for Riley? How much do you just want to flip off the top and put a Stinkweed in
I mean,
with 3+1/+1 counters and hexproof?
I mean, it's good in this game.
Stinkweed up with its weird death touch.
Starting to get a little concerned that maybe we missed the initiative.
We definitely missed the initiative.
Which is crucial. I mean, maybe they got it and just didn't up the life pad. There's a chance of that.
Yeah.
Okay, so we're swinging in with the team here. I mean, maybe this is a lethal attack because I gotta imagine those constructs are scary on the other side. So.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
I think that's
5,
what
6,
maybe what that dice on the top indicates.
I think that was his mold of 5 from the
Oh,
beginning
was
of this
it?
game.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay. So
that is
takes,
typically where I keep my generic artifact count dice.
Takes 4, makes the zombies off the bridge.
Yeah, it looks like we just blocked with a couple constructs. Maybe the White Plume adventure.
Yeah, I mean, he blocked everything that he could there.
Riley
And
just
you know,
scoops
pick
it up.
Okay.
Riley saying great games at the end
Yep.
of that. Yeah. Wow.
Yeah, and see, and Billy talking about the attack with the White Plume from the turn before. I mean, taking the initiative back would have been crucial there. And I think, again, he had the life total to play with to do it.
Mm-hmm.
But that was tight. You know, again, Riley a little bit on the back foot early, but again, the power of Dredge.
This is vintage.
Yeah, we're in the vintage.
Can't read the name from here.
Yeah.
But updating the thing now. Forgot about that.
Yeah, didn't even think about it. Okay. Well, good games from the fellas there for sure, and then congrats to Riley on taking the W there on Dredge.
Yeah.
Really showing again the power of it, right? Like not even skipping draw steps, throwing cards in my graveyard. You know, not exactly intuitive Magic, but Dredge, no doubt powerful.
Yeah. Didn't unfortunately get to see dredging 10 in one turn.
No, didn't get to see that because Bazaar never survived more than a turn. You know, Billy known to attack that too, keeping hands that can answer a turn one. Bazaar, you know, later, you know, we even saw the Pithy Needle there late. Knew he had to shut down that angle, but, you know, again, it shows like even with hate coming in against Dredge, it can still do Dredge things.
Yep. Turns out Dredge just really powerful mechanic.
Yeah.
Like I said, I don't think they anticipated like. You know, it's funny, when I first started playing Magic, it was the Time Spiral block, and there was Darkmoor Salvage and Future Sight.
Right.
And I thought, why would I ever want to put cards in my graveyard to get back a land? And then I saw other cards with Dredge, looking through, you know, older cards in the commons and uncommons, and I saw, like, Shambling Shell and Stinkweed Imp, and again, like, this Stinkweed Imp is such an innocuous creature. Why would I ever want to put 5 cards in my graveyard to...
I mean, you're looking at it, this card is objectively bad, right? You're like, what? Wow, who? Like, why would you want to do this? And then, you know, and that's the cool thing about Magic through the years, too, right? Like, you get this combination of cards that were printed 15 years apart, and they turn into very powerful vehicles that can win, you know, Magic's strongest, you know, or most powerful format that we have out there, right? So
yeah, Legacy, very powerful. Some people would say Commander's the most powerful, but Vintage is literally where power gets played. It's kind of hard to argue that there's any more powerful format.
You know, you're seeing all the Moxen out there, your Black Lotuses, you know, like it's
Bizarre Baghdad, Mishra's Workshop. I mean, you're getting all the cool cantrips. Billy's showing off something spicy there.
Couldn't tell what that was.
No, probably like maybe a piece of secret sideboard tech that we're going to see later on. We do have access to Billy's deck list, so we might be able to figure that out. But I'm not super concerned about it. We'll see if Billy pops up again on camera. So, Tanner, what do you say we take a quick break for round 3? I bet we're getting pretty close.
Yeah, it won't be long for sure. I know the boys at the table here get a little bit of a time extension for the round, so we might actually be wrapped up here and should have round 3 for us soon.
Yep. So y'all go hit the restroom, grab a drink, grab a snack, and come back and join us for some more vintage.
Yeah, we'll be right back.
All right.
Welcome back, everybody. So sorry for the delay there. We had a lot of time extension and a couple of matches that went all the way to the time. So, but we do have a returning player from yesterday and from the Legacy, James Adams. What's he on, Caleb?
Esper combo.
Esper combo.
More than likely, we're going to be Esper Tinker.
Yeah. The vintage staple here. And on the other side of the battlefield,
we have 2019 Vintage World Champion Joe Brennan. That's going to be spelled Brennan.
Got it.
And on Esper.
We got an Esper mirror?
Yeah, Esper Control.
Okay. Combo versus.
These might both just be Esper Tinker, and neither player knowing how to categorize it. And Melee. I love Melee. It's a great software, but I hate that it makes you put your deck in an archetype. Mm-hmm. Because if your deck is an unknown archetype.
Yeah.
Like James, we know is a brewer.
James, yeah, and it even gets that shout out there being the brewmaster.
Yeah,
no doubt about that for sure. James not afraid of playing unorthodox Magic cards. So
yeah, back when the 8-cast wasn't a recognized archetype in Melee, and I used to play those Discord tournaments. I was you had me on I think they had me on mono blue control, mono blue artifacts, mono blue affinity. None.
Right. Yeah.
Mono blue affinity probably the closest definition here. This one we might actually see Tinker for something other than Sphinx or Citadel.
Mm-hmm. We got a Force Pitch Force. Okay, I mean if he's truly combo, maybe Storm Count play 8+.
Yeah, there is also a very very good likelihood that we might even see 5 mana worth of spells cast on turn 1. Mm-hmm. Both these decks probably running a full suite of power.
Yep. Okay. James winning the die roll on the play here. Flooded Strand, Mox.
Shout out to Brady who's listening to the stream here.
Awesome.
Just messaged me. Good to hear my voice. Appreciate that, buddy. Okay, so we've got Jet and Pearl.
Yep. James has passed the turn over to Joe's turn 1 here. Drew his card.
We got
options.
Yep, we got the full vintage, full Esper there.
Mm-hmm.
Joe Brennan. Big fan of the foils, much like Roland Chang.
Mm-hmm.
But instead of going for original print, goes for the fanciest print.
Power to him for sure.
So we got a black bordered duel. We're also going to check off black bordered power on the stream here. I believe alpha power from Joe.
Side. Yeah.
Joe is a man who likes his fancy cards, and we like to see them all.
Yeah.
Just looking at them makes my wallet hurt.
Again, super cool to see. Shout out to Joe. It makes me wonder, for players like that, how long they've had some of these cards, right?
Yep.
You got to imagine Joe's been playing a long time, right? So
yeah. I remember having a conversation with Joe, and this just tells you Joe's dedication to it. He wanted to pick up an ensnaring bridge and wanted to go for the foil 7th edition one. So I looked it up. And I'm like, oh man, that's a little pricey, $700. And Joe's like, $700? That's not too bad for that card.
Yeah.
And I'm like, all right. Joe with the Judge Force of Will there, pitching Teferi Time Raveler.
So yeah, a little shortcut here. But what essentially happened is James fetched in response, got a Tundra, tried to flash into the Hull Breacher in response to the Preordain. That got Force of Willed by Joe. So Preordain now resolving. Joe taking a look at his top 2. Likes them both, leaves them on top. And then there's Probe.
Okay. Joe okay with Probe in this deck.
Mm-hmm. So we see Tinker, Ancestral, Fluster on the side of James.
Mm-hmm.
And Joe draws the card off the Get Probe, and we move into second turn.
Okay, so Mana Vault drawn for James.
Mm-hmm. So mana not a problem here. Now, he's got Tinker backed up by Fluster Storm. Does that...
we don't have double blue currently.
Oh, true. Okay, that is the choke point here.
So it looks like we're going to be casting the Mana Vault here. What's the last card in James' hand? Is that Ancestral?
Yeah, Ancestral.
Okay. So we might just be seeing Mana Vault here, pass during your upkeep, cast Ancestral. Another reason to do that, I pointed out, was to play around Force Negation.
Yeah.
But it's also, you cast it during your opponent's upkeep, even not on turn 1, to make them tap their mana if they have Fluster Storm or Spell Pierce.
Any consideration to casting Ancestral now to try and hit a land drop? Do you care that much with the Mox and all the mana rocks?
I mean, you care about getting your second blue source,
Yeah,
but I think
right.
you care.
That can still wait though, right?
Yeah, I think you want to hold it. Now, I don't know if Joe is on Force Negation, but it looks like we are going to go ahead and cast the Ancestral.
Main phase it. Yeah, I mean,
Assuming always assume targeting themselves.
yeah. I would love to knock off that bingo square, but I don't think James is that spicy.
No. Now, if the Hull Breacher was in play, James is the type of person.
100%.
If someone was going to cast an Ancestral targeting the opponent to make 3 mana,
Another Force of Will.
Force of Will.
Flusterstorm this go around. So.
Judge Foil Flusterstorm too. Those are climbing up there.
All right, over to Joe.
Saga from Joe. This into Sensei's Divine Top. So yeah, we're probably Esper Tinker on that end. We're just looking to get Bolus's Citadel in play and then combo with that top.
Yeah.
Monastery. Ooh, Lavinia is huge here.
Yeah, nice. Slam that in.
That's
Pressing
gonna
2 Force of Wills. Oh, we got a response. Okay, top.
Yep.
Take a look, see what's going on. Captain, I haven't seen any Doomsday out in the field. I'm sure it's out there, but I haven't seen anybody action it. So.
No, I can take a quick look down the list while we're deciding on the on
the top.
Yeah. Notably, Card Band and Legacy because it took too long. A lot of Oath of Druids out there today.
A lot of Oath.
Yeah. There is a Doomsday player.
I also saw like 2 or 3 Goblins decks out there too. I love that.
Yep. We have one Doomsday player. It is Kevin Gray. Looks like they are table 14 right now, so I'm not sure how they're doing.
Middle of the pack. Another Force of Will. Hot diggity.
Yeah, it looks like we have a single Doomsday player. We do have 2 deck lists that we do not have inside of Melee right now.
Yeah.
So there's a potential of up to 3 Doomsdays, but...
So Lavinia did not resolve. Top found another Force of Will pitching Tinker this time around. So that's 3 forces down.
Yeah, we might be trying to rely on... Oh, tapping the Mana Vault. This might be the Tinker. This might be James saying, hey, you don't have another Force of Will.
Yeah, you've thrown 3 out, and this one should be good. Had the mana to pay for Fluster if that was the other option.
And Spell Pierce. There's Bolus's Citadel. Tanner, that's Storm Count 1.
Yeah, it is. It is.
We might even see player 1 at 1 life.
And here goes the combo. Casting an Narset down to 16.
Hey, Tanner, that's a bingo square. That is 5 mana. Or sorry, no, that's turn 1. I keep thinking it's 5 mana casting in one turn.
It's all right.
But Narset really huge here. Can clear the Bolus's Citadel
if he gets stuck.
Yeah. So you don't want to activate that yet. You want to get it if you get. James still has his land drop, but it's going to help clear things like Force of Will off the top.
He's already looking at his options.
Yeah, it looks like just making sure we can indicate what it is. James casting Ponder now.
Ponder down to 15.
This is great with Bolus's Citadel because it lets you set up your next 3 ones. James holding priority. This is going to be Storm Count 3. Storm Count 4. Now, James, Esper combo could mean anything. We might be seeing. We might actually be seeing a Storm Kill here. Storm Count 5.
Yeah, up we go. Come on, we can get to 8, I believe.
There's your land off the top. James does have an extra turn in the bank.
Narset activation to clear what is probably another land.
Yeah, it was a flooded strand. Wishing you could take that Academy here. You really are. We're taking Vampiric Tutor, which is real good with Bolus's Citadel.
Seems pretty decent.
We can even go ahead and cast that right now, and I wouldn't be surprised to see him do that. There's Storm Count 6.
Yep.
Top Citadel is probably going to be...
Also just absolutely...
There's Force, Get Probe, Force.
Yeah, 2 forces.
We're going to fetch.
I like that.
Yeah.
Clear the top.
I don't hate casting Get Probe and with it on the stack.
Okay, yeah, that's tight, right?
Fetch.
Knowing you don't want the Force of Wills.
Yeah. Just kind of get maybe a little bit more information about the last card Joe's keeping in hand. Not that it's going to matter. I mean, James more than likely wins this one this turn.
Yeah.
Um,
Just gotta.
hey, here we go.
Just gotta dance around with the top of the deck right now.
Interesting. Okay.
Saga,
There's Mentor.
Monastery, Mentor. We do have an extra turn lined up too, right?
Yeah. I would not be surprised to see Joe just concede to this Mentor. This Mentor is going to cost him 3 life, but
yeah, slam dunk.
Yeah, and we even have that's Storm Count 7. Can we get one more spell cast before Joe concedes the game? Come on, James. Go ahead and cast that Vamp Tutor. Go ahead, because you want to get a few Monk tokens on the board before.
Yeah, you have to.
Also, I don't know if you know the hidden mode of Bolus's Citadel.
Sack 10 online permanents, dome an opponent for 10.
That is correct. Yeah. If I'm James, I kind of want a Vamp Tutor for something. Nope. James, Storm Count 7.
Stalls us out. Draws so extra turn here from the Time Walk from much earlier on in that turn.
Joe just praying that James just hits land after land. Seems unlikely with top.
Play to your outs. Plus we have a Narset activation.
Top, by the way, plus Citadel. Real dumb because it's going to make a ton of Monk tokens with Prowess.
Yep.
I'm not sure how I feel about what James did there. I kind of want to get some Monks on the board. We got a first-time chatter here. What do we say? What are we saying in chat there, Tanner?
Yeah, it's the same thing that we're talking about there as far as the activating the top to try to get some tokens.
Yeah, because now you're going to have a little bit of a harder time killing Joe, whereas this time you could easily have lethal. James only at 9 life, so he can't do too much with the Citadel there. Yeah.
Could hope he goes down to 1.
Yeah.
Help out the bingo squares.
We do have Vampiric Tutor in hand, so we can find whatever card we want off the top of the library and then play it.
Right. I mean, James is, again, a lot of ways to manipulate the top of the deck here, so shouldn't really stall out. He's just got to
2 mana.
Pick a line. We got a
casting a Merchant Scroll. Okay. Merchant Scroll probably finding. We've already used Ancestral. Mm-hmm. Probably finding maybe Brainstorm. I could see maybe Dig Through Time.
Right, just more cantrips to.
Probably not Dig. We only have 1 blue mana available, and we did already make our land drop off Urza Saga.
Yeah, we should see it too. Time Walk's already out. It's a mystical tutor.
Okay, so we want to find a sorcery is the problem.
Yeah.
Man, I didn't have tutor for tutor on my board, but should have.
I mean, yeah, no, but what you say makes sense.
PO would have also been a really good call there.
Yeah, and I think that's maybe what he's trying to get to, right?
PO's an instant, so he would have.
Okay.
Yeah, he would have been able to find it with Merchant Scroll. I'm thinking James wants maybe Yogwill to flash back the Time Walk.
Sure. I mean, he's got all the power here. Joe's just kind of watching him do his thing and.
Might be trying to mystical for like a treasure cruise. Mm-hmm. Also interesting, it's a top tutor, so whatever he gets, he can just cast with Citadel.
Citadel, right?
James just does have to be careful of that life total.
Mm-hmm. Yep. There's the tutor.
So there is the tutor. We're gonna make a second Monk token. There's
Storm Count 2.
Yep, 2 prowess.
But again, notably, these tokens can't do anything this turn. It is Yogwill.
Yep. Okay. James is going to need a Black Lotus here in order to kind of get this party started. Because that Yogwill is going to cost him all his mana.
Well, no, it's on top from the tutor.
Oh, right. Okay, so yeah, it takes 3.
Yep, just cast it. It's going.
Yogwill does exile itself on resolution. Says when a card would go to your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead.
Yep.
It does count itself.
We should have Storm Count 3 here with the Yogwill being cast. James got it.
Okay. James kind enough to keep Storm Count 4 us
with tutor finally being cast here.
Looks like it.
Okay.
Storm Count 4.
Yep.
This is gonna hurt. I mean, we could actively see James win this at 1 life.
1 life. Yeah.
If he could do it with a Storm Count of 8, I'd really appreciate it.
Mm-hmm. Well, we're at 4, halfway there again.
Yeah.
But again, Yogwill, I think this is kind of turning into one of those lines where probably just end up trying to cast.
There's the Black Lotus, Storm Count 5.
Trying to cast Time Walk again.
Yeah.
Yogwill.
Now, typically you'd want to do that first. I almost wonder if James should have Vampiric Tutored for it first.
Yeah.
Storm Count 6.
Yeah, Joseph's going to pick him up there. Yep.
Yeah.
Again, I think it could have been done a little tighter by James, but it got there in the end. He had all the avenues in the world there to, with the Citadel and Narset to manipulate the top, go wide with the tokens. So good game there from James for sure. And I mean, Joe, despite having 3 Force Wills, not enough to stabilize against what James was doing there.
No. Bolus to Citadel. Very powerful Magic the Gathering card.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. And again, I actually really like it by James, too, putting threat after threat onto the battlefield, knowing that he had the Haymaker and Tinker still in hand. Yeah. If he can just get through all the counter magic available to Joe, slam that, I love that play, love that line.
Yeah. Wondering, Tanner, if James is just playing some normal Magic the Gathering. We saw it yesterday with Death Shadow.
Yeah. Taking it a little bit more seriously here at these the larger tournaments versus the Wednesday night nonsense.
Yeah. Typically James, even in these Landrun style big tournaments, has run a lot of his brews. Wondering if James is just, maybe he's a little bit busy in life. Maybe he doesn't have time to brew up a deck. Or I wonder if he's just like, you know what? People on the internet are, they've worked on this one for a while. Let's give it a shot. Maybe James's spice is trying something normal.
Yeah. I mean, again, still you're doing very powerful things there.
Absolutely. Let's actually take a look at James Adams' list here. So again,
see if he's got a little sprinkle of spice in there somewhere.
I'm sure we'll see some. So, we have Karn, Narset, Oko, Teferi. So this is actually going to be kind of a 4-color. I'm guessing just splashing green for Oko.
Yep.
But that's going to be some spice.
We have splash.
We have a Haywire Might, Hull Breacher, Monastery Mentor.
Matches that green.
That Hull Breacher's one of, by the way, that we saw last game.
Okay.
Black Lotus, Bolus, and Citadel. We have the Time Vault in here, so we could we could see Tinker for Time Vault.
Okay, so the Esper combo making a little bit more sense from the moniker.
Interesting. 2 dress down in the main in your Urza's Saga deck. Yeah. So James actually is bringing the spice here.
A little bit, yeah.
I don't typically see a lot of these cards in Esper. Force of Will, Flusterstorm, Ancestral Recall, just all the stuff you'd expect.
Just good.
Yeah. Looks like we have a single Tropical Island.
Yeah.
To cast the Oko and activate the Haywire Might. In the sideboard, we have 2 Hercules Recall, 2 Opposition Agent, 2 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Tabernacle, 2 Virtue's Ruin.
Okay.
For the initiative matchup, a Balance, a Mycosynth Lattice, a Pithing Needle, Soul God Lantern, and Sphinx of the Steel Wind.
Okay, so a minor Karn Wish package in there too.
Yep. Karn notably can find Sphinx of the Steel Wind. It is an artifact. Yeah. So here I'm probably bringing in like Opposition Agent, just try to snipe your opponent's Tinker. I think that's it. I don't. I might bring in Hercules Recall, maybe try to snipe the Citadel, but I don't really like bringing in anything else here. I'm really just trying to get that Karn on the board and mess up my opponent's. Or Lavinia.
Yeah. Well, see, the problem with Recall, too, is I don't think it's hard to find the right time for all that. But the boys moving fast. We're into Game 2 here already.
Turn 1 Explore.
Yeah.
I'm just going to take a little...
Joe says okay. And we're on to James's second turn here. Joe, solid start, though. Land 2 Mox, giving you plenty of action. Mana Crypt.
Yep. Oh, that's going to be our black bordered power square there, Tanner.
Yeah, absolutely.
Those are, in fact, legitimate black bordered Moxen. I've seen Joe. If I were Joe traveling to a vintage tournament, I'd want to bring an armed guard with me.
So Karn getting forced, but forced in response. Joe casting a Brainstorm in response to James's force, so we got a little bit of a stack going here.
Where was our stack of 3 spells bingo square yesterday?
Yeah.
Was that a force pitching a force, or was it a force pitching a Flusterstorm?
It was a Flusterstorm up top, I think, was pitched. Maybe it was force.
I'm just going to go out and take a little peek.
It's important for our bingo card here.
Yeah.
Brainstorm resolve, stack resolving, force pitches forces down. Karn zeros out of
That
the
was
Mox
in
Jet.
fact a force pitching a force of will.
Cool. So Karn activation turns the Mox Jet into 0/0, killing it, which is a fun little thing. I'm sure Moxon never expected to die from becoming a creature.
Yeah. Joe just turning it upside down to symbolize that it doesn't work. I like that.
Yeah. Turns it off because of the Karn. We had Flood of Strands, fetch maybe a Prismatic Ending to answer a Mana Crypt.
I think that's Fragmentize.
Okay.
It's a sorcery speed, destroy target artifact. I think or enchantment.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe just, I know it's just artifact. CMC 4 or less.
Okay. So that answers the Mana Crypt. So,
Yeah.
Joe, trying to a little bit to go on that denial of mana plan. You got Karn out there. He's scary for wishes. So
Yeah, we just don't want to get latticed.
Yeah, for sure. Because James certainly threatening that range with the
Other Moxon just going to the graveyard there. That's rough.
it's tough to watch.
Yeah. And there's Mentor.
Yeah. Now,
Mentor notably is restricted in this format, so if Joe could remove that, then it's just gone.
Yeah. Okay. Immediately cracking the Delta. Grabbing the third land. Another black border duel, I assume.
Yeah. I don't believe there are any basics in either player's deck.
Yeah. I mean, they barely have lands. It's vintage, man.
Yeah. Why do you need lands when you have artifacts that do everything you need them to?
3 mana. Okay, Teferi. Again, bounce the Mentor. Guys playing a little bit ahead. Joe announcing what he's doing before the resolve. So James picked up the Mentor, knowing that Teferi was going to be bouncing it. 3 mana.
There's the Yogg-Will.
I almost flashed it.
Yeah.
Karn going to plus targeting nothing. And back over to Joe to try to break serve on this Monastery Swiss Mentor.
There's Lavinia.
Okay.
That's not going to really remove Monastery Mentor.
No.
James saying sure like he has an option.
Yeah.
Fairy kind of says your opponents play Hearthstone.
And fetching down.
Looks like 17.
Yeah, 17 up for the boys.
Joe looking for probably Swords to Plowshares here. Cast an uncounterable Swords to Plowshares with the Mentor in play.
Yeah.
Now, Lavinia is on board. It will counter Moxon, but even if they're countered, they're still going to trigger the Monastery Mentor.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So
and
James kind of having a commanding lead here with Karn and with Mentor.
Yeah, and we know Yogg-Will's in hand too, so we've got an option there to
James just with all the restricted cards here.
To go. Okay.
Yeah.
Again, and James taking the line that you called out, even though it gets countered, we still get a trigger here for the prowess. So
remind me later on. I need to get James an actual monk token. I've got plenty of Bosch and Roll ones.
Yeah. Up we go. Targeting nothing, keeping Karn healthy. It'd be interesting to see if James.
All right, uptick, no target.
Yep.
Attack for 3. I think Joe's just going to take this here.
For sure.
I think the Lavinia.
Attack the Teferi.
Yeah. Your deck is also full of counterspells, so.
We know James's last card is that Yogg-Will. Is there any consideration? Probably not at this point. Again, Joe's got 1 card in hand. If you can.
Okay, untap, draw.
Fourth land. Probably not happy to see that one.
No. Interesting. Traditionally, in the past, Joe has used the original Zendikar Expedition lands. Looks like he's going for a more retro look today. Another Mock's going to be countered, but it's going to make an individual monk token. Looks like just an upside down, maybe Arcade Post token.
Sapphire cast, get the prowess trigger.
Yeah.
Attack with the squad. James indicating which one can attack and can't attack.
Yeah.
Okay, so James figuring
Yagwell.
now's the time.
Yep.
Get some prowess triggers.
What we're gonna do here is we're gonna start casting those Moxen and letting them go to exile.
Right.
But we're gonna make some swole monks today.
Mm-hmm.
And then we still have the option of casting Mana Crypts.
Play the land off the Yogg.
Yeah.
Fetch.
This is Storm Count 4?
5?
So Yogwell,
Mm-hmm.
3 artifacts, so 4.
Yeah, it was Sapphire. Yeah, okay.
Once again.
And again, indicating, hey, I've made enough power. Just going big and going wide with the monastery.
Yeah. Well, how's your card looking after that round, Tanner? You close anywhere?
Not really. I was gonna ask you a little bit. We did have Dredge versus Mono White Initiative. Does that count as 2 non-blue decks?
You know, I was wondering. I talk to you about that one.
Yeah.
Because I mean, Dredge does technically play blue cards.
Right,
And Force of Negation.
Yeah.
Mental Misstep, but it doesn't have blue lands. You know what? Tell you what. Let's let the chat decide. Chat, would you count Dredge as a blue deck in Vintage, knowing that it plays Force of Will, Force of Negation, Mental Misstep, Prized Amalgams, Narcomoebas, but it's not really casting any of those besides the forces. If chat says no, I'm cool with calling that 2 non-blue decks on camera.
And then a little bit of a bummer there because I think James got to like Storm Count 7
Yeah.
a couple of times. So
I think the players just psychically knew what was on our bingo card, and we're gonna let it. Oh, looks like we got.
Okay, Jordan on its blue. I agree. Just too many blue cards in there to not count it as a blue deck.
Again, another one we were 1 turn away from completing a dungeon when opponent conceded. Maybe we just need to say, hey, no concession on stream.
I need you boys to play it out.
Yeah.
But good round there. James taking it 2-0. Joe really just on the back foot in every game that we had there. Again, had the counter magic available, but James had nothing but gas.
Yeah, I mean, there's so that's Vintage for you. That's this format can be very, very swingy, or it can just feel one-sided the entire time.
Yeah,
and this was an example of how it felt one-sided the entire time.
For sure.
Joe doing his best to play it out. And try to take over. The Teferi was really nice. I really think Joe was probably just trying to draw maybe a Swords to Plowshares off the top.
Yeah, I mean, played your outs, bottom of turn, and
also maybe like he didn't have an artifact in play because James had torched all the artifacts.
Yeah,
that Karn was huge.
Oh my goodness! I mean, just
and the stack to resolve that Karn was very impressive.
Yeah, and I mean, Joe, knowing that was the fight too, could see the writing on the wall. Like if Karn enters, the Moxen are gone, shutting down everything along the way. Like it was the fight to have, but James had the answer.
Yeah. All right. Well, you want to go scout out and see how close we are to round 4? I mean, we are zipping through these. It is Tanner. It is 12:48. We've been playing Magic for a little under 3 hours, and we are already about to be on round 4.
Yep. So round 4 should be interesting as well. I mean, we're starting to get to crunch time for people to be able to make the top 8. So
yeah, we're going to see probably a fair amount of intentional draws starting probably round 5.
5, yeah, for sure. Only 6 rounds for the Vintage tournament today. So.
But then we also have an untimed top 8 coming up, so we're going to get to see a lot of. We still have a lot of Magic to go, not not as much as yesterday, but only by a round.
Yeah, but again, powerful stuff too. I mean, we've seen Citadel do its thing. Would you say, like, for the names of these decks, Esper Combo versus Esper Control, do you think that was accurate?
No, I would just call these both Esper Tinker.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Yeah, that's like. If we're looking at MTG Goldfish, they're both going to fall under Esper Tinker. So, and I think that they're both kind of the same flavor of Esper Tinker. James with a little bit of spice in there with the Oko,
a little,
and the Haywire Might in the main. I don't think that's very, very typical.
Yeah, but I mean, the sacrifice is what you throw in a Trop. I mean, obviously you're already playing the Mox, so you'll have some access to green mana naturally. So
yeah, and I mean, let's just take a quick look at Joe's deck here.
Yeah.
So we have Narset and Teferi are the only 2 Planeswalkers, so not running a Karn.
Right.
3 Lavinia, 1 Monastery Mentor.
Creature
we
package
do have
makes
the
sense.
we do have the
Time Vault Key.
time key combo.
Yeah.
Sensei's Dividing Top. So we've got a decent Urza's Saga package here.
Mm-hmm.
2 Preordain, and then all the restricted cards. Also,
Okay.
Yagwell.
He did have a prismatic ending in the list too.
Oh, yeah. So he did. That may have been Prismatic Ending then.
Versus Fragmentized.
Yeah, but Fragmentized did see a fair amount of play in Legacy at one point. So, but it did put the Mana Crypt in the graveyard. So it would have had to have been Fragmentized. We'll see if that's in the sideboard. We have 2 Spell Pierces. We have Mystical Tutor. We have Vampiric Tutor, Brainstorm, all the restricted cards.
Pretty standard stuff there. Yeah.
Bunch of duels, Tolarian Academy.
Sure.
Yep, we do have 1 Fragmentized.
1 Fragmentized. Okay.
Yeah, 2 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Tabernacle, Flusterstorm, and Op Agent, Fragmentized Hercules, Force, Sphinx, Nile Spellbomb, Prismatic Ending. So second one in the graveyard. Yixted Jailer.
Okay.
Not a card you commonly see anymore.
Right.
But
Just anti-dredge tech, yeah.
Are you familiar with the card?
I am. I bought it for a modern or legacy deck there for a little bit.
Oh, sweet. Okay.
Just to keep the stuff coming out of the yard.
Yep. Yeah. And stops just about everything. Graph Digger's Cage and Pithing Needle. So we've got... so I'm guessing Joe probably just brought in maybe a couple Swords to Plowshares, the Fragmentize... Sphinx is still not doing anything in this matchup.
Answers to the Monastery Mentor, right? Like, just try to control that. And
so let's take a quick look through some of the cool decks that we've got here today. See what maybe we get to see. So we've got Hollowvine, Oath of Druids, Esper Combo, Underworld Breach. Very powerful in this format. You don't even need Lion's Eye Diamond. You just get Black Lotus.
Right. Just recur that.
Yep.
Seems good.
Mono White Initiative, Esper Combo. A lot of Mono White Initiative. A lot of Oath of Druids.
A lot of Oath, yeah.
Hogak Vine, little Sultai Bug Control. Mono Blue Control. Let's take a look at that list here. Okay, so this player just messing with the system there, deciding to call it this. It is not Mono Blue Control. This is
Hollowvine?
This is Hollowvine.
4 Hex Drinker. Wow.
Yeah, that's some spicy. We've got 4 Cradles, Wasteland, Boseiju, Yavimaya as well.
Yeah.
Allowing your Bazaar
to tap for green.
Mana, and your Tabernacle on the sideboard. Mm-hmm. You also have a Basic Forest in the sideboard.
Basic Forest. Well.
So that's. I mean, I get it.
Mono blue, huh?
Yeah, I get it. I'm not a big fan of when players do that.
Right.
But we got the Doomsday player there.
Got
more
one
Hollowvine, Grixis combo.
Okay.
I'm guessing any of these are going to be any of the blank combos are going to be Tinker decks.
Yeah.
Mono White Initiative, more Grixis combo. Mono Red combo, that's going to be Goblins.
Love it.
Jeskai Control.
More Oath.
Yeah, and Jeskai Control, notably, that's going to be Luris Breach.
Yeah. So do you think the Uprising, not even Uprising, but the high representation of Oath of Druids is all Atraxa?
I don't think it's all Atraxa. I just think it's very, very well positioned right now.
Yeah.
Oh, hey. How's it going? So, I think it's going to be very interesting to see going forward. But yeah, I think Oath is very well positioned right now. There's just not a lot of ways to answer it. Again, Bug is its like kind of mortal enemy.
Okay.
Bug is not a high representation right now. There was a time when Bug was like you went to Goldfish and it was always in like the top 3 decks.
What do we see? 1, maybe 2 lists?
Yeah, there was. I think there was 2 to 3 Sultai Control.
Yeah.
And that again is if players aren't messing with the system.
Yeah, true. Right.
So we, I think Oath is really positioned. I'd love to see an Oath mirror on camera. I think that's really, really interesting.
Okay.
Because again, it's like a lot like the Reanimator mirror, right? You want to turbo out your Forbidden Orchard and constantly make your opponent have more creatures than you.
Right.
And it just depends on what creatures you're running. Chaz earlier chose to run Atraxa.
Right.
Traditionally, those lists have run Grizzlebrand.
Sure.
Niv Mizzet Perun.
Okay, just start shooting stuff.
Yeah, start shooting stuff. It's uncounterable if you do have to hard cast it. You'll occasionally see Archon because it's not legendary.
Okay.
Archon of Cruelty.
Cruelty, right.
Yeah.
Okay.
I've seen Blazing Archon out of the sideboard. Creatures can't attack you.
Right.
It's their best answer to bug.
Okay.
But yeah, there's a lot of like really cool Oath targets. I know I've seen an Oath deck before that also runs Channel. And so you could either channel out Emrakul or Oath in an Emrakul.
Okay. Is Channel restricted too, or?
I think so.
Yeah.
Channel is one of those cards that they could probably unrestrict and still no one would play it.
Yeah.
But I think for now it sits on the restricted list. I don't know.
Yeah.
But I think you could probably safely unrestrict Channel and did nothing. I mean, they unrestricted Yawgmoth's Bargain, and that card still doesn't see play.
Yeah.
Turns out 6 mana to do exactly what Necropotence does, but you get the cards immediately. Still not worth it.
Yeah, still not seeing a lot of play.
I do have one save back if they run Bandit and Commander, though. That card is going straight into Commander deck. Carrick would love that card.
That'd be gross.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I think, you were talking about the Oath versus Oath matchup. I mean, as many of those decks that are out there, it's a possibility.
Yeah, Oath versus Oath. The Bazaar versus Bazaar would be really interesting.
Yep.
I don't think we can have Shops v Shops.
I
saw one Shops list on there.
Yeah.
I know there's 2 players on Shops. One of them is on Jewel Shops.
Okay. Yep.
For those of you that don't know, Coveted Jewel, it's a 6-mana artifact. When it enters the battlefield, you draw 3 cards, taps to add 3 mana, and then if an opponent, I think if a creature is unblocked, its controller gains control of the Coveted Jewel. Like if you're attacked and the creature is not blocked.
Right.
Doesn't have to deal damage. You can get in with your Swamp Mosquito, give them your poison counter, and take the Lotus.
The Jewel. I didn't even know that text was on that card just because people combo off with the Jewel without really an attack step most of the time. So
yeah. It very, very, very rarely comes up. It comes up obviously a lot more in Commander where that card was, I say, intended to be played.
Right.
I don't think intended is the right word. Made to be played. It was in a Commander deck.
Right.
But since then, I mean, that's the cool part about Vintage and Legacy is these Commander cards that like seem so kind of innocuous in Commander or just seem kind of cute and fun.
Right.
Are some of the most powerful.
Hey, you put them in a deck with Black Lotus and Mox, all of a sudden it gets real strong,
Yeah. We have a lot of Commander cards. Flusterstorm, notably first printed in a Commander deck.
Didn't know that.
Yep. 2011 Political Puppets, first Commander deck ever printed.
Wow.
Like the first 5 Commander decks. That's why in the Heritage, like the expansion set free Legacy, Flusterstorm wasn't legal.
Wow.
Because it's only ever been printed in Commander, and then in Modern Horizons as the Buy a Box promo, so it wouldn't be legal for that Heritage format. But yeah, I love these like quirky, cool Commander cards that are starting to see play. We see that one. We've seen Flusterstorm. We obviously see a lot more of them in Legacy, but that's just because Vintage is just so tight.
Yeah.
There's not a lot of room to kind of like fiddle around and
no, because
forgive the pun, but tinker.
Yeah, and you're almost forced to play a lot of the Mox and a lot of the restricted cards, right? Like there's a reason they're restricted, so you should probably be running them, right? So.
Yeah.
I don't know. It's really interesting, but again, a pretty good mix in the meta, I'd say. Oath of Druids, surprisingly, at least to me, having a pretty large share of the metagame right now.
Yeah, I think it's just a really fun deck to play. And I was talking to someone yesterday, and they said, well, it's Vintage. People are just going to play what they want.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, again, you got access to pretty much every card ever printed, so play what you want to play,
Yeah, yeah, very, very small ban list. You're not going to see any Demonic Attorneys or Shaherazads. Though we do have a side event for Old School going on somewhere around here, and that's where you'll see your Shaherazads. That's where you'll see your Falling Stars and Chaos Orbs. Yeah. Still no Demonic Attorney.
Right.
Wizards kinda doesn't like the idea of Ante. I'm kind of cool with not ever playing for Ante. I really don't want to put my Kappa Cannoneer up against your basic island.
Yeah. Have you ever played for an ante?
I have, and it immediately bit me in the butt both times I did it. The first time we did it it was a draft, and it was cards we didn't play.
Right.
And you just shuffled up the cards that are not in your deck, flipped over the top card.
Yep.
And it was my foil rare.
Mm-hmm.
It wasn't a very good one, but I was excited to have drafted a foil rare.
Right.
And the next time we did it, it was for now. This is when Cold Snap was still in standard. Vampire Hexmage hadn't been printed yet.
Okay.
I flipped my Dark Depths off the top, and this was in my deck.
Right.
And I lost both games.
Just immediately just punished for.
Yeah, I don't remember if I won any other games because I was so devastated
by
about
those two. Right.
Yeah. But have you ever played for ante?
No, never. Seen it printed on those cards. I mean, I was playing tabletop Magic back then, right? But never really had to play for the antes. So it was just we were still like learning the rules as those cards were being printed and stuff too. So
oh yeah, I remember you telling me some of the fun stories about you learning and kind of making up the rules as you go.
Oh yeah. The I think the worst one we ever did was the Eternal Echo. So you always had to pay that mana for your creature on every upkeep.
And this was even creatures without Echo, right?
Yeah,
so your Landlore elves.
Your River Boa, you just keep that 2 or 3 mana tapped.
But how do you regenerate the River Boa if you don't have the mana?
We didn't have fun. Okay, we learned pretty quickly after that. But I think we'll move in. Waiting on round 4 to start here. So
can't imagine it's going to be taking too long.
No,
that was a pretty quick matchup, but a lot of these are going through, and we're going to be seeing more and more players drop each round as they don't qualify.
Yeah,
so
speed up the rounds a little bit, but we'll see where we're at. We'll be back with round 4 Magic.
Sounds good. See you all in a few minutes. Hey, we are live for round 4 of Vintage. Looks like we've got Brandon Watson and Tom Nelson, I believe. Let me get over to round 4. This is, once again, our table 4. Tom Andrews, I apologize. Tom Nelson was the one who was playing Delver in the finals last night.
All right, I already know what Brandon's on.
Yep. Tom Andrews is on deck just titled Underworld Breach.
Okay. Excited to actually see this one.
Probably can just call it Breach.
Yeah,
There we go. I guess it helps shrink it because we have that giant text for some reason.
Yep.
Still don't know what we did there.
Nope. But off we go to the races here. Guys are already running. We got Force pitching dress down to stop the Mox. Okay.
Yeah. That's
Again on the mana denial plan.
That's a bold. I mean, I know I joke about this a lot, but that really is a bold strategy.
Well, and part of it too, Brandon pregame action had Chancellor of the Annex, so that was a way for him to pay through the tax.
Yeah, I want to see if. Okay, no. So sometimes these Underworld Breach decks have Aluris. And so if we didn't see it off camera or something, but Companion Revealed is actually on the list of bingo cards.
The bingo, yeah.
Yeah, mostly for Luris. There are a few people who like to meme and play some Lutri.
Lutri, I love that. I mean, again, if you're playing like top competitive Magic, you're probably not playing Lutri as your companion, but okay.
You know, Tanner, if we ever have to get to that point where we just want to fill out a bingo square, we could make an argument that 5 mana worth of spells cast on turn 1 is just Force of Will.
Yeah, we're doing all right. Okay, so got some options here. Do you like those 3? I guess probably not.
You don't really have a choice.
Yeah,
you gotta fetch land.
Yeah, exactly. Like, are we looking to fetch here and take the Mox draw?
So we have a Force of Will
and a Time Walk, I think is what that is. All right,
Players using this very
Cavern,
interesting.
White Plume.
No Trinisphere.
Okay. That shuts down.
That's a fancy looking 3-ball for Brandon there. Yeah, it looks
again,
like we're force pitching whatever that is.
Okay.
I think you're right. I think that is Time Walk.
Yeah.
You see those weird kind of. I wonder if I like some lore. I wonder if anybody has ever gone through and like figured out what race of those people are. Like Urza had the Metathrun. What are the Time Walk people called? Because they're only featured on 2 cards, I believe. Because the other one they're featured on is Walk the Aeons, where they're pushing the giant pendulum.
Yeah. The Masters of Time. It's interesting. We got a fetch here. Again, was this upkeep fetch?
I believe so. We're definitely doing it before draw step because we're gonna top. This might be end step fetch. Rearrange the top 3. Just see what we're drawing. Looks like we're gonna draw Get Probe into Bolt.
Not mad at that. Again, knowing that Brandon's on the Mono White initiative, answering, getting a look here on the probe.
We have a Chrome Mox, Seasoned Engineer, and that's Phyrexian Censor.
Okay.
That's going to stop.
I have no idea what that card does.
So Phyrexian Censor is a 3 mana, I believe 2/3 or 3/3. Each player can only cast 1 non-Phyrexian spell per turn.
Oh, okay.
And then creatures your opponent, or I think it's non-Phyrexian creatures your opponents control enter the battlefield tapped.
That's correct.
Or is it just opponents control, or is it non-Phyrexian creatures enter tapped?
Period.
Okay. So the fact that Seasoned Engineer and all those enter tapped doesn't actually matter.
Yeah. So
Phyrexian Censor here, not necessarily going to be so huge, but
it is a 3/3 for 3. So I mean, but we know Tom has the bolt in hand after the get to answer it. Yeah.
Now this is going to be huge in this matchup though, because Tom trying to Underworld Breach, which means he's trying to Storm.
Yep. Yeah, absolutely.
Underworld Breach, haven't really been paying attention to it, but it's probably killing the same way it does in CEDH. Just brain freeze your opponent to death.
Yeah. Seeing nothing but mana on the top is not exciting for Tom.
There's the Bolt. Beta Chris Rush Sign Bolt. Love it.
Land, Soul Ring.
Really appreciating the effort that Tom has put into getting his deck here. Looks like a lot of signed cards. I'm not surprised to not see or not surprised to see the top isn't signed. I don't believe that Artist is very commonly signs. Brandon also with a very pretty deck though. Secret Lair Chrome Mox, foil borderless caverns. We're gonna spin the top in response to Archon.
Sure. The colorless there.
There's a Tolarian Academy. Hey, there's the Bolt you want.
Finds another Bolt.
You know, how great? Can you describe the feeling? How great it is when you find the card you want on the top of your deck?
Well, again, I mean, Tom is loving the having the ability to answer what Brandon's doing over there, but we're also not. We have no signs of life on a game plan of our own, right?
So, no, and here's the season Dungeoneer.
And now it gets bad. Dungeoneer is going to enter trigger. Brandon's going to go find him a basic, and then we're all of a sudden, even though you can answer the Archon, the Dungeoneer threatening to end this game very quickly.
Yeah.
We know that there's 2 lands on top for this top.
Tom's just floating that Academy and the Volcanic Island.
Yeah.
But really just looking for Underworld Breach at this point. I don't know if Tom is able to currently go off with Underworld Breach, but even a mini breach here might not be bad. Force Negation, feeling real bad.
Terrible 3 on the top here, and no signs of being able to shuffle. Can't get rid of them, so we're just gonna have to tread some water here. I mean, the negation is castable, but I mean, Brandon at this point all in on this Seasoned Dungeoneer. It's about to get swole during this Dungeon Explorer, so. Did we miss the initiative?
Yes, we did.
Okay. Just excited to cast the Phyrexian again. I think Brandon realizing he missed his trigger.
Yeah, maybe waiting to see if maybe they're calling a judge.
I mean, he's already cast the spell. Yeah.
Yep, they are. There's a judge call.
Yeah.
The big debate here is, and this is often one that I see even like on Magic Twitter, is the may versus have to.
Whether or not this should have happened.
Yeah. So what should be the judge call here is I believe, and someone could correct me if I'm wrong. The judge can then have Tom say, ask Tom if he would like to put the trigger on the stack. What does it say? Oops. If Tom would like to put the trigger on the stack. If so, then Brandon will get to resolve it.
Okay.
But I believe he'll be forced to go down the forge path since we've already drawn the card for turn. We really can't scry.
True. Okay.
Which is probably the path Brandon wants to go down anyway.
Agreed.
But more than likely, I just assume Tom is going to say no.
Right. Yeah. I mean, decline the option. Your trigger to resolve.
Yep. Let's see if the judge is still at the table there.
No, I think they've cleared it already.
Yeah, they cleared it, and I'm guessing that's the exact result.
Yeah.
Tom says, no, I don't want my opponent to get 2 +1/+1 counters on their creature.
Yep.
Brandon could have brought Kate in here to fully clarify what happened there.
No, I think you nailed it, man. Yeah. Like, again, probably gave the option to Tom to make that decision. Hey,
there's the breach.
Okay.
I don't know if we can go off, though. Like I said, there's a Phyrexian Censor in play. That breach is going to be your one non-Phyrexian spell for the turn.
We have Bolt in the graveyard, right?
Yeah, but you will cast breach, and then you can't cast Bolt.
Also, yeah. Okay. So, no lines here that I can think of.
Yeah. Seasoned Dungeoneer. What did we explore? Could you tell?
No. I saw the card. Maybe Athalia.
Now let me ask you here, Tanner, because we've seen several initiative missed triggers this event. How do you feel? Like, are you a fan of the dice on top of the library? I like the dice on top of the library.
Yeah, if there's something I'm trying to not forget about before I draw my card, which again, that's the thing. Like, as a Magic player, you're like, your most exciting part of your turn most of the time is, what am I drawing?
Yeah.
And so oftentimes you can get excited, move through your upkeep too fast and miss crucial things. So the dice, I mean, again, a legal thing you can do. The Citadel also.
I thought Tom was about to show those 3 to Brandon and just concede the game. Yeah. So if you're Brandon here and you're playing this match, you've got the dice on top of the library.
I would for sure. But again, doesn't look like Brandon's going to be punished for missing it too much. Again, in a commanding position here, Tom's been floating this top for 5 turns. And
if Tom wins at 2 life, then you know what?
Seasoned Dungeoneer's the reveal. We've got 10 total. This is lethal.
And that's the game.
Yep. So no difference there for Brandon. But again, thankfully, a reminder for himself to stay on top of that. And, he didn't lose the game because of it here. So.
Yep. So let's go to... we're in round 4 now.
Mm-hmm.
Let's go check it out. So let's look at Tom first on his Underworld Breach deck.
Sure.
Let's see what we're bringing in here. So we do have Time Vault combo.
Mm-hmm.
And we did see Bolus of Citadel, which is why he's not running Luris.
Okay, right. Makes sense.
Okay, so we have Synchro, Ponder. We do have Tinker in here. And yeah, it does look like we're brain freezing probably ourselves into the opponent. We might just be looping Lightning Bolt to kill the opponent.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. I love that.
Yeah, I'm sure you do.
So to the face multiple times.
Whoo, that's some spice. We have 2 Death Mark in the sideboard. Destroy target green or white creature.
Yeah. Okay.
So we're probably seeing those come in.
Yep.
We've got an Alpine Moon, a Biforce, a Tabernacle, Hull Breacher, Hercule's Recall, Flusterstorm, Op Agent, Pyroblast, Sphinx of the Steel Wind, Strip Mine, Steel Sabotage, Mind Break Trap, and Pithy Needle. For those that don't know, Steel Sabotage is 1 blue mana, counter an artifact, or bounce an artifact.
Okay.
So what do you like bringing in here besides Death Mark? Do you like bringing in anything else?
Alpine Moon has some text.
Turn off like the uncounterability of Cavern, I guess. Yeah, I don't really like bringing anything.
That's about it,
yeah.
I think.
Yeah, I don't really like bringing in anything there. And then we're gonna go over and take a look at Brandon's deck list and speculate what Brandon's bringing in.
Yeah.
So Brandon on Mono White Initiative, a deck that we're both kind of a little familiar with here.
Mm-hmm.
The sideboard is pretty straightforward. It's 4 Leyline of Void, 3 Containment Priests, 3 Swords, 3 Null Rods, 2 Tabernacles.
So Null Rods?
Null Rods, maybe Leyline of the Voids.
Right. Turn off the breaches. This game plan number 1, right?
Yeah, and actually, if those hit the board,
I would say they stick, right?
Yeah, I didn't see anything in Tom's 75 that removes an enchantment. So.
And Brandon's probably got that read too, right? But maybe he didn't see Breach. We know he didn't see it in game 1, right? So maybe he doesn't know, but to bring in the ley lines.
I would think that. Yeah, maybe not. Because the thing is right now, Tom just looks like a Grixis Tinker deck.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, isn't necessarily far off. That's the thing about Vintage is there's a lot of kind of blurred lines.
Right.
Where really everything just comes down to: are you a Tinker deck? Are you a Xerox? I'm just trying to cantrip through my deck style deck. Are you a Bazaar deck or are you a Shops deck?
Yeah.
And I don't know about you, Tanner. As much as I love Sultai, I think if I was registering for this tournament, I'm going to be playing Tinker.
I think just seeing what we're seeing so far, it's Bolus of Citadel is kind of the gas, right? And so, and even we've seen Sphinx of the Steel Wind in games too, right? So,
yeah, Sphinx of the Steel Wind, not more recent. It's been around for a while. In these sideboards, but at one point that was actually Blightsteel Colossus, because there was just no way to remove it. And then Swords to Plowshares went way up in stock and Vintage, and
that hand's so close, Tom.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So we brought in Mind Break Trap.
Yeah.
I think the idea being that Brandon plays a lot of fast mana.
Right. Mox, Threat can get the Threat on the stack.
Yeah.
So, let's see, Brandon went to 6, Tom went to 6, Tom going to 5 here. Brandon, I think, is keeping the 6. Tom's last hand looks like it was so close, just needed just a Mox or something like that. Could have turned on the Tolarian Academy and the rest of the mana in the hand would have been fine.
Yeah. Ooh. You can hear the player's cards slap the table.
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful. Makes me want to shuffle up and play. How about you?
Oh, both death marks in the opener.
I wonder what the white card is.
It's been, most of those have been as proxies, and they're like Mox. That could be
Okay.
Mox Pearl.
Yeah, I think normally he has the giant color of it.
Maybe it's Mox Jack.
Yeah,
okay.
it's Pearl.
Okay.
I actually think those are very similar to the ones I use, which are Ken Meyer Jr. tokens. He sells them on his website for $1.
Okay. All right, so Tom keeping the 5 again. Looks like he had Force Will in hand. Both death marks are going to be live here. So if Brandon has a 4-mana turn 1 Dungeoneer, we immediately have the answer for it. So
yeah. And we also have Force to pitch
Mystical Tutor
for whatever we need to get rid of.
But again, if Brandon is just going to go, boom, here's my threat, you just answer it with death mark, right?
Yeah, I was thinking more in the line of the Trinisphere, the Chalice of the Void.
Mm-hmm.
I'm sure there's a Chalice.
Ooh, 2 mana.
This might be Chalice of the Void.
Yeah, it could be.
That is a Thalia, Guardian of Thraben. I believe Mina Harkus.
That is. Now Tom is praying for a second land here.
Yeah, Thalia is exactly what Brandon wanted to see especially on a Mold of 5.
Mm-hmm. And again, uncountable from the cavern.
Caracas protects Thalia too.
Mm-hmm.
And that's going to be a Mana Crypt.
Yeah. And again, Brandon have to pay his own tax here.
Yeah, here's Seasoned Dungeoneer.
And this hurts. It's uncountable through the cavern, so Force of Will not alive.
Yeah, it turns out Seasoned Dungeoneer also a human.
Mm-hmm.
What was Wizard thinking? Clearly, I was going to name another race from D&D, but I'm drawing a blank on all the races right now. So joke failed.
Yeah, and Tom here again. You got to feel like anything but Thalia here would have been like we could stabilize with the death marks.
Oh yeah, Spirit of the Labyrinth. Even Brandon goes like Elite Spellbinder or one of the Anointed Peacekeeper. I think both of those see play in this deck.
Yeah.
Anointed Peacekeeper's a little annoying because it makes both death marks cost 3.
Yeah.
It's just cards with that name.
Tom, okay, if he draws a land, doesn't.
I like Tom's action there, just feeling the confidence that it was a land and trying to put it on the battlefield.
Yeah.
Two. Go to Forge. I kind of like giving it to Thalia here more than Dungeoneer because Thalia first strikes.
Yeah, and just spread out the threat. Okay, so 0-3 dies for the Mana Crypt. Love it. That is, I'll take 3.
That's I gotta get me one of those. I typically have a coin, and on the top side it has something on the back. It says KO, and that's how I symbolize.
Yeah, I love that.
But I don't know. I kind of like the 0-3 option.
Brandon explores, drawing the tomb.
Just
7.
Free Ancient Tomb.
Again, I think Tom still in this game if he can find a land off the top.
Are you surprised to see just kind of a plain Jane Ancient Tomb here, Tanner? With like Masterpiece Mana Crypts and...
Bowl of the Citadel is the draw. Tom very close to just showing his hand of 7 cards that he cannot cast.
Yeah. I'm pretty sure this game is just about over with.
It's brutal, man.
There's the reveal.
Yeah.
Tom saying, I had all these, but didn't have the mana to cast them.
Tom, flip the top card, show me a land. That's so tough. Again, the hand, definitely worth keeping there.
Yeah.
I think we didn't even have the option to force the Will of the Thalia on the stack thanks to Cavern of the Soul, so just Brandon having just the right pieces to keep Tom from being able to, really even play Magic that game. He played Polluted Delta, drew some cards, and lost the game.
Yeah. Yeah, and again, nothing on our own nothing on our own card here.
Nope.
I really thought an easy one would be players use game cards from a different game as tokens.
Mm-hmm.
That was a very common occurrence yesterday.
Yeah. Brandon taking that 2-0. Definitive there. Again, I understand Tom keeping that hand too. We had the death marks thinking that we could answer the threats, right? And just never had the opportunity to cast it. I mean, again, saw, 3-4 draw steps there that at any point another mana source, even if it would have been slow like a Mox or something like that he could have paid for, Black Lotus would have been the nuts, being able to deathmark both those creatures. But just no option there when you don't draw the land.
Yeah. It's really interesting. And from Tom's standpoint, that's got to be like a kind of a frustrating feel, right? Like you said, any other creature in Brandon's deck.
Yep, any other one.
Except maybe exactly Anointed Peacekeeper, and you've got the Death Mark to answer it.
Mm-hmm.
But Thalia basically just says, hey, you can't play Magic.
Mm-hmm.
You've got Force of Will, but Brandon's a 4-cavern deck.
Yeah.
I think you're probably just leaving in Force of Wills for the lock pieces, the chalices, the Trinispheres, things like that. But I don't typically like Force of Will. Like, I think I would probably board down to like 2 forces in this matchup.
Yeah.
And then just like Mind Break Trap. I did like bringing that in.
Mm-hmm.
So, Caleb, do you know how many players we have in the Vintage event today?
I believe we have just under 50. I think it's like 40 something.
Mm-hmm.
I know, according to Melee, we have 25 tables.
Mm-hmm.
Looks like everyone is paired up. I don't see any buys, so we might have exactly 50 players. I know it's enough to get 6 rounds, not enough to get 7.
Yeah. So we took a look at the meta a little bit there from the deck list. Would you say something was particularly spicy?
Looking over it,
other than the guy listing his deck as mono blue control, and it's a hollow vine list.
No, it's kind of looking just like the standard thing. That's the biggest thing with not letting players naming their own decks.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we're going to see weird stuff like that, but we're not going to get to see people who are like, there could be, this Azorius combo deck could be something like trying to, brain freeze your opponent to death without Underworld Breach.
Right.
Or could be like a Mind's Desire combo deck. But we won't know from just this one. So it's listed as Azorius combo, but as we can see, it's not a combo deck.
It is mono white initiative.
They got
Azorius. Okay.
But there's nothing combo about this deck.
Mm-hmm.
So, I don't think there's anything particularly like spicy.
Do you consider the Goblins deck spicy?
At one time I would have, but I think Goblins is becoming a little bit more common in Vintage. Every so often I'll check out one of Justin's videos and he'll see him run into Goblins.
Yeah.
And I know, local Michael Raymond, big advocate for Goblins.
Yep.
I used to run into that one when I played Vintage a few times, back when kind of Muxus first dropped.
Right.
You're just trying to kind of turtle out Muxus. Looks like we got some responses in the chat there. What do we? I can't read that from here, Tanner. What are they saying?
No, just somebody looking forward to old school a little bit later. Mono black is the plan for them. Going to be coming up to the shop. So
we rocking some Hypnotic Specters and some Jusum Shins.
Man, good old hippie, dude.
Yeah. I'm a big fan of Jusum Shin myself. I could never afford one myself. And even now that they're in the $1,000 range, I could potentially buy one, but it just doesn't really fit the deck, any of my decks, and for old school, I think you need 4 of them, and I'm just not willing to make that investment right now, but I love the art on the card. If I could buy a print of it, I would. Just the giant thing, sitting there holding the little dude, that giant green, I'm about to say demon, but I guess it's a Jin.
Yeah, it's a Jin. Love the art on that card, though.
The mono black, probably a Mind Twist in there too. Mind Twist. I think
Sinkhole, is that a thing? Is that strong enough?
Probably. I don't know. Old school is like the one format of Magic that I have the ability to play that I've never played. It looks like we got a response there.
Yeah, hippies for sure, but no Jusums. So.
Okay. Old school. I believe doesn't allow proxies. There's there's a lot of formats. Old school is one of those that like, what's up?
Chaos Orb in the mix though.
Oh yeah. That's like when you're building your old school deck. Chaos Orb's number one.
Just the first card you pick up.
Yeah.
For your 75.
Old school does let you use like collector's edition and all those fun cards.
Okay. I was wondering where those got used at.
Well, most of the formats. There's like old school. Someone posted a chart in the Oklahoma MTG, and it showed like all the different versions of old school, and like what was allowed in each one. You know, what cards were restricted, what cards were. I don't think there's any banned except the anti cards.
Right.
And do remember you have to play. I think you have to play pre 7th edition.
Okay.
So, like, those are the only arts that are approved. And if you want to get real hardcore, Tanner, later we can play some Alpha 40. Are you familiar with that format?
I'm not. There's too many formats in Magic, man.
Only Alpha cards are allowed.
40 card decks, I assume?
40 card decks.
Okay. Yeah.
No, there's no 4 card limit. It was played like Alpha, where you could just play like old fogey style, flavor text, 20 plague rats and 20 black lotuses.
Right.
There are people out there that own 20 black lotuses and play this format.
That's
I'm guessing one of them's probably Dan Bach.
Yeah.
Dude owns more lotuses than I'm pretty sure anyone else. But yeah, old school.
Alpha 40, dude.
Yeah, that's a
format you'll never be able to talk me into, Caleb, and I don't care how much you try.
That's a format I can't talk myself into. I don't care how much I try. You know how many Alpha cards I own?
No.
One. And it's that island that I wanted the
yeah,
charity event.
Yeah, that was sweet.
It's a Mart Pool, like I think Island C from Alpha, that I thought was beta until someone pointed out the corners. So. Yeah. But yeah, that is I might own like an Alpha Sea Monster, or like Sea Serpent. I think is the name.
That means you're only 38 cards away, man.
Yeah, you know what? I think I also have an Alpha Tunnel, so walls can't block my creature.
That's a card.
I gotta get an Alpha Mountain so I can cast it, because right now I gotta get a second Alpha Island to cast the Sea Serpent. But
how much are Alpha lands right now? Like, what does it usually go for?
I think I looked at to get a second island maybe for 8 casts,
and
it was $60 to get a second Alpha Island, which is not nearly as bad as I thought it would be.
Yeah.
Because I paid more than that for my Beta Forest signed by Chris Rush. Obviously, I'm paying the premium for the signature.
Sure. Yeah. Yep. Rest in peace.
Yeah. So I have considered putting the Alpha Island and the Beta Forest in Kennen, my CEDH deck, and then just replacing the 2 other basics with like City of because I'm not running. I don't think I'm running Mana Confluence. And I've seen some lists running like Homeward Path and stuff. So if your like commander gets stolen,
right,
or just something else. And there's a really cool Homeward Path in Lord of the Rings.
Yep.
I don't remember what it is. I think maybe the Green Dragon.
Yeah. Well, I thought it was. Really loving the Lord of the Rings set.
Oh, I'm absolutely hyped. I don't even think any of the cards are particularly playable in like Modern, Legacy, Vintage outside of stuff that we've seen like Orcish Bowmaster.
Made a splash yesterday too.
Yeah, we've seen a couple decks with Boromir, the one that makes free spells countered. But I don't think there's a lot of like Lord of the Rings stuff.
No.
You know, I was talking about with Brandon, the co-host before you got here yesterday, and we were talking about how like the Ring Timshu is kind of one of the first times we haven't seen it. We've seen an outside game element that we don't care about because you know obviously the initiative dominated Legacy. It's still dominating Vintage.
Right.
And the Monarch actually sees quite a bit of play in Legacy with things like Court of Cunning. I think that's the only court that really occasionally you see like a Court of Ambition, but obviously Palace Jailer is really where it's at.
Right, for sure. So Sig asking, you did have a CE clipped Time Vault. Do you still have that?
Yes, I do. That's my I think that's the only collector's edition card I own. I picked it up for a trade where it was a Gideon Ally of Zendikar and like $20 worth of standard rares. It's beat up on the back.
Right.
I didn't even notice that. I didn't know collector's edition cards are supposed to have square corners.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
So I didn't realize it was clipped.
Was that just a thing people did to?
Yeah, I think there was a point where you couldn't run them because like the way that they sat in sleeves, you could like feel the corners. So people would try to do it, or maybe it was just to try to pass it off as like a beta one or whatever.
I see.
I don't really care. It still taps to take an extra turn.
Yep.
I don't really play it a whole lot anymore. It was an old Canadian Highlander deck.
I got you.
So.
All right, yeah. Well, we got round 5 coming up here soon. Just 2 rounds left before we cut to the top 8. So we're going to try to get a match here that has some implication here for that potentially. So stay tuned, and we'll be back with that.
Later, everyone.
right, everybody, we are back for round 5 action here. We got Jacob on Mono White Initiative versus Luke on Oath of Druids. Not surprised to see Oath here with, again, as much of the metagame that seems to be running it. So,
yeah. So here we're gonna let's take a look at good old bingo cards here. We can have Elk, our own card. Oath traditionally.
Oath on the
Yep.
Yoko. Yeah.
Used to be named Oathco.
Okay. Yeah.
Because elking your opponent's artifacts to give them creatures. Reasonable strategy. Players just deciding who's going first here.
Yeah.
We can have complete a dungeon. And then we always have the option of like misstep a probe, misstep a misstep. But I don't think we're going to be seeing a whole lot else. Possibly card used from another card game uses a token for the spirit token on Forbidden Orchard. So yeah, I guess we could potentially see a Lord of the Rings card cast. Don't know what it would be.
Yeah.
Boromir.
Yeah, Boromir could see.
I guess I can look at Jacob's deck list here and
take
see
a look from the list.
see if we have Boromir in there.
Probably not going to break a storm count. Shops non-existent out here, by the way. So that feels like that square is just dead.
We have 2 shops players in the entire store. One of them on Jewel Shops, and the other one just says Mono Blue Shops.
Yeah.
So that could be anything. Interesting to note, Jacob's profile picture is the art for Bazaar of Baghdad.
Nice. Is he actually on Mono White Initiative then?
He is.
Okay, all right.
He is.
We didn't get hoodwinked again.
Yeah. No, looks pretty standard. This one, notably, no Boromir in the at least in the main.
Okay.
In the sideboard, yet. No. This looks like a pretty standard initiative list. Okay. Now there is a chance that Jacob just didn't think it was good or was not able to get a hold of Boromir before the event. I know a lot of stores cracked a ton of product and started selling singles, but just sometimes they're not able to get there.
And to give everybody some context on this matchup too, both Jacob and so Jacob's at 3-1 and we got Luke at 3-0-1. So big match for these two to put themselves in a good position to potentially draw into the top 8 with a W here. So Jacob having to take a mulligan.
Is this the first mulligan or the second one?
I think this is the first.
Okay, I saw both players shuffling up, but then I was looking at the deck lists and didn't see if.
I think it's just the one. Looks like
Luke just showing that
Luke's
we have
got 7.
Yep.
All right, Jacob looking at these. You got Wasteland, Cavern, Fetchland, just too much mana.
Yep.
Not enough action. So Luke helping us out. This is the mold of 5. Jacob taking a look here. Okay, so Mono White Initiative again. We've seen this deck. We've seen a lot of initiative this weekend in both the Legacy and Vintage side. Going to 5, not the worst, but definitely looking for a turn 1. Here's my threat. I'm going in the dungeon.
Yeah. I mean, in this format, Black Lotus, Cavern of Souls get you an uncounterable Seasoned Dungeoneer.
Right.
And you can do that with 3 cards.
Yep. Well, there's Seasoned Dungeoneer. There's Ancient Tomb.
There's a Chrome Mox, Solitude.
Okay, so we got a turn 1 Dungeoneer here, right?
No.
No?
No, because I don't think we have a 4th mana source. We have Ancient Tomb, we have Chrome Mox.
Okay. Yeah, you're right.
I see Athalia, MVP of last game.
All right, so the redundant Dungeoneer and the Solitude
like
goes to the yard.
Yeah.
Okay, so a Myriad tapped. Okay, so we got line to turn 2.
Yeah. Player actually removing it from the sleeve. A lot of times players just... sometimes they'll even just play the spell, and it's just understood both players have that as the land.
Right.
There's a jet from... Okay, Wasteland.
Wasteland slows down the game plan.
And another time we've seen this type of thing, right? This mana denial, especially when on a mold of 5, it just feels so brutal. Pithing Needle. There's not a lot to name in this.
Not an obvious one, right?
You can name like Lorna the Third Path, but that actively helps you because if your opponent's tapping that, then you're drawing a card too.
Cavern on human, sure.
Yeah, yeah. Let's see.
Forbidden. Oath of Druids.
Mm-hmm.
Here's your dude.
Yeah.
Another ancient tomb. Not what we were hoping for, but I think this does get Dungeoneer online. No?
No. Well.
Gromox pitched the Dungeoneer. Okay, found another one.
Yeah.
Sure.
Uncounterable Dungeoneer.
Yep.
Problem is we're probably just going to see a big old fat creature in play next turn.
Yeah, the Oath's definitely going to trigger here.
Interesting here, Jacob is a mono white deck. More than likely, at least one copy of Caracas in the deck.
Okay.
So we might be seeing trying to get something maybe like a non-legendary. I mean, I know it's kind of up to the top of your deck, but yeah, we do have exactly one copy of Caracas in the main.
Okay. Well. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Luke's got
That's
the
a flash.
Yeah.
This might be like a Protean Hulk deck. Because Flash is not a very... Or maybe we're just flashing in Atraxa.
Mm-hmm. I think that's the idea. We saw an earlier build running Show and Tell instead as an alternative.
I'd love to see a Flash Hulk deck in Vintage.
This has got to be, one of two Atraxa? We're still going here.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yep, there's the Atraxa.
Okay.
All those going to the yard. Let's take a look at Luke's deck list here and see what threats we have.
Okay.
We have 3 copies of Atraxa.
Okay.
We have 2 Jace the Mind Sculptors.
Yeah.
We have a Crucible of Worlds. Pithing Needle, Sensation Binding Top. We have the Time Vault. We saw the Manifold Key to the graveyard.
Mm-hmm.
With the Druids, Urza Saga, Time Walk. Nothing. We have 1 copy of Flash. That card might be restricted. I don't remember.
Yeah. Big reveal here. We got Creature Chosen. Instance going to be Force of Will. Sorcery being Get Probe. Artifact being the Emerald. Land being Bajuka Bog.
I'm gonna say we have a Bajuka Bog in the main. Do we have we have 3 copies of Crop Rotation.
Right.
So we have like a. This is a very interesting Oath list. I'm glad we got this one on camera. In the sideboard we have Spreading Seas in the sideboard, Tanner.
Okay. I mean, it's another mana denial route.
Yep. Yeah, looks like it's just a mana denial. It's a thing. Also, notably, you can find it's a mana denial that you can find with Atraxa, along with your Wasteland. So.
Yeah, and I think that's what Luke's considering here too, because he originally snapped the Bog into a selection here, but leaving it in the mix for him to go get later if need be.
So what do we take? We took
Atraxa, Force of Will, Get Probe, Mox.
Can you read what the needle's on?
I have no idea. I'll go pop out there and take a look.
Sounds good. Oh, that's a good call out. Needle on Wasteland is probably the best. I don't know why we didn't think of that one. Okay, so we're looking like we're going to... It is a little risky. There's not a lot of cards left in that library. And we're going to be triggering Oath of Druids next turn.
Mm-hmm. And we saw, we saw 2 other Atraxas. So there's probably one more still in the deck.
There's 3 copies total.
Right. Oh, there's only 3. Okay.
Yeah.
Well.
So Protection for Creatures gets in. We're exploring. It's a Chancellor of the Annex. That's probably going straight to the bin.
Oh, yeah, and the Atraxa would have put the other Atraxa on the bottom. So we definitely have one more hit on the Oath.
Yeah, but the problem is if it's the bottom card and you actually didn't see a Gaia's Blessing in the list. It's got to be in here, right? Someone's very excited out there. Yeah, Tanner, there is no copies of Gaia's Blessing in the 75.
Okay.
Meaning if for some reason Luke mills himself out, and he mills himself out, that's a little scary for me. Granted, I never played Oath, so...
I have to assume it's probably not as scary for Luke as we're making it out to be.
There's probably just a high probability that it just never happens.
Should Should we not have had an oath trigger there?
So you have to trigger oath. You don't have to act like you don't have
Oh,
to.
okay.
Like you have to acknowledge the trigger.
Mm-hmm.
You don't have to do anything with said trigger.
Got it. Okay.
Um,
So Atraxa gets in, bashes Jacob for 7. Luke revived from the lifelink and going to grab a basic, which
Jacob right here would love an archive trap. Just surprise archive trap. Was a card that was seeing a bit of vintage play for a little bit. Beats Doomsday.
Okay, yeah, definitely. Failed to find there.
Yeah.
Makes sense. I don't think there's really an option.
So, yeah, there are 0 basics in the deck. That, by the way, is more than likely a tropical island, as that is the only dual land in the Oath deck.
Yeah.
So again, revealing Chancellor of the Annex on the top. That's probably just going straight to the bin. I can't imagine we're casting a 7 mana card here.
We're not too far from it. I think that was another Seasoned Dungeoneer, though.
Oh, it's a Dungeoneer. Okay.
Yeah. Okay, so a Dungeoneer cracks in for 7.
And
but
just negating an Atraxa attack.
yeah.
You really need a Solitude here to make that Atraxa go away.
We do have the mana to hard cast.
So that's a Ruby. That's a Thalia.
Sure.
Uncounterable. That's kind of irrelevant.
Yeah, but again, Jacob's putting all the material he can on the board. Try to threaten as much damage as possible, but it's going to be really difficult to race this Atraxa.
I just scooped it up. I
Yep.
wonder if... you know what happened? Jacob missed his initiative trigger.
Yep.
He got the initiative back and didn't acknowledge the trap.
Yep.
And that actually was pretty relevant there. So I bet just kind of scooping it up to the I don't want to say it's a shame concede, but I think it's a because I missed trapping you, I know I'm dead.
Well, I mean, Luke was going to smash him with the Atraxa and move further into the dungeon himself. So, I mean, I think the writing was on the wall on that one.
Yeah, it's pretty close. It's interesting with the trap because sure, Atraxa has lifelink, but the trap's going to put him to 8. He'll go up to 15 on the next turn. But Seasoned Dungeoneer has is a growing threat. I mean, we saw Seasoned Dungeoneer there. I think was at 7 power. Next turn probably is at 8, unless there's a land on top.
Yeah.
So.
I mean, unless we missed something, it kind of felt like Jacob had at least one more turn there, but picked him up. Again, I think he saw everything that he needed to see there. So we're gonna move on to sideboards though. Let's take a look at those lists real quick and see if there's anything that stands out.
Yep. So sideboard for Luke, we have 3 Force of Vigor, 3 Null Rod, 2 Dismember. Those are coming in. 1 Spell Pierce, 1 Flusterstorm, 1 Caracas. You could make an argument for Caracas. There are Lauren. Though you really don't want to bounce that one. There's Thalia. We'll take a look at the legendary creature count in a second.
Yeah, I mean, again, with access to Crop Rot too, there's not a real big downside to bringing it in, just as a tool if need be.
Yeah, I have to imagine Surgical, Tabernacle, and Spreading Seas probably aren't coming in, but I think the basic Forest will come in over the Bajuka Bog since.
Right. There's no graveyard interaction.
Yeah, and then over on Jacob's side. Okay. Cool. It was for a while, it was just automatically defaulting me back to round 2. Jacob's sideboard, we have 4 Leyline, 3 Null Rod, 2 Swords to Plowshares, 2 Archon of Absolution, 1 Containment Priest, 1 Tabernacle, 1 Lauren. I'm thinking the Lauren probably comes in. The Swords to Plowshares definitely come in.
Definitely.
And the Containment Priest comes in because the creature's going to come in from the library and not be cast.
Right, from the Oath triggers.
Yeah.
For sure.
And just to... Okay, so we have... Okay, it looks like we only have 6 legendary creatures in the main, so probably not worth bringing in Caracas for there. Looks like we have 4 Thalia, 2 Laurens. You could also bring in the third Lorn from the sideboard. It does destroy an oath when it comes into play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. I mean, anything that can answer the oath, I think, is worth the space in the deck. So
Yeah. As for what's coming out, I don't really know here. You probably take out. Okay, you're on the play, so you might take out Chancellors.
would you not consider leaving those in on the play, or you just think that's a draw side thing?
I think that's a draw thing.
Okay, allowing you to
Yeah.
maybe stunt them on the first turn.
I mean, you could leave it in on the play if
Yeah.
you're just trying to because it's going to stop any Force of Wills. I don't know. That's why I don't play Chancellor. I'm not sure the right timing for it. But yeah, I don't really know what's coming out here. I have no experience with the initiative matchup. All these cards look good. Maybe the Anointed Peacekeepers come out. I mean, that card seems pretty good, but maybe it's not.
I mean, it has text, could slow down an oath.
Yeah.
Again, Jacob looks at those 7, could not throw them away fast enough.
Yeah. That's the interesting thing about these formats, Vintage and Legacy, is players put nothing but good cards in their deck, so it's really hard to sideboard because all your cards are just good.
Yeah. And again, another mulligan we've seen from an initiative deck. It's got to be pretty common with the list, I suppose, because, again, you're looking for specific set of 3 cards, really. You need fast mana, you need the threat, and hopefully some level of interaction.
Yeah.
Jacob, I'm going to take a look at 7 here.
Tanner, you want to update our
round
round win?
Yeah.
Cool.
We got Luke taking game 1 there.
For the record, having Tanner do that because he's the one with the mouse.
All right. Good 6 from Jacob.
We got a Chromox. We got mismatching Chromoxes in the deck.
Got a Containment Priest, though, and that's got to feel pretty good here.
Yeah, and we got a Cavern to make it uncounterable, too. I kind of want to
ancient-
snap those off.
Yeah. It's which card goes back right now?
I kind of maybe put back the Emeria. Maybe Chromox. Because what you're currently pitching the Emeria to Chromox? No? What was that card then?
That was the Archon he tucked. So
okay, I didn't see there was an Archon in hand.
Archon of Emeria. Yep.
Yeah.
So he's got the.
I was talking about the Emeria's Call.
Okay. Yeah. Archon of Emeria. Yep.
Yeah, which might be getting unprinted under this Chromox. I do love those MDFC lands for this exact reason.
Yep. Could be land if you need it. Could be pitched to a Chromox.
So it provides mana either way. One of them just costs you 3 life.
Yep.
And sometimes it's just a spell.
Yep. Looks like Luke considering this Chromox that's on the stack.
Yeah.
Eventually says okay, so now Jacob is resolving the imprint trigger.
Yeah. Jacob doing it the way I prefer, which is put the spell underneath there. Makes it a little easier to see what's going on. Also makes it...
Cavern on human.
Yeah. Actually, no.
No?
Cavern might be on Cleric.
Interesting.
For White Plume Adventure is a...
Okay, that's a Cleric. Okay.
Yep. It's an Orc Cleric. And Containment Priest is also a Cleric. I'm just going to clarify.
It's human.
It is human?
Yeah,
you can read it?
Mm-hmm.
I can't.
The big ol' H is giving that away for me.
Okay. It's Tropical Island. I believe that is.
Pearl.
I believe that's just an altar of a tropical island too.
It is. Flash and Containment Priest in response.
I think it end of turn.
End of turn. Okay.
So Containment Priest can start beating down.
Sure.
I like this. I think you just need to start getting on the board. It's clear that Luke is not going to be able to counter it. And you can't really do it in response to the Oath trigger.
Yep.
Because at that point your opponent can just say, okay, well, I'm not going to trigger Oath.
Yep.
You can't really be like, your opponent's like, okay, I'm gonna activate Oath now and flash in your Containment Priest.
Right.
At least I'm pretty sure that's not the way Magic works. But there are some old cards out there with some weird rulings. Every rule in Magic is broken by another card. So
yeah, that's certainly true. It's
okay.
like, hey, Magic, here's the rules. Unless this card says that's not how the rules work.
So Tanner, the Containment Priest, that's a party member, being a Cleric.
Cleric, right?
So we're milling swords to plowshares, just getting in for 3.
Yep.
Love it. I don't know. Would you be tempted to draw the swords here, knowing that like if you can get rid of Containment Priest, you need an answer to Atraxa?
Yeah, well, again, but he doesn't have to worry about that right now, right? Like,
Yeah.
he'd much rather get this game over as quickly as possible. And because even if Luke had the ability to answer it, it would have been post upkeep. So, knowing that he'd still have a turn to not worry about Oath. So, I think that's good.
All right, so we're looking like that wasn't just a pass the turn, right?
Absolutely was not a pass. We definitely got a big old combat step coming.
I'm guessing that maybe like move to combat.
Right.
So we've got
Seasoned Engineer, Explorer Trigger.
okay. Did leave in the
6.
Chancellors.
This is a bash for 9.
8. Season 3 counters on Seasoned Engineer, so making it 6, and then Containment Priest is a 2/2.
Yep.
Yeah, bash for 9. I was thinking maybe we complete a dungeon. We're not completing a dungeon.
No. I was gonna talk about how Containment Priest makes the throne
Throne?
real bad, but it doesn't matter. This game's gonna be over before that.
Yeah.
Draw. Saga Trigger goes up. Now Luke is gonna be able to make a blocker that can.
It won't matter. Give Seasoned Engineer pro creatures, and you get trap at your upkeep.
Yep. So see the writing on the wall there. So up to Luke to find an answer for this Dungeoneer.
We did see 2 dismembers in the sideboard, but Luke really can't afford to dismember unless he can take the initiative because that trap's just going to kill him.
Yep.
So this is probably not a great thing for Luke's side of the board.
Again, initiative showing the strong, even on the mull again, down to 3. And we're drawn.
Yeah.
Is there anything Luke could have here to? I mean, because he's dead to both creatures, right?
I don't think Evacuation sees play in this format.
Aetherize, out of nowhere.
Yeah. But yeah, no, I don't see anything. I think Luke is just playing it out, trying to make Jacob maybe scared of what he could have.
Or just gather all the information you can, right? See if Jacob shows any other information.
Maybe add some sideboard cards or something.
Is that a Thalia?
That's a Thalia.
Okay. Yeah.
That is the Crimson Vow art.
Okay.
Just the regular art.
Got a
Anointed
trigger.
Peacekeeper flipped off the top.
Also, notably, still in the deck. So Luke getting you more information for game 3, which I think he sees coming, and he does. So picks him up. Again, gathered all the information he could. I'd love that. Again, your high-level competitive Magic here. Make your opponent go all the way through the steps, see what information you can glean to try to make the best decisions for your game 3.
Yeah. Vintage moving quick today. Again, we're at 2:38. We're about to be
into the final round. So again, this is a big game, big match. Obviously, whoever wins this in a very good position to skate their way into the top 8. The loser might be fighting to have a shot. It might be an outside shot with a loss here to get up there.
Yeah, I know. When you start this conversation, people often are like, this is where the conversations about how IDs shouldn't happen in tournaments, and I'm not going to speak to that because at the I don't want to start some controversy on a podcast or on a stream with like 4 people watching. I don't want us to lose all of our
Hey man,
watchers.
it's on the internet. It's on there forever.
Yeah. But this is where we're going to see the angry YouTube comments about like intentional draws shouldn't happen. Players should be forced to play it out.
I mean, I'll be honest. Like being on the side where in that 9-10 range, and if players were forced to play it out, I might be able to make the jump into the top 8 instead of them just not even having to play Magic. Like I've been on that side of it where it felt like those draws just were like, well, this isn't fun. But also been in the side of it to where you love being in the position in a tournament to not even have to play that last round and just skate your way in, right? So I know both sides of it. The competitor in me says everybody should play it out, but I'm not quite sure where I land. It's somewhere in the middle.
Yeah, same here. I mean, I've also been on both sides of it. I've made top 8 by drawing in,
Right.
and I've gone to ninth place on tie breaks because because some players drew in, and I wasn't super salty. I was actually excited. That's at the time before I got my top 8, that was the highest I'd ever finished in a competitive tournament.
Sure. Right.
Notably, I don't play a lot of competitive tournaments. I used to judge, but yeah, I think IDing is fine. If they got rid of the rule, though, I wouldn't be upset.
Yeah, I think I agree. But again, it also means these tournaments probably take a little bit longer too, right?
Yeah.
And so there's a time consideration there too. We got to remember these players, again, this started at 10 o'clock, right? And we're round 5. If any of them make the top 8, they're potentially in for another 2-3 hours of Magic, right? So
that's when you're asking your friend to bring you some food.
right. Hey, we got a break.
Yeah. Tanner, if they ever get rid of IDs, I might start playing like Oops in every format.
Just hey, I'm trying to take as many breaks in between rounds as I can.
Look, yeah, you gotta pee, go grab a hot dog at the concession stand.
Yeah, do both at the same time. Okay, so players looking at the 7s.
Are we finally gonna get to see Jacob keep a 7 here?
It's got to be scary from Luke's side, right? But again, Luke now on the play, so on the powerful side here.
Yeah, and I mean, okay, both players
both going down.
Yeah, there is now what Luke really wants to do is just have the nuts, which is turn 1, any sort of Moxen, Forbidden Orchard, Oath of Druids.
Yeah,
he knows it's not getting countered,
right?
And then at that point, Jacob needs to find the Containment Priest right then and there,
and still have the ability to make the mana for it too, right?
Yeah.
So that's another like 3-card situation,
and probably Cavernous Souls, because otherwise, I mean, we know Luke has a ton of counter magic in his deck.
Yeah, interesting. Probably cat and mouse here on the 6s too. So. Again, I think an underrated aspect of the mulligans too is whoever's on the play has to make the decision first, right? And so whoever's second here, gets to know, how confident their opponent is on keeping those 6.
Okay, so that proxy, Luke had 2 of whatever that proxy is in the sideboard.
Containment Priest in hand feels okay.
See, my first thought it was Tabernacle, but I don't know why you'd bring in Tabernacle in this matchup. I don't think it's good.
No, Luke's always going to have mana to pay. This hand feels rough from Jacob's side.
I wonder if it's Null Rod. I wonder if it's a
could be
proxied Null Rod. That is a reserve list card.
Yep.
Interesting to play. Now, a lot of times you'd think, you're playing mono white, you want to play Stony Silence because enchantments are harder to remove. But since you're playing Ancient Tomb, that doesn't cast Stony Silence on turn 1. But it does cast Null Rod.
Yeah. So if Luke's got a mana hand and no gas, then Jacob keeping the 6 here on the back of Null Rod could play out.
Yeah, is that double Thalia in hand? Is the 2 spells that are not the proxy?
It is Thalia and Containment Priest, I think.
Okay. I mean, Containment Priest is your best card in this matchup. I'm sure you're very excited. And both those cards are human, so you can, so let's see how players do this. Now, Luke on the play does get a chance. Okay, Mox Sapphire.
I mean, Jacob kind of happy to see that, I think.
Yeah.
Because this turns on that Null Rod, which he immediately pulls the front. He's like, oh, baby, yes. Throw another one down.
We got a...
Black Lotus? Oh, immediately cracked, though. Top floating 2 of some color.
Perhaps green.
Might be green.
Yeah.
Filter through the top.
What does our comment say there, Tanner?
Let's go Frowning Table. Maybe a team name?
Okay.
I don't know who's on Frowning Table, but got a fan in the chat at least.
Yeah. Okay, going through the thought process. Okay.
Oh, okay. You got the MTGO name. Jacob, again, early on, and that null rod's going to shut off this top, too. So, I mean, I think Jacob is very happy with this start.
Yeah,
I think Luke's looking for an oath here, right? With the way he played this out.
Yeah, and he found one.
Okay.
And there's a tropical island, leaving one card in hand.
So Jacob less excited about this now because with that oath in play, but no creature on the trigger, right?
Yeah.
So not a threat yet, but close to it. I think he's just got to slam the null rod here and turn off top and sapphire.
Yeah, I believe that is supposed to be like the rod itself sucking up the ability of the artifacts.
Yeah, thank you. We...
they can't see us anymore, Tanner.
That's right. Okay, so null rod.
Activate in response.
Got to.
I wonder if we're going to see an Atraxa in the top 3. You can just make it your top card.
So, Oath, your opponent has to have more creatures than you, right? That's how
That's
that
correct,
works?
yeah.
Okay.
So now Luke really looking for Forbidden Orchard.
Right.
But Jacob is a creature deck.
Mm-hmm.
So pretty much guaranteed to have more creatures than you.
Yeah.
The biggest issue is you want to try to trigger it as soon as possible. Now, looking at Luke's list here, looks like I may have been wrong. Oko may be a thing of the past, Tanner, because I did not see one in the list here.
Okay.
We have 2 Jace the Mind Sculptor as Planeswalkers, which is not one you commonly see. Okay, we're going to choose to draw, put the top back on top.
Okay. Makes sense. Yep. Again, turn off the sapphire. Love that upside down, letting you know I can't activate this. So the records for these two, we've got Luke 3-0-1, and then we've got Jacob at 3-1-0. So Luke's got a tie. So again, they're fighting to keep another loss off the resume here, moving into the last round. Yeah, Sapphire never coming back with that null rod in play. So we got Cavern on Human here. Again, pretty standard fare.
Yeah, this should just scream, "Hey, I have a Containment Priest."
There's the Forbidden Orchard off the top.
Yeah,
but Jacob now has the answer to the oath.
Yep, and here it is. Going to cost him 2 life, but it is going to be uncounterable.
Yep.
Luke now hoping to draw his, I'm assuming
removal.
Well, it's 2 Dismembers.
Okay.
But no longer has the top to filter through that bottom card. And we can put a Thalia in play here. Mm-hmm. So Dismember will cost 2, which Luke does have.
We have Wasteland too. Any? Do we try to stall Luke a little bit more, or just keep going proactively if you have the ability on Jacob's side?
I like putting Thalia in play here and then Wastelanding. And just making Anointed Peacekeeper. Okay. We get to take a little peek at Luke's hand. We got Flash, we got Force of Will, and we got top. Force of Will feeling real bad here. But I'm still probably gonna. Well, I think I'm gonna name Flash here.
It's got to be Flash. You've got the null rod stopping the top. Force of Will not doing anything with Cavern. Now, notably, he doesn't have to pick a card that's in the hand, right? Off the Anointed. So if there's something else he's afraid of or just wants to respect.
Yeah.
I'll have to get out there and maybe take a look at that one.
Figure it out.
No open deck list. It'll probably be something that they do for the top 8, though, so players will know if they get to that level. Yeah, and
Peacekeeper naming Dismember.
Yeah, that totally makes sense. We got to keep the Containment Priest on the battlefield. Natty Forest draw.
Yep, just like we thought.
Not helping.
Probably took out the Bajuka Bog for it. Though that is that's going to be an APAC forest, and those are beautiful.
Mm-hmm. And now Jacob in complete control here. Drew the seasoned engineer off the top as well. Can get the initiative dungeon rolling here, but is just going to continue. Nope. Okay, there it is. So.
And notably, both creatures on the board are party members. They're both clerics.
Okay. Yeah. So
we're going to be able to get.
Dungeoneer is going to be exploring.
Yeah. Well, right now, this turn, one of these two is going to be exploring, and I'm guessing it's probably the Peacekeeper because it's vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, both of them are rumbling, but the Peacekeeper is vigilant, so it makes sense putting more counters on it.
Yeah. And I mean, we saw this from the beginning, right? Jacob keeping that hand with that null rod, hoping for the exact start that Luke had with the sapphire and the top, shutting all that down. Also had the answer with the containment priest for the oath. Yeah, again, great mulligan, great keep, and covered every single line that he wanted to cover.
Can't tell what it was, but it's clearly a spell. Lotus Petal. Okay. Yeah. Lotus Petal is restricted in this format, by the way, so we're not going to see very many of those.
Big ol' bash for 6. Luke looking at probably just one more card here.
Yeah, I don't think this is going to go much further.
Because we've got 5, 9, 11 available. And it could be 12 if the Dungeoneer reveals anything but a land.
Yeah, just like I thought, putting it on Peacekeeper because it is vigilant.
Mm-hmm.
Draw for turn. 6, 8, 11.
Like I said, the Explore trigger could be 12.
Yep. Wasteland, Forbidden Orchard.
Sure.
I don't know what
No, we've already played the Wasteland.
Oh, I think maybe the logic there was just to... I don't know why we were wastelanding at all, but whatever. I don't think it really matters. And we got there.
Yep. This is
exactly
12
damage.
Luke doing the math.
Double checking the math.
5, 9. There's the extension.
The hand.
Yep. I mean, great. I mean, great start. I mean, honestly, like Luke again kept a hand that he thought would be solid. You know, had the oath line early, but Jacob just had all the answers.
Yep. And sometimes that's just how Magic goes.
That is, man. Yeah. Again, sideboard tech showing up strong there, and then again, some hate bears. I mean, again, that was 2 sideboard pieces, right? The Containment Priest plus the Null Rod, and just shut down exactly what Oath of Druids was trying to do. So.
Yeah, we saw that yesterday in Legacy before you got here.
Mm-hmm.
It went on a Reanimator match where they brought in Artifact Hate but didn't bring in Enchantment Enchantment Hate,
mm-hmm.
and got stopped by the Stone Cold Leyline.
Yeah. So that's going to move Jacob to 4-1, and that's going to move Luke down to 3-1-1. So Jacob in a good spot. Might still, depending on how it shakes out around him, might still have to fight for the top 8, even at 4-1.
Yeah. And then, unless something weird happens, Luke probably not live for top 8. Luke currently sitting at what, 10 points?
10 points, yeah.
And so the best you could be right now is what, 15 points?
Yeah, we only had 2 4-0s, and those were the 2 leaders. Had 3 people at 3-0-1, and then a whole bunch of 3-1s after that. So
okay,
kind of depends. So we should at least have like a. What is that going to be, like 4, maybe 5 of the spots kind of locked up for the top 8 after this round?
It very well could be. I know. I mean, we'll definitely see a lot more coming up here with the IDs in round 6. We're definitely gonna see a good chunk of those.
Mm-hmm.
Some players, gonna be very happy for those IDs too.
For sure.
We got a few fast food restaurants on there. We're gonna go grab some food, get some water, take a walk.
Yeah, get a break before the top 8.
Just clear your head. I mean, that's a big thing in these tournaments, man.
I mean, again, we had that ID conversation just earlier. Like, there is a benefit, but again, you got to be on top to take that advantage.
Yeah, we did run into that yesterday. A player ID'd and ended up knocking themselves out.
Yeah, that's a tough decision there.
But we'll have round 6 coming up here soon. It'll be the last round of Swiss, and then they'll make the cut to the top 8. What we hope for is to be able to bring y'all a match that's going to have implications for the top 8 here coming up. So,
and if we can't get that one because everyone's IDing, then we'll at least get you something that's very fun and interesting.
Yeah, we'll find something for sure. So we'll take a quick break here, and then be back for round 6 in just a little bit.
welcome back. We are back up live with the final round of Swiss, and we've got a very, very interesting matchup here. These players are both still live for top 8, right?
Oh yeah, no, this is winning in. The top of the bracket is actually pretty clogged up. Normally whenever you get to this stage of the game, there's probably 5 or 6 players tied up for locked in for the top 8 that can draw in. Only one match could truly draw into this because there were a total of 12 players alive for top 8. So again, this is winning in for sure. Shout out to James Adams though, being able to draw into the top 8.
We saw him on camera earlier.
Yeah, we did. So he's made it through, and now we got these two. We got Logan and Nicholas fighting for the top 8. Fight for their lives.
Yeah. Notably, Tanner, I did just mention that, but Logan over there revealing Aluris, and that's a bingo square. That is a companion revealed.
Yep. I wasn't sure we'd see it, but here it is.
Yep. Aluris still legal in this format.
Yep.
Was notably the first card banned in Vintage in so many years before they fixed the companion rule.
Yep.
I was a big proponent of Lotus. That was my heyday of Vintage.
That seems really good.
For all 2 weeks I get to do it.
Yep.
Looking over the list here though, so Logan not being able to cast any or play anything that costs more than 2, that is a permanent.
Right.
So we have 2 Lavinia, 2 Mercurial Spelldancer.
Okay.
2 Orcish Bowmaster.
Love it.
1 Cathar Commander, 1 Ledger Shredder, 1 Malevolent Hermit,
Mm-hmm.
1 Snapcaster Mage, 1 Thieving Skydiver.
Okay, to snag some artifacts. I kind of like that. So Nicholas, just real quick, reveals Chancellor of the Annex out of the opener. So,
Very pretty Chromox.
Logan's got some tax to pay. Chromox, I have no clue what that card is.
Mana Crypt? Question.
Immediately?
No, because Mana Crypt isn't a reserve list.
Well, we're...
Mox Jet?
Oh, yeah, no, it's a Ruby. You can see it's a Mox Ruby.
Oh, okay, that's the Magic Online art for Mox Ruby, just extended out. Okay.
Yeah. And so using that to cast a White Plume. So, again, this is the strength of Mono White Initiative. Fast mana into a threat.
We finally going to see Dungeon Complete here, Tanner?
Maybe. We'll see what Logan has to say about it.
Yeah, if we complete a dungeon and we can get a Guru Land on board.
Yep.
Unfortunately, Bo I don't believe live for top 8.
No.
Bo playing Guru Lands in his deck. That's going to be...
We cast the Aether Spell Bomb into the Annex tax just to clear it. So
yeah, it looks like there's a pretty hefty Urza Saga package in this deck here.
Mm-hmm.
We've got Soul Ring, Top, Pithing Needle, Manifold Key for the Time Vault, Engineered Explosives, which can't be found by Saga, but it's very interesting in the main deck. And then, of course, all your power and Aether Spell Bomb.
So, interestingly, Nicholas actually choosing to go down the Scry Whale path.
I like this a lot. You don't really know what Logan's on, so you don't know if you want to just immediately start pressuring life totals. I think you just want to continue setting up, see if you can get some more information. You're in no hurry. That Urza Saga is not going anywhere.
Yep.
Looking through, there's
Looks like it was 1 top, 1 bottom, and then we're going to be drawn for the turn.
Let's see. Only 2 sagas in Logan's list, by the way.
Is that Athalia as well? Like any of these ornate cards, I'm guessing.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's going to be the Multiverse Legends version.
Just
taking a look through here, because this is a very unique and spicy list. There's a Void Mirror in the sideboard of his deck.
Okay.
Most likely for shops. There's a Force Pitch something. Ancestral.
Brutal.
Ooh, okay.
But again, knowing that he has probably very little game against on-board Thalia, so again, force the hand, pays a very hefty tax for it.
Yeah.
Saga up 2.
Go. Didn't see an Ancient Tomb in the list, so we're probably not making a Saga token unless Logan's sandbagging a Mox there. Don't think you'd want to cast in a Black Lotus for a token. So White Plume untapping itself during the upkeep back there.
Yeah, they're catching up.
Oh yeah, no, I just happened to be looking at that board state there. So the next room, remind me, is Treasure Token. I think it's...
Yeah, or he could go to creature going down the middle.
Yeah, that's true. If you want to take the next room to draw a card.
Right, you just want to slide your way across the dungeon. Probably just stay down that right side, get you another threat too. That skeleton 4/1 presents more of a clock too. So
Tanner, I believe it's pronounced Spooky Scary Skeleton.
I'd be interested to see what token he has for that.
Might be a handmade one by one of our judges here, Mary Wallace. She's been pumping out tokens over at the table between judge calls, so just like to make sure the players have access to all the tokens they might need. Some of these tokens get pretty expensive. I don't know if you've looked at a Coma's Coil token or a Fable Goblin Shaman.
Try not to. So White Plume gets in. We did go down the treasure path, unsurprisingly. Didn't expect the goad. Nicholas, a lot of mana available. Logan does have some action.
Dress
here.
down Indus turn.
Okay. Just cantripping at this
point?
Yeah.
There's no other reason. Alright, draw. I wonder what we're finding here.
Floating the mana, Saga trigger on the stack, goes to 3, go to look. Thanks for indicating the mana, Logan.
Yeah.
Alright. Any specific gets here you can think of?
Well, if we have another mana source in hand, and we have a Time Vault in hand,
okay,
we're about to see a Time Key hit done, and that's what. Yeah, there we go. That's apparently we've been saying Legacy all day.
Yeah, it's all right.
So we can, if Logan has another mana source in hand like that, we're just gonna see a Time Key combo here. Yep.
There's the Time Vault.
So for those that aren't familiar with Time Key combo, Manifold Key untaps Time Vault taps to take an extra turn. Your opponent doesn't get to play Magic for the rest of the game.
Yep. So I mean, obviously, Infinite Turns, you pick it up there. I mean, we don't even get to see like the actual win con from Logan there, right? I mean, again, Infinite Turns is it, but like, I guess just cast it's the obvious like just cast Luris and eventually beat you in the face, right? Like that's always accessible.
Or Mercurial Spell Dancer since it can never be blocked.
Plenty of threats, right?
Yeah.
But no reason for Nicholas to make Logan play all that out, right?
No, there's a clock consideration here. Now, if we're playing on Magic Online, maybe you go maybe you just F6, make you a snack, go grab a drink,
right,
queue up a second match.
Right.
But here we got to consider the clock.
For sure.
And you got to consider your enjoyment equity.
Yeah.
If you're just sitting there bored because you're letting your opponent play it out, you're not only burning your clock, but you're just not getting anything out of it.
Okay, so it's Logan taking game one there. I was just bringing that up. We talked about it last round for, just information gathering, right?
Yeah.
But Logan wouldn't have had to been forced to show them any other information because just resolve Luris and present infinite beats that way, right? So
yeah, which, I mean, that's Luris is a pretty useful win con. I do like Luris with the Time Vault too. Like if in the event that it gets destroyed, Luris can recast the pieces.
Yeah. That's a really good point. Yeah.
So it's also now that we put that out, Tanner. Eventually, Mercurial Spell Dancer will be able to complete the dungeon with infinite turns. Because you're going to steal the initiative from him.
Yeah, true.
You're just going to get to make an infinitely big Mercurial Spell Dancer, trap your opponent, everything until they're dead. Kind of sad they didn't play it out now because we could have completed a dungeon.
Give me another bingo square. But
now, in the event that this happens, it's highly unlikely. Logan goes turn 1, Black Lotus, Manifold Key, Time Vault, land. and there's infinite turns. Would you count that as a turn 1 kill, knowing full well that Nicholas is never going to take a turn?
I would. I mean, again, that represents the win on the play there. 1 turn. I mean, yes, it takes many turns to get there, but the game is objectively over.
Yeah. Yeah, I mean, Nicholas technically would never get a turn 1 at that point.
Yep.
So, this is assuming, of course, Logan, we go to game 3, Logan's on the play.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we could still technically do it on Logan's turn 1 here.
Yep.
Because we know there's no counter magic out of Nicholas's deck.
Right.
So, Nicholas probably bringing in some null rods here. Just wanting to stop that combo. Probably some dismembers as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a good segue into the sideboard. And I know the players have already kind of moved through that phase already. We're looking at 7s.
During what point of the turn is the sideboarding phase?
In between the games, and we're already in it.
Okay,
so
that's going to be Emeralds.
Thalia.
Thalia.
Yep.
Uncounterably.
Cavern prevents Thalia from being countered.
I think that's my second favorite art for Thalia. First being the WMCQ promos, where she's like up close and got the sword close to her face. It's really cool.
That was draw discard from Logan.
Probably kept an all mana hand or all mana rock hand. We can see a Black Lotus in there.
Yeah.
This was probably a hand where he was intending to go a bunch of mana rocks on turn 1, and Thalia just. Again, on camera, Thalia just shutting an opponent down.
Yeah, I mean, and could you even have considered forcing the Mox Emerald? Like,
no.
I mean, did we go to game 3 already? Like,
yeah.
This was...
So we have Mana Crypt and Black Lotus and Time Vault.
Yeah.
Mox Sapphire. Yeah, this is a hand of, like, there's Time Walk in there too.
Yeah.
This hand was stacked, and Thalia just said, nope.
Yeah.
Thalia doing her best backhand impression across Logan's face.
Yeah.
We got something in the chat there.
Yeah, just the conversation around forcing the Mox Emerald. But again, it's immediately painful if they just have another rock to back it up. I mean...
Yeah, the reason I don't think you even consider forcing the Mox Emerald, because I think it's a bait spell.
Yeah.
You don't know that there's a cavern yet.
Right.
And they may be just trying to bait you out of forcing it.
Yeah.
And then, play a completely counterable Thalia.
Yeah. I've actually heard that a couple of different times from some of the initiative players out here is trying to get some action in on something that they don't really care about early to hit them with the haymaker afterwards. So,
yeah, I mean, looking back at it, what is it? Hindsight's 20/20. You can easily say, yes, I would have forced the Mox Emerald, but when you're sitting in that seat, I mean, personally, I can tell you when I'm sitting in that seat, I'm never countering the Mana Rock. It just feels so bad to pitch 2 for 1 on a. Not even on effectively a land.
Yeah, but it still feels bad to not be able to play anything at all. But I mean, he didn't know. Obviously, the Thalia was the follow up there. But man,
yeah, and this is
getting wrecked by that right now.
Yeah, and this is an exact repeat of what we saw game 2, what last round or game 3?
Yeah,
where player was stuck with 2 death marks in hand and 1 mana in play, and Thalia
just said no.
Yeah. I think I'm calling it a little early here, Tanner.
Yeah.
But I think card of the day might be Cavern of Souls.
Yeah. No, I'd agree with that completely. Like, and again, most of these decks don't have much interaction. Oh, finally found a land. But
so probably playing the Mox Sapphire here. But. Yeah. I don't think Logan's long for this world.
Yeah, even without the initiative ticking along too, we've got 5. What the
5 damage a turn.
Yep, we're showing 5.
I honestly figured Logan would have proxy dual lands in his deck, because he seems to be going for the whole completely foiled out thing, and even owning real Underground Seas, I would be tempted to proxy my Underground Seas with the foils just to make everything feel nice and uniform. Speaking of proxies, I'm guessing here's that foil Mox Sapphire we saw. Yep. Using the retro frame and the Magic Online art. Mox Sapphire into Black Lotus.
Sure.
No, into Mana Crypt.
Mana Crypt. Stops there, though.
Yeah. So if Nicholas can get 2 more power on board, or like +2 on one of his creatures, we could potentially see Logan die to his own mana crypt.
Yeah. Which is a bingo square for those keeping score at home.
Don't think it's going to happen here.
No.
I'm pretty sure Logan needs to drop 2 creatures here that can block.
Well, we do have Luris, right? And we know Luris,
But it costs 3 to put Luris in hand.
Right. But we do have the Lotus. We have the Crypt and Sapphire available. So the Thalia is still being a thorn in the side, but I think there's a line there.
Well, so unless Logan has another black source in hand.
Mm-hmm.
So okay, so you have to pay. So you can go like what? Sapphire, play Lotus.
Mm-hmm.
Tap Mana Crypt, Underground Sea, put Luris in hand.
Mm-hmm.
Crack Lotus, play Luris,
Mm-hmm.
and then that's where you're stuck.
Right, but it does buy a turn, I suppose. But that's not. I guess that's not where we want to be, huh?
No, because then Thalia attacks you. You're going to stay at 5 life.
Well, and what's important here too is that Peacekeeper, because Logan didn't actually cast the Lotus. I'm going to guess the Peacekeeper named Lotus.
I believe that was the name. Now that you mention it, because Logan did have the Black Lotus up there in the middle of the mats at one point.
Yeah,
and then put it back in hand, realizing that it's not exile.
Right,
with,
making the Lotus cost 3. So because of the Thalia attacks on top. So
at that point, Lotus is just a filter. Oh.
Well, forget everything that we were just talking about.
I know her name's Lorna of the Third Path, but it's more like a Thorn of the Third Path.
That's brutal right there.
Yeah.
We didn't have much of a line there on Logan's side to begin with. Now it's even less so.
No, but Logan does get to be on the play for game 3,
Mm-hmm.
and looks like he's got a pretty explosive deck. So there's a good chance that Logan can just come out of the gate.
Yeah.
Still fighting through it, though.
Yeah.
Logan not ready to call it quits. Just playing... just wants to milk every bit of magic he can out of this match.
Yeah.
That's a Tundra.
Well, you were just talking about foil proxies.
Yeah. Probably Logan a little bit of a flex, like, hey, I do own a real Underground Sea, and everything else is just going to be foil.
Yeah.
Or this was a last minute addition and Logan borrowing the Underground Seas.
Yep.
I know Logan likes to use the foil proxies, and use the fanciest versions of cards available. So what are we thinking here with Logan? I'm thinking Time Walk. I think Logan's thinking on that Time Walk.
Yeah.
Just to explore. It looks like we might be casting Time Walk here.
Just keep chugging,
Nope, Dress Down instead.
Okay.
This is gonna be an interesting interaction here. I think this blanks Anointed Peacekeeper, so Lotus is free.
Right. Okay.
So we can crack Lotus, and we're gonna cast Time Walk.
Okay. Through the Thalia attacks.
Yeah. Well, Thalia, there's no tax.
Oh, right. Okay, great. Unlocks everything.
This is a big play here for Logan.
Yep, the Dress Down doing a lot of work here.
Yeah.
Unlocked everything.
Logan did drop a land this turn.
Yeah,
but we could drop some free mana if we have some.
I think that's what he was hoping for, right? Because the Dress Down's going to go away at the end of this turn.
Yeah.
Extra turn.
Dress Down Sacrifice.
Nicholas on top of it.
Yeah. Now, notably, everything... all non-creatures do cost 1 more again.
Yeah.
Feels like that moment in the racing game where you get the, Mario Kart where you get the mushroom and you get to speed through everything, and then
right.
Suddenly now you're back to driving normal speed.
Yeah.
Logan definitely want more of that speed, but just scoops it up.
I mean, Nicholas was covering the battlefield with banana peels. Logan had a very difficult time navigating that. Did what he could to try to accelerate through, but again, just too much hate on the other side.
Yeah, would you say that Thalia acting like a hardcore blue shell there?
Yeah, no, just shut it all down there. But Fun times as we get to go to game 3 here, and again Logan on the play advantage. Who you got?
Oh man, I don't know. This is really tough. If Logan can, like I said, Logan does have the potential for the turn 1 kill. It's highly unlikely. It involves a lot of reserve list cards, a lot of restricted cards.
Yeah.
But Logan does have a lot of creatures in his deck. If I like Logan on the play here, especially if Logan can get down to Lavinia.
Right.
Because that's going to shut off all the free mana and make Nicholas play fair.
Yeah.
While Logan continues to get to play unfairly.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what Logan wants right here. Logan wants to say, "Oh, you slowed me down last game.
Yeah.
Let's see how you feel about it."
Yeah, we're switching sides here, and again, the play advantage potentially huge here. So, big 7 here though. Seeing if we get something that's on the keepable side.
Nicholas just making sure to really randomize Logan's deck, saying, "I don't want you to have anything on the first turn. I can't do anything about it. But if you mulligan, I'll feel better about what I did here."
Yeah. Looks like there was minimal sideboarding, as we went through that sideboarding phase again. Went through, I didn't see many changes from the players, so liking where they're at here.
Yeah, I don't think there's a lot of instances where you're going to change up your sideboard unless you just realize you didn't do something right, though. But
there's always, at least for me, some consideration being back on the play, right? I mean, I know this isn't really like a day's format per se, but Nicholas does have turn 0 interaction there, has the Chancellor of the Annex, which Logan's probably going to try to clear as fast as he can here.
Yeah. Okay, so we got a Tundra on turn 1. We could very well see a Lavinia on turn 1 here. Or no, that was a Flooded Strain, I guess?
Yeah, it was a Delta, actually.
Oh, it was a Delta, okay. Looked like one of the proxy Tundras.
Pay a mana for a Mox here or something?
I wouldn't think you're paying mana for a Mox. Since there's no Thalia in place.
Well, no, we're clearing the Annex tax.
Oh, right, okay. No.
Soul
EE on 0?
EE?
No, we're just paying mana for the
tax
Mox.
yep.
That's a Pearl. That's going to be a Soul Ring.
Okay.
That is a Surge Foil 40k Soul Ring.
Wow, fancy.
Yep. Not as fancy as an Elven Soul Ring, but you know what? We'll allow it.
Okay. Mox Annex goes under.
There's Caracas. That's going to beat a Lavinia. And there's Thalia. But this time Logan says, "All right."
Yeah. Yeah, we got most of the zeros out of the hand. Got our mana on the board.
Yeah, Logan untapping with 4 mana here versus
right
versus 0.
0 or 1 against the Thalia is much better position to be in. So
yeah,
play draw making itself apparent here.
Strip Mine in hand for Logan.
Decision on the lane drop, and that's what he's taking a little bit of time with. See if he even wants to answer the Crocus. He says, "Nah, I'm going to keep developing my mana."
I love that Flooded Strand, by the way. That's the Nationals promo. That is probably my favorite Flooded Strand. I do love the Zendikar Rising Expeditions. But the Cerulean of the Water and that beach looks very calm. I just kind of want to live there.
Yeah, just all cerulean blue, huh?
Yep. Maybe it's the color. I don't know.
No, it is for sure. It's it's from an X-Files episode, actually.
Really?
Yeah.
Huh.
Okay. Back on track. Logan fetched up the Tundra. We do have the Thalia in play, so he's going to play around that a little bit.
Yeah. But again, we've got 5 mana here.
Got all the mana in the world, so.
So we're tapping 3.
Time Walk.
Could be Time Walk. Could be. I don't know. Floating the mana. Merchant Scroll.
Okay.
Probably going to find Ancestral.
So he paid the 3, right? It would have to be 3?
It would have to be 3, yes.
So probably doesn't have one floating?
Probably not. unless neither player noticed Thalia.
I mean, Nicholas kept a hand on the back of Thalia, so
Yeah. Nicholas not realizing what the spell was or something. Players will figure it out.
yep.
It's not on us to try to interfere. So yeah, this is technically
this is
not this is not a legal play.
Unless I missed something.
No, you didn't miss anything. This is just Nicholas forgetting that there's a Thalia in play.
Do we call a judge on that?
We can't.
Okay.
It's a little bit too far past the point.
Yeah.
Because basically what we'd have to do is we'd have to rewind to last turn, which means we'd have to undraw Logan's card. We'd have to undo the merchant scroll, the time walk. I mean, we could technically do it, but what does the chat say there?
Our buddy Nick he's trying to figure out who to root for. Whether or not he goes with his namesake or the Esper side of the board, and then asked us who we're pulling for.
I don't have a dog in this fight.
I don't have a dog, but I'll say I'm not mad at an initiative deck not making it.
Oh, this is interesting.
Yeah.
So now Nicholas pointing out spells need to cost one more. So he didn't pay enough for. Okay. So what? No. They're clarifying. It's the trick I taught you.
Yeah.
Pays it for one.
Pay the tax. Put E on 2.
Yeah. But yeah.
Crack the EE. Clear the Thalia. Ancestral. Target myself.
Yeah. Two life for Gataxian Probe. We have a Trinisphere, 2 Archons, and a White Plume. Mana Crypt.
Nick praying for some mana here.
Yep.
No love. Logan safe.
Yep.
Logan in full control now. Cleared it out now. It's
yeah, we could put. This might be a turn where we just put Luris in hand, cast Luris.
And then Luris lets you get a permanent?
Non-land permanent.
Non-land permanent.
Nope, 2 mana for Demonic Tutor. It's the Judge Promo 2020 Demonic Tutor art.
Okay. Snagging a card.
Doesn't have to reveal it because it just says a card. Interesting to note, because it doesn't specify a card type, you cannot fail to find with Demonic Tutor.
Oh, well, that makes sense.
I mean, I guess you could if your library had no cards in it.
All right. More mana going in the pool.
Manifold
key.
Just getting time
and pick them up.
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm gonna go snag the players if you want to kind of. I'm gonna go let them know about the interaction.
Yeah. I'm curious if we missed something there, but it did seem like that merchant scroll should have costed 3, and that line wouldn't have been available. To bring everybody up to speed, Caleb is having the conversation with the players outside. It does look like it was just a missed Thalia tax that
Probably shouldn't have led to what happened that game. At the very least, not being able to cast the time walk that turn. I don't think it has an impact on the overall outcome. Just simply because the situation Nick was in on the other side, and do want to make sure we play that right. So Caleb's still talking to him, and we're confirming.
Just confirming with the players.
Yep.
Just an instance of miscounting mana, kind of forgetting Valley was in play.
Yeah, I think, again, he had it in his head that it cost 2, and then he floated the mana off of the Soul Ring, right? Left one out there for himself, and then didn't realize he shouldn't have had that available. But
yeah,
it's all good.
It is interesting because he remembered that
on the second one.
Yeah.
Right. He remembered he had to pay 3 for Time Walk, but not 3 for the Merchant Scroll.
Yeah. It is very possible that just in Logan's head, he was like, okay, Merchant Scroll for Ancestral, and then he had the cost of Ancestral stuck in his brain.
Yeah, either way.
But talking to the players, he just like, yeah, we just both missed it.
Yeah. And, again, just looking at the board state, too, at that point in the game, like, again, Nicholas wasn't in great shape, but, I mean, again, we ended up, that extra turn turned into the EE turn, right? Which changed the whole course of that game, so.
Yeah, there's if we had a, I think next year we might want to like align to the judges, and we might even want
a judge at the table for sure. But that's gonna give the match over to Logan. Congratulations to him, top 8 for sure. Nicholas, tough breaks there. We got. We'll be cutting to top 8 after this, so we'll get a picture of what that's going to look like here as these last matches finish up, and.
We'll probably have some manual pairing on top 8, so the players are we're gonna have to get manual. Like, I won't have access to deck lists anymore.
Oh, okay. So we're not going to see that for top 8?
Unless they print out paper deck lists that we can have.
Okay.
If they don't run it through Melee, I don't have access to deck lists.
Got it. Okay. Well, maybe that's something we can request and get a better idea of what we may be looking at here. But I guess that'll bring us to a break, unless there's anything else you want to cover.
No. Let's go ahead and take a break there.
Okay. All right. We'll be back with some top 8 action.
Sounds good.
All right, we're back here. We've got some top 8 action coming up. They're still kind of filling out the field. They're making the deck list available for players, so we're taking a look at those and then making a determination on who we're going to get from the matchup side. But we do have some information around the top 8 and who's in. Caleb, you wanna break that down a little bit for the viewers?
So I hope y'all like Esper because we're going to be seeing a lot of it.
Yep.
So we've got Logan Morris versus Luke Tooker, and that's going to be Esper versus Oath. We've got Tyler Tyler R. On Esper Combo versus Kyle Driscoll on Mono White Initiative. We've got Tom Andrews on Underworld Breach versus Joe Brennan on Esper Control. And we've got James on Esper Combo versus Jacob Melchman on Mono White Initiative. So we have 4 Esper.
Yeah, and they're all playing non-Esper decks, right? All the Espers didn't get paired against each other?
Correct.
Right? Okay.
Yeah, so we got 4 Espers, we got 2 Initiatives.
So we could see 4 Espers in the top 4.
Yeah.
Or some mix, of course.
Yeah, and we've got Underworld Breach and Oath.
Yeah.
Do we know who we have as our feature match?
No, not quite yet. I think, well, actually, we might get some say in that. Or if anybody out there from the audience has a request from a matchup side that we just broke down, make a call. We'll see if we can make things happen. But
yeah, or if you have a particular favorite person you want to see.
Yeah. Any crowd favorites out there, we can go make a call to pull people in.
We have that kind of power.
Yeah, we do.
We don't have much power.
We don't have a lot of power. We do have a sink.
Yeah.
But
you know who does have a lot of powers though? The players in the top 8.
All of them.
Yeah.
Playing a lot of power.
There's no bazaar or workshop to be seen. It is just looking like good old-fashioned Esper. Now, most of these are actually probably going to be Esper Tinker, except notably Logan, who is on the Luris deck.
Yeah. And Tyler, to answer your question, we're going to be locked in on this top 8 for the vintage run. So that old school tournament is running simultaneously. So we will not get coverage of that here.
No. I also don't think you want us commentating on old school. We're going to be lost.
Yeah.
We know the cards, but we don't know the decks well enough to talk about them.
We got Jordan requesting Jacob and Lee, seeing if either of those. So we've got we do have Jacob, and he's playing what? He's playing James, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah, we've got. Yeah, that could be a really interesting one. That's Mono White Initiative versus.
The Esper control side. Yeah.
Sorry, my melee's freaking out.
No, you're good. Do have a Joe Brennan fan as well. He was on the feature match earlier today.
We could give Joe Brennan a chance to redeem himself on camera.
he may decline.
One moment here.
Because of the. Yeah, he might decline because he didn't have a great run or great showing on the camera earlier today. So
yeah, but he might like a chance to redeem himself.
Yeah, the old redemption arc.
Take it easy. Thanks for being commentary, guys.
Yeah.
Adios.
That's voice of Roland Chang there.
Yep.
Roland from the 90s MTG channel and big supporter of Eternal Magic.
Yeah, always.
Came down from New York for this tournament.
Big shout out. I mean, that just goes to show how big the tournament's starting to get to. We're in the 4th annual run of it, right? And the player base. Third?
Fourth? Well,
Matt said
the third instance of the Landrun, like the named Landrun,
Okay.
4th instance of like an Oklahoma Eternal set of tournaments.
Okay, cool. Well, again, we had a lot of players travel in from all over the place too. So you love to see it, and players just want to travel and sling out the strongest Magic cards out there.
Yeah, people. I mentioned this yesterday. I don't think you were here yet, but people are often say Legacy and Vintage are dying. I don't think so. We had 70 players travel from literally all over the country. We've had 40 today for Vintage. These formats aren't dying.
Yeah.
I think just these people aren't Magic players. This is a family.
Right.
They all know each other.
Yep.
You missed it because you got here a little later. But Ed gave a massive, heartfelt speech at the beginning of this, talking about how this community's so great. It's a family.
Yeah.
Literally teared up giving this speech. So these Eternal Magic tournaments, they're going to bring in a lot of people.
Yeah.
But it's not even necessarily people that are getting there to play Legacy. It's people that are getting there to see their friends, their chosen family.
Yep.
And while they're at it, slinging cardboard, kind of like we choose to do on Friday nights.
Yep, always. Yep. Yeah. Always a good time around the table, and be it on a competitive level or just at your kitchen tabletop,
Yeah.
Always good to spend some time with the friends and focus on the cardboard for a bit. So,
yeah.
Well, I mean, with the votes coming in, and let's see either we'll kind of give the option and see if Joe wants a crack at it, or we can get James and Jacob in here.
Let me run out to the top 8 table and see who wants to be on the thing.
We'll switch over to that table cam view for everybody, and we'll figure out where we're going to be. Got a Tom Andrews request too, and he's I mean, honestly, I would kind of call him on one of the more unorthodox lists too, because we have 4 Esper decks in there. We have 2 wide initiative lists, and then we have the Underworld Breach, which is what Tom's on, and then Luke on Oath. Which is actually interesting too, because with Oath we had several builds of Oath the Druids in here. We had Luke on camera earlier today too, and so got to see his build of it. But some pretty close matches there from that previous round. So again, kind of interesting to see that Oath, as well represented as it was in the meta for today, only one making the top 8 here. Yep, we got Caleb out there on the field trying to figure out who we're going to get here. So y'all stay tuned just a second here, and we'll get y'all an update.
We have Joe and legal name opponent of Joe. Coming in. That is how the judge announced it. Joe and opponent of Joe.
Okay.
Please report to the feature match.
Okay. So we are going to get Joe Brennan on the redemption side here.
They just have fun.
Caleb's going to take a quick look at the matchups. Who do we again got playing Joe?
We have Tom Andrews on Underworld Breach.
Okay, we are going to get Tom too. So, and Basket, you're getting your
Tom
wish.
also on the. So this is the redemption arc for both of them, because I believe Tom also lost on camera.
Yeah. We got Joe on Esper. We call it Esper Control, yeah?
It's Esper Tinker.
Esper Tinker. Yeah, I think that's a more accurate name for it.
Yeah, I like that a lot more than...
I'm going to go make sure they sit in the correct spots. You cover that?
Yep, I will... I'll run distraction. All right. So I'm going to flip over to this seat here, because from where I'm sitting, I can't see chat. It's a tiny, tiny screen. We need to get a better monitor next year. So let's okay. Give me Tom Andrews. Well, you asked, and we're gonna get 2. So we're gonna get twofer on here. We're gonna get what is that? In basket. At least that's how it looks from here. You're getting Tom, and Jordan, you're getting Joe. Best of both worlds. Also, looks like Pox Every Turn is also getting Joe. Pox Every Turn. That sounds like I'm part of a Facebook group for Pox and Mono Black decks, and that sounds like something one of the players would have in there. I can think of his name in particular, but don't want to disclose that information. I don't know how they would feel about me just mentioning their name on random stream. So I hear Tanner laughing outside the door, which means we might be getting close to starting here. Remember, top 8 is untimed. So I was just getting caught up on chat there since I can't read it from my side.
Yeah. All good.
We actually got a twofer here. We got the person requesting Tom and the person requesting Joe.
Yeah. It worked out perfectly for sure. Should be an interesting matchup too.
Hate them getting paired. Is that because you don't know who to root for, or because you wanted them both to be playing in the finals?
Well, again, got out there, got to have a conversation with Joe. He's excited to come out here and get a little redemption. He mentioned still being sore from the last camera match, so should be good.
We were talking between this and the top 8, and Joe had some very not camera-friendly words to say about what happened to him.
Yeah.
He wasn't. Now, keep in mind, I've never seen Joe be salty.
Oh, no salt at all. He was.
If this was all from a, this is what happened to me, and he was just like, he was just joking around.
Yeah, smile on his face, telling us about it, And so what you're seeing here, too, is that it is open deck lists here in the top 8. So what these two are going to be doing is showing each other their lists and, trying to absorb as much information as they can about what their opponent has in their deck. And, this is very influential on, maybe what 7 you decide to keep, or if you're mulliganing for certain action and that type of thing. So.
All right, just giving it a quick look-see here. Who just based on archetype here, Tanner, who are you liking in this matchup?
I mean, just with with vintage here, either of these guys could really go off, right? I think probably a little easier to get to the Esper Tinker lines versus Breach needing a few more elements to go right, I think. So that's where I would lean. But I think it's really play draw is going to play a big factor here.
Yep, and I'm not sure who's in the higher seat.
Yeah, I'm not sure on that either. We'll find out soon, though.
Yeah, I'm
actually,
also.
Hang on. I did take a picture of the top.
Oh, perfect. I'm also a big fan of the Esper Tinker one specifically because of Lavinia.
Yeah. So Talmon ranked 2nd, so he'll be on the play here for game 1. And Joe at the 7th seed. So Tom going to be able to start us off here, and then again, I like I don't know, the interaction. Like I said, is going to be interesting to see because they'll be kind of going from there. Player shuffling up now after absorbing the deck list here. Again,
have you ever played in an open deck list tournament?
I have some, not the tournament, but in the top 8, getting the information. It's a modern tournament a long time ago.
Oh wow, okay.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I've never the top 8 of the modern tournament I was in did not provide open deck lists, and which didn't matter because I knew the opponent's deck list because it's what beat me. It was my only loss in the Swiss.
Oh, okay.
I was on 4-color Urza, and they were on Jeskai
back
Control.
in the Arkham Astrolabe days.
Yeah, Arkham's Astrolabe Mox Opal. Pre-Throne of Eldraine, so no Oko or Emery.
Right. But still. Yeah. Astrolabe was again, one of those cards that I don't think Wizards knew how bad it would get.
Well, yeah, you look at Pentatad Prism that doesn't see play anywhere.
Right.
Is it Pentatad Prism?
Pentad.
No, not that one. The Prismatic something. It's the 2 mana. It's the exact same card.
Prophetic Prism?
That one, yes.
Yeah.
It's like it's the 2 mana version of Arcum's
I
Astrolabe.
love playing this minigame. I'm trying to remember card names.
Yeah.
Both players looking at 7 now, though.
Brains might be a little fried from watching Magic all day.
I think that was I'm keeping this 7 from Tom, and boboth players keeping Manifold Key.
All right. So Tom immediately threatening a Time Vault kill from Joe's perspective.
Yep.
But
with the key resolving, is it an indication that Joe didn't have free interaction there?
Or doesn't care.
Right, that's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
So what's the read from Tom's side, right? You're like, ooh, that resolved. Am I clear to go forward now?
No. I think Tom is...
Because the key by itself doesn't do anything.
Yeah. Tom is immediately realizes that this doesn't matter.
Right.
He's like, he would be happy if Joe spent like mental misstep on it, or even he'd be ecstatic over a Force of Will.
Okay, yeah, sure. Because again, the key itself, not really a threat, right?
Yeah, and I mean, granted, we don't have a Luris, so we can't bring it back from the graveyard. But it's just like it's such an like if you get this through, then Joe is down one more counterspell. Meaning your like things like Tinker are more likely to resolve.
Yep, the much more powerful spells.
Yeah,
okay.
And you're
preordained top bottom for Joe.
The power preordained, the only cantrip that's legal as a 4 of in this format that's actually worth playing. You can't convince me considers worth playing.
Yeah. Emerald Sapphire.
My own Manifold.
Okay.
Joe's Manifold Key being superior as it is retro.
We got some key on key action here.
Can we say that on camera?
We can. Well, before you said it that way, we could.
All right, Urza's Saga. Saga notably not threatening to get Time Vault, as Time Vault costs 2. Saga usually is threatening to get a key. We see that we don't need that. 2 copies of Underworld Breach. It looks like in hand, and a Dress Down.
Dress Down, Flooded Strand.
Dress Down, not exactly a combination with Saga tokens.
No, it's not. But he may cantrip here if he needs to. Right, Joe getting the much more powerful turn here.
That's a beautiful black bordered Soul Ring.
Ramping up here.
Yeah. Do we have counter magic in Tom's hand if Joe just slams a Time Vault here?
I thought I saw a Force of Will.
I thought I did too, but did we see a blue card?
Dress Down.
Right.
But just passing the turn.
Okay. Saga ticks up. That is a turn-based action. Big Twitter discussion over that a few weeks ago.
Yeah, Force of Will, Dress Down. Yeah.
Cool.
Okay, so Flooded Strand land. Again, no rush here from either side.
Okay. Okay. So
making some colorless mana though.
What are we casting for 6?
6.
Oh,
just a good old 8 mana dig through time.
Yeah. Exile the 2 cards in your graveyard, and this is something I don't think I've ever seen, Tanner. I normally see it cast for 2 mana.
Yeah.
Sometimes see it cast for 3 mana.
Right.
Never seen it cast for 6 mana.
Yeah.
That's a new experience, and that I would have put that one on the bingo card.
Yeah, that's sweet though. Again, that forces the interaction that Tom had available to him too.
Upkeep Mystical Tutor. Probably just going to go get Ancestral. That's usually the thing. Or we're going to... we may be targeting Tinker.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Again...
we might get a bingo square of Tinker for something that's not Citadel.
You think so?
We're going to get Time Vault.
Time Vault, for sure.
I mean, we might just go for Citadel.
Yep.
But I like getting Time Vault here and just saying, I'm going to win the game.
Yep. So Tutor, put Tinker on top.
Yeah.
Joe didn't put it on top of the deck, but everybody knew he was drawing it. So
yeah.
Tinker on the stack, resolves.
Yep, and the Time Vault. And that's a bingo square.
Nice.
Tinker for something other than Sphinx or Citadel.
And of course, with the infinite turns available, Tom immediately picks it up.
Yep. I am I am one bingo square away.
What do you need? Like dredge 10 plus on a turn? Where that one's safe?
Misstep on a probe.
Misstep a probe. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's alive.
Yeah. Interaction that I've seen a fair amount happen here in Vintage. You don't want your opponent to know what your hand is. You just pay 2 life to stop them from looking at your hand.
Yep.
How you looking on your end over there, Tanner?
I am not close, and we're not even going to talk about it.
Okay. just a little all over the place.
Yeah, a little spread out on my bingo card.
Yeah.
But Joe takes the W there.
Yeah.
Again, Tinker, Time Vault, gross.
Would you say after watching this that Tinker is a powerful Magic card that deserves to be banned in almost every format as it is?
No. I mean, is it a very powerful card? Absolutely. But, I mean...
So would you remove it from the Legacy ban list or the Commander ban list?
No, don't make me that guy, Caleb. All right, I don't. I probably don't understand the impact of that card enough to make it. But seeing it do its thing here and on the Vintage side for sure.
Yeah, Tinker, one of those cards that looks fine on the surface until you realize that you can just get it into play pretty quick. You go find your Blight Steels, you go find your Bolus of Citadels, you go find your Sphinx of the Steel Winds. There's probably even more busted stuff you could find.
Probably.
Especially in the confines of Commander. I mean, even here it finds Time Vault. I've seen it find Black Lotus before when you just need that mana.
Sure, yeah.
Like you need a particular color of mana. Or you're trying to combo off with Breach.
Well, speaking of that, I mean, we got sideboard in action here.
So both players making sure to review the other person's sideboard. I know Joe knows Vintage inside and out. I think
Right.
I don't believe Joe plays. He does play Legacy, but I don't believe he plays any other formats beyond those two. Could be wrong. I know Joe will travel all over the country to play.
Joe, also known for his popper prowess.
Oh yeah. Is that the deck he plays? Pauper Prowess?
Popper prowess, yeah.
Okay, yeah. Monastery Swiss Sword.
Yeah.
I mean, it has been printed at Common now.
Yeah.
But Tom, I'm not sure Tom's Vintage repertoire, but I'm sure someone in the chat can let us know, as we did have a Tom fan in chat. But I'm sure both these players, what I was getting at is I'm sure both these players are very, very knowledgeable on Vintage and can immediately look at the other person's sideboard and say, these are coming in, look at the main deck list, this is what's coming out.
Got more Tom fans in the chat. So, I mean, is there any mind games you think that could happen? Like
Not at this level.
Right.
In Swiss, absolutely, but
Sure.
I don't think you can mess with your opponent's head enough to...
like pump fake, I'm bringing this in, or like you would always bring this in.
Yeah, I mean, you could maybe tease it by like accidentally flipping a card over and then like starting to move it towards your deck. But I think at this stage, both players are so dialed in, they don't even want to try to do that. Playing mind games is really something that happens in like the Swiss rounds.
Sure.
But in top 8, you're just locked in. You don't. All you're thinking about is your game plan.
Right.
And what your opponent's trying to do to stop that game plan.
For sure, yeah. Yeah, and, Tom keeping that hand on, game 1 there. The double breach, a little awkward, right? Doesn't that just kind of feel like a mold of 6 anyway? But
Yeah,
probably had felt like he had enough action there.
Yeah. Yes and no. It's really nice to have double breach because if the first breach gets countered, you have your backup.
Sure, yeah.
And you can always do like a mini breach into the max breach later on if you have to. Like if you just need to sometimes breach just cast Ancestral.
Yeah.
The second time.
Yeah, it could have been like the turn 1 draw too, making that a little more awkward. Couldn't get a clear view from the opening 7.
Yeah. Let's see if the players just reset the life totals without us having to go tell them.
I think they'll get there.
Yeah.
We're just in the midst of.
Turns out, we didn't. They didn't get very far in to have to mess with that. So
Tom got it all ready for us.
Yep. There we go.
Improving my psychic connection range to the guy on the other side of the table.
Yeah, yeah. Well, if they could still see us, we could hold up a sign that says "Reset the life pad." They,
Big old flashing lights on the
Yeah.
window. That'd be good.
we could put like a red light
Yeah,
out there that just. I was thinking almost like the like 50s police,
yeah,
just a circular.
It's us trapped in the room. We just gotta hit the light.
Yeah. We don't even have a light switch where we can like flash the light. So for those that don't, obviously that you can't see us, they put a sign up in front of us so the players can't see our faces.
Yeah.
Because we could get a little excited, and while it hasn't happened yet, they didn't want to take the risk.
Yeah. No. You know, you don't want to ruin the game state by maybe giving an indication that, you know, one of the players draws something clutch or maybe even makes a misplay here, right? That causes a big difference in the game. So
Yeah, and they didn't want the players to. They also wanted us to have the freedom to be as animated as we wanted to be. And you know, who knows? Maybe one of these players is an expert lip reader and just learned everything that we were saying before they put the sign up.
yeah, and I, you know, me animation, I'm ready to get up and run around this room if something crazy happens. So
See, I'm just putting on an act here. I normally talk monotone. I have no personality whatsoever.
Caleb Drywall Woodward is the.
I don't even know why they hired me for this job. They probably found me on the side. They found me on the side of the road. They're like, "Hey, you know anything about magic?" And I'm like, "I can learn."
It's all I know.
Yeah.
All right, looking at the sevens.
All right,
Or
card.
sixes, okay.
Yeah, card going to the bottom.
And then Tom going to start us off. Time Walk, Get Probe, Island.
Oh, come on, misstep this. Misstep this. Misstep this. Oh.
Didn't have the option.
No.
Two sagas.
Tundra, Underground Sea, Vamp Tutor, Dig Through Time, Black Lotus.
Yeah.
Very, very pretty black bordered Black Lotus.
A lot of power there in that hand.
I don't know, Tanner. I only see one piece.
Well, okay. Caleb.
Tanner's not going to invite me back, which is weird because I'm the one who invited him.
Island Ponder. So.
Yeah. We had this discussion yesterday on stream before you got here. What's your art for Ponder? I'm not a fan of Laurelin myself.
I'm not either. The classic 3 moons in the hand is really where I'm at with that one. Ponder looked at 3. It was Tolarian Academy, Underworld Breach, and something else.
I think it was a fetch land.
Yeah, not where he wants to be. So shuffling off the Ponder.
I went Secret Lair Ponder, followed by the border or the textless one.
Oh, okay.
With the
Textless for sure.
Guy reaching towards the moon.
For sure.
All right, draws a card.
Okay, so we know the contents of Joe's hand here.
Well, there's one mystery card.
Thank you, Caleb. Let's see where he goes. So again, threatening the Vampiric Tutor.
Yeah. So you could fire off the tutor in turn. Just go get yourself an ancestral. Now the real question is here: is Joe going to run out the Black Lotus just to run out the Black Lotus? No, it decides to keep it in hand.
Okay.
Any thoughts to why Joe might be holding it?
Why you respect it? I know one of the threats in Joe's list is Monastery Mentor. So, there's no value in putting it out there, right?
No. I guess. Well, it depends. If Joe has Force of Negation, that can just hard cast the Force of Negation.
Sure, right.
But I don't remember if there is a Force of Negation in Joe's deck or not. Luckily, we have access to the deck lists.
Okay, so with a Time Walk from Tom, this is Pearl into Tinker.
There is one Force of Negation
that just resolves without hesitation here. So
we're gonna get. We might see the
Citadel.
Yeah, this might be the Storm Count 8.
Okay, so Mox 1, Tinker 2.
I was looking for my dice to start keeping track for us.
Yeah. We're just going to have to manually do it. I'll start holding up fingers.
There you go.
Okay, so Citadel on the battlefield after the Tinker resolves. Yeah. Off we go.
Have we made a land drop?
We have not.
Okay, so there's a land drop.
Extra turn 3.
That's a Scalding Tarn on top.
Land.
And just past the turn.
Okay, so
And
Joe got to look for an answer to the Citadel here with this tutor?
Yeah.
Or is there like a proactive plan? Because we got the Lotus, we got all kinds of mana available.
Yeah, so there is a Hercules recall on the sideboard that
Mhm.
could have been brought in here and just
Ooh.
send the Citadel
Yeah.
flying.
Yeah.
But I don't know if Joe would bring it in this matchup because traditionally you're just going to give your opponent mana back.
Right, sure.
So what we have the option of here is it might just be Ancestral. A lot of times that's what these tutors go get.
Mm-hmm.
Might be your own Tinker.
Right. And we know he has the mana to do what he wants to with it.
Yeah.
Did he need another artifact? Because we had Saga, Lotus, Underground Sea.
Yeah, we've had 2 mystery draw steps, so there might be another artifact in hand that Joe's just holding up.
Tutor card goes on top. Draw that card.
You do have to give consideration that the top card of Tom's deck might not be a land; it might be a counterspell.
Yeah, some kind of interaction for sure.
Yeah, a lot of times with Bolas' Citadel, you'll see people even counter their own spells just to get underneath it. That's a treasure cruise. Or no, that's a Hull Breacher.
It's Hull Breacher.
Okay. Not castable currently, so.
No. Joe can operate with complete freedom. There's the Black Lotus.
Okay. Again, showing that we're probably going now since he held into the previous
Mana
turn.
Crypt. That could have been the Vamp Tutor target too, but I bet there's the Tinker.
Yeah.
And just go get my own Bolas' Citadel. And let's see if I have better luck than you do.
Mm-hmm.
Storm count 3.
Yep. Lotus, Crypt, Tinker.
Yep.
Maybe Joe gives us a better shot to get to the 8. The old Bolas Mirror.
Yeah. Joe again with the superior Bolas' Citadel.
Well, seems to be making those kinds of choices with some of those black border old cards too.
Yeah, it's a little bit out of my budget,
Yeah,
but
a little bit.
I can't say I'm not a little jealous.
Mm-hmm.
All right, so looks at the top.
Stays there.
That might be a counter spell,
We do have a land drop available to us.
which is what made me instantly think it was a counter spell.
Mm-hmm.
That is the downside of. Okay, so we're playing Saga.
Yeah, good read there.
Yeah, and just pass.
Man, okay. Tom, can't be mad at that. Getting another crack at this.
I think the universe is trying to fight our bingo card.
Yeah. Okay.
Noting that each player looking at the top card of their library between each interaction.
Yep.
Because
You can look at any time with boluses. Now,
also just the ability to cast an instant.
Mm-hmm, right. Yeah,
So
yeah.
A lot of times players will cast a spell and hold priority in case the next spell is an instant.
Mm-hmm.
What were you going to ask, Tanner?
So the search on Saga is a must, right?
Yes.
Okay. Because Tom saw Underworld Breach on the reveal there, and I'm sure he would have opted to leave that there.
Yeah, it is a must. And I know this because I've got an opposition agent for it before.
But top makes a ton of sense here, right? Allow you to continue to manipulate the top of the library.
Yeah, this is probably going to get us the Storm Count 8.
Storm Count 8, yeah.
I mean, we've got 18 life to play with.
Mm-hmm.
That's a mental misstep.
Yep. Spin the top with the cards.
I don't even think you spin the top.
No.
You just pay a life.
Yep. Just activate, draw a card.
Yep. So we're doing that once.
And
Player's going to indicate it for us. So that's is that spell? Yeah, that's spell 1.
Spell 1.
And we're going to cast Force of Will off the top of Joe's library for
Love
5 life.
Love it.
Storm count 2.
Storm count is 2.
That's a Sapphire on top.
No interaction. Joe paying the iron price for the Force Will, right? So it should be at 13.
Yeah. Players probably correct that here in a second. 3. I think Joe just wants to see if he's dead. That's a land. Make your land. No,
Okay.
That's an Alpine Moon. Oh, there we go.
Yep.
iPad freaking out there for a second.
Some observer helped us out, I think.
Yeah.
Storm count 4.
Yep. Alpine Moon. Naming Urza's Saga. Gonna wipe out Joe's Urza's Saga.
Yep. Now, Okay, so floating some mana in response.
Yes, before the
Mhm.
name. Just signaling that I have one color's floating.
Alpine on Saga.
I'm gonna name her
Down
as a
it
Saga.
goes.
That's a
Mystical Tutor.
yep. That's gonna get you 2 different spells. But right now, the reason Joe not conceding is Tom doesn't have a way to win the game.
Yep. Hasn't seen any indication of that.
So we could be seeing tutor for tutor here. Go get Vamp, so you can get like Monastery Mentor on top.
Yep. And then start presenting an actual
Yeah.
clock here.
Joe just letting that.
Yep. Well, tutor on the stack, so
Yep.
Joe considering options here.
We're not sure what's in Joe's hand. He's been playing close to the chest, literally.
Yeah.
Which I think is a good way to play. Does make a feature match a little harder from our end, but
It's fun trying to figure out what's going on the other side sometimes. So
yeah, it's like a giant puzzle.
So Joe either let this resolve or he had no option to let it resolve.
I feel like either one is reasonable here. I feel like you're probably just going to counter whatever. If you're going to counter something, you're going to counter what the tutor finds. That's going to be an Ancestral Recall. Okay. So we're just going to try to gas up our hand. That's going to draw any bad cards off the top of our deck. Tom's list does only have 1 copy of Sensei's Divining Top. It is not restricted in this format, by the way. You can have 4 of them.
Right.
Most players just choosing to play 1. Urza's Saga gives you
Access to, it's almost 5.
Storm Count 6. Storm Count 7.
Yep. Not paying an additional 7 there.
Yeah.
Joe looking at the top, holding priority there.
These Citadel battles are very interesting. I don't think I've ever seen one of these before.
Yeah.
Looks at the top.
Tom gonna look.
Is that a Pyroblast?
Not helpful here.
No, it's not. I think players are just trying to figure out what the storm count is.
7.
Yeah.
Guess we need 1 more, baby. And we should be able to get there here.
Yeah. As long as the top card of Tom's deck is a spell.
And then if I get that, I just need shops versus shops.
I think my misstep on a probe is a little bit more likely there, Tanner.
You're a little more alive than me.
When I made these up, I really thought we were going to have more shops.
No, there's almost no shops in the meta at all.
Yeah. All right. There's Storm Count 8.
Yeah.
Spell Pierce on one of the copies of Flusterstorm.
Okay.
We might be trying to dig for for my own copy of Flusterstorm.
Yeah. Just this is cool.
Yeah, I think we're just trying to dig for our own copy of Flusterstorm. Or like maybe an Underworld Breach. Because you can even Git Probe one of the, or not Git Probe, Misstep one of these copies too. Yeah, we're just going to keep doing it.
Okay. We're still fighting. Okay.
If he goes down to 1 life, that's another bingo square too if he wins.
He wins. Okay, so there were 7 flusters on the stack?
Yeah, there was, yes. 1 original 6 copies.
Okay, so we have 5 copies left.
Yeah.
That means we ran out of gas. Tom did what he could. Now we got Black Lotus, though. That's a Tolarian Academy. Should have the land drop available for the turn.
Yes. Academy currently adding 3.
I mean, mana's not an issue here now.
No. Life is the problem. That's going to be an Underground Sea.
Yeah. Gross. So...
we don't know what's in Tom's hand, do
no.
we? We know he has a Hull Breacher.
Yeah.
Looks like this might be a pass the turn moment. I can't tell.
Yep. Passing the turn over. Joe, knowing what that card is for the last 3 minutes, immediately draws it. Looking at the top, seeing what kind of lands are available to him.
There's a Brainstorm. Okay.
Going to 11. Thank you, Tom. There is a misstep available.
Yeah. I'm liking using it here too.
Of course, right. The whole
Breacher.
yeah, we talked about this immediately. This is
brutal.
Scary.
Yeah. So if this resolves, Joe's gonna have to not only is Tom gonna get to create 3 treasure, Joe's gonna have to put 2 cards from his hand back on top of his library.
Yeah.
Now with Bolas' Citadel, that's not the worst.
Right.
But it's not exactly what you want to be doing when you're wanting to see fresh cards.
Mm-hmm. This has got to be not what Joe expected here.
Nope, Joe in the tank.
Yeah.
Now between rounds, when I was talking to him about, and he used the not so stream friendly words, saying he specifically noted that James was better prepared for the mirror because he had Hull Breacher and Karn.
Right.
So Joe talking about how he kind of wasn't prepared for Hull Breacher.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. And it's got him stunned right now for sure.
Yeah. Okay, we're looking like we might be cracking the Black Lotus for something.
Yeah, and again, another great stack representation here.
Yeah. There's the dig.
Dig and response. Okay.
Yeah, we're looking for. I don't even know what we could possibly be looking for.
Force of Will.
Yeah, but we have another blue card in hand, so we might be looking for Force of Will blue card.
Yeah. Well, there's a Teferi.
That's not going to help much here.
Oh, it's a blue card, right? If we have Force available to us. Not to mention, he'll still have one other card on the top of the library here, so Dig Through Time, holding up to its name, digging pretty deep here.
Yeah. You know, interestingly, banned in Legacy, banned in Modern, restricted in Vintage, 4 copies of Pioneer.
Yep.
If there's no fetch lands in the format, that card gets significantly worse.
Yeah, not as strong.
Same story true for Treasure Cruise.
Mm-hmm. That's why I love the Is It Phoenix list and Pioneer.
Are you an Is It Phoenix fan?
I'm a big fan. But yeah, no, I get to play those power level cards too. Okay, so Dig Through Time resolves. Joe chooses 2. Looking at the top, found the Force.
And we're pitching... Can't tell what that is. Something retro.
Could be another Force.
Could be Force Negation.
Could be. Tom looking at the Underground Sea yet again.
Yep, it is Force Negation.
Okay. Brainstorm. Still in the stack.
Now misstep it. Who? Now, Tanner.
Mm-hmm.
I need to look something up here. But
Okay.
That might be a little bit more impressive than I initially thought. Okay. No, that's a different one. Okay. I thought that was a different artist for... I thought that was a different artist for that one, and we were going to see... signed ones are very, very rare, if it was the artist I was thinking of. Also, notably, there's a... That shows up on Familiar. Starter 2000 for Mental Misstep.
Wow.
I don't believe that card was around in 2000. That is before I was playing Magic. You were playing Magic back then, though, right?
Yeah, definitely. So we got Tutor on the stack, though, which did resolve. That was one of the cards that Joe saw with the Dig Through Time.
Okay, so we're probably... What are we tutoring for here? I think we're just trying to tutor for a win condition. We need to start winning this game here pretty quick. Because passing these back and forth is not going to be advantageous for both players. So I'm wondering what we're looking for specifically. I mean, we know he has a win condition of.
I mean, he took this line intentionally, right? Like he Dig Through Time, got through here.
Well, we could be going for. I said we could be going the route of trying to get maybe like a Teferi in play and bounce the opponent's Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
But okay, we're getting top. That makes a lot of sense.
Right, very powerful with Citadel in play.
I was going to say, though, in the event that we did get like what was the card? Teferi to bounce the Citadel.
Mm-hmm.
Tom can recast it. He has a Black Lotus. That makes 3 black.
Manifold key. That's scary.
Yeah. Yeah. Players just discussing like, hey, can I shortcut saying I'm doing a top thing?
Mm-hmm. Casting the key.
Yeah, which it just makes things a lot easier. Yeah.
Sapphire.
Both players at 8 here.
Mm-hmm. There's 1 Citadel activation from victory.
Activate top.
Draw the card. Yep. Recast the top, going to 7.
Come on, Joe. Just go down like 6 more and then win the game.
He might. I mean, we got a lot of top activations to go through here.
Yeah. Joe just asking, hey, can I just shortcut this?
And just draw the card off the top.
Yeah. That is I typically find that to be an acceptable shortcut. I don't want to make my opponent keep going through it.
Lavinia.
So that's going to put him to 4.
Mm-hmm.
Now we're just looking for the time vault. We have our 1 condition on board.
Yep.
Just 2 beats downs a turn.
Mm-hmm.
Notably, winning at 1 life doesn't help a little bit. All the way over here in this row with none of them.
Ponder. Going to 3.
Yep.
Still looking for it.
Now can't cast Mentor off the top. But I'm feeling pretty good about Joe's chances here.
Mm-hmm.
There are a lot of ways to move through your deck in this format.
Mm-hmm.
So we still have... We can't vamp anymore for it because it'll cost us more life than we have. What's the comment in chat there?
About Tom not needing the Hull Breacher.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fight to fight, though. I mean, Joe has shown, especially the rest of this turn, that cantrip's going to be a key part. So
yeah. I don't think it was about the mana from the Hull Breacher. I think it was about making Joe spend as many resources as he could. So then we could do the misstep.
No, I mean, you can't... Like you were saying, letting the brainstorm resolve with the Hull Breacher on the battlefield feels terrible. So
yeah,
definitely the fight to have.
Yeah. And Joe kept all 3 on top, right?
Yeah.
No shuffle?
No shuffle.
Okay, so...
We got a top activation. Again, this should all be...
kind of a neat thing you can actually do here. It's not super relevant because we bullets the Citadel, but you can tap the top, and then with the trigger on the stack, you can untap it with the Manifold key and tap it again.
Mm-hmm.
So you'll draw the top card of your library and the top itself.
Oh, that's fun.
Yep. Doesn't come up too often, but it's neat.
And we do just have a pass from Joe. Interesting to not shuffle after the Ponder and pass the turn back. So we know C was the draw there. This is a bolt to the dome.
There's to the bolt to the dome.
But didn't pay mana?
Yeah.
So it's countered by the Lavinia.
Yep. Oh, wow. That's...
Tom, super excited to see the W, but unfortunately ran into the text of Lavinia.
Got another comment. What's it say in chat?
He didn't lose life for top.
Yeah, he's been keeping track of live. Because he's also tracking it off to the side.
Mm-hmm.
I think one turn he just, or one of those maybe was a.
Chad seemed pretty adamant that we missed at least one. Yeah, he got it. Okay. Joe found it.
One of those few instances where Chad is actually correct.
No, I mean, a lot going on in the game.
Oh, yeah. No, I get it. Just the ongoing Twitch joke of Chad is never correct. But yeah, so we got the full Esper on board here for Joe.
Mm-hmm.
Poor Tom, all the mana in the world and nothing to do with it.
Yeah, and the top of the deck has not been kind to him either. He's got another C on top, but got a fetch land to fix it, but waiting to see what Joe does here.
Then a Narset?
Just hard cast off of the mana available. Again,
Yeah.
going to help clear the top of the library too.
Narset being set right in the glare.
Mm-hmm.
Grabbing Mental Misstep.
Unexciting card here at this point.
Yeah, pretty much, but it probably was the best option out of the ones. That also may have just been the only option out of the ones.
I think that was an Ancestral Recall off the top for Joe.
That'll put him to 1 life, which is where he could win at. Always risky going to 1, turning off your fetches when you're just trying to do Bolas' Citadel things. Although at 1 life you can't do Bolas' Citadel things. You can cast Moxen.
We are officially in a combat step.
I mean,
Yeah.
5 life is.
And again, reducing options for Tom off the Citadel.
Yeah. And speaking of fetch lands, there's a fetch land.
Yep. Fetching down to 4.
Yeah, you're gonna need to use that fetch land to potentially actually use Mental Misstep if he has to, because he can't afford to pay the life.
Yep.
If you hear that underground sea cracking over here,
Snap. Yep.
you're doing that too much, you get the Kibler corner. Your card starts to look like a ramp.
Looking at the top.
That's a Soul Ring.
Gonna draw that one.
That's
Opposition agent, I think.
Yeah. Cast Soul Ring. Is Joe going to let this resolve? I don't see any reason to counter this.
Go to 1 to counter it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, he already has so much mana.
Yeah. No reason to fight over that, I don't think.
Also, if that is Opposition Agent and Joe tries to fetch, there's a good chance Tom just flashes that in, goes to 1 life.
Yeah, and also presents a blocker here.
Except it would be countered by Lavinia. Lavinia counters any spell that mana wasn't spent to cast.
Right, but he could pay the mana for the...
Not off the top.
Oh, true, right. Going to 2. But does see a line there to stabilize. Oh.
Oh, there's Time Walk.
Forces the action to Tom. And looks at this Opposition Agent again.
Realizes if he casts it, he just dies.
Gotta fetch and find something else. Goes to 1.
I don't know what he could find. Anything he casts off the top of his library is countered by Lavinia. Flusterstorm doesn't even do
None
it.
of that works. Yeah, I don't.
What do we know? What's in Tom's hand? I saw a white bordered card.
I'm not
Has our ancestral?
It's a Volk, or he played the Volk
That looks like a Flusterstorm, maybe. Yep.
and just extends the hand. Cat. Yeah.
It didn't
Okay.
Matter.
Good. Okay.
If Joe had just fetched in response to the Flusterstorm,
Mm-hmm.
he would have won the game at 1 life. Then again, that squares all the way over here for me. So
Congratulations to Joe. Gets the redemption arc here on camera.
Yeah.
That was a very tight game. That was multiple turns of Citadel versus Citadel, and both players kind of breaking out.
I think that's the longest I've ever. That's the first time I've ever seen a Citadel v Citadel match.
Yeah.
And that is the longest amount of time I've seen a Citadel take to win a game. Both players just running into the instance of the top of their deck just not cooperating.
Yeah, not at all. Tom saw land after land, even after some fetch land clearing, and just ran out of life points by the time he found some action.
Yeah, Joe got really lucky drawing into the demonic tutor to go find the Sensei's Divining Top. That was huge.
Well, again, I think the 2 cards that he selected after that on the dig through time was the tutor and the Force of Negation, which he used to pitch to the Force of Will that kept the Hull Breacher off the battlefield.
Yeah. Which, again, I like keeping that Hull Breacher off the battlefield.
For sure, yeah. Especially with Brainstorm on the stack, like you were saying, putting 2 cards back, giving your opponent 3 treasures, And that would have put the material on Tom's side closer to that 10 mark, which, both players were around, I think, 8 at that point in the game. So
Yeah.
it was close.
Well, you can't sacrifice lands.
Right. But the treasure tokens would have helped.
Yeah, I didn't know if you're factoring the lands on Tom's side into the 10.
No.
Yeah. That is a very common way to win with the time vault too. You just stack up permanents, deal, and then stack up permanents again.
And oh man, Tom too, seeing the lightning bolt, getting so excited to cast it, gave himself -1 to have his spell countered by Lavinia.
Yeah, Joe on top of that there, because I'm not gonna lie, if I was in Joe's seat, I probably would have just said I died. I'd forgot about Lavinia's text.
Yeah. No, it's again, Lavinia versus the Citadel. That's really cool.
Both players absolutely played phenomenally. Tom should be very proud to have made it this far in the tournament.
Top 8's no joke.
Probably walking away with some pretty cool stack of cash.
Yeah, what is it? Top 8 minimum 200? Is that
I
what
believe
it was?
so.
Yeah.
150 or 200. Judge trying to get my attention. All right, so give us a moment here. We're going to speak to the judge. And everyone watching this, we're going to immediately slide straight into top 4 with Joe Brennan, who we just saw on camera.
Yep, I'm going to stay there.
And we saw Joe in the Swiss. Who did he play again? It was James Adams, right?
It was.
So if this happens, if Joe wins this one, this is gonna be a redemption for Joe.
The full arc here.
Or if James wins this one, James just proving that you put anything in James' hands, he can play it.
Yeah. No. Again.
I think he's already proved that though, making it
for sure. And don't forget he played in Legacy yesterday and got to the top 16. So.
Yeah. And wasn't James one of the only 2 who could draw into the top 8 too?
Mm-hmm. Yep, he was top of the bracket there. I think
James is.
I got his seating.
Yeah, so James is probably going to get to be on the play here too.
Yeah,
which is not an insignificant thing.
Yeah, we had James on the 3 seed, so James will have the power
come turn 1 here.
Yeah, we should have players coming in, getting settled in here pretty quickly. So we're just going to stay here, stay live, and roll through the top 4. So we got Tinker and Tinker. Now, James, again, I think the control element of his list is
balance.
Well, yeah, there's balance on the sideboard.
Yeah.
Which I love that card. I wish they'd unban that in Commander. I understand it's a very not fun card, but it's fun for me. No, we've got I think James just being forced to put in the archetype in Melee as always. But what's the big thing for James here is he has, as we established, Karn and Homebreacher.
Right.
And Joe doesn't have those. Yeah. I mean, Joe even established this is a mirror match. They're both on an Esper Tinker deck. It's just James is a little bit better to be suited for it because he has cards like Karn, and Karn is just going to shut down a Tinker Mirror, being that one-sided Stony Silence.
Yeah, and again, we actually saw that in James's matchup earlier today, where he was just nuking Mox Pearls and Mox Rubies with the Karn, and just
So I'm kind of favoring James here. And
I think so too.
Also, a little bit biased here, but I'd love to see a local win this event.
Yeah.
James absolutely killing it here,
Mm-hmm.
and I'd love to see him take it all the way. And become the Landrun champion. I don't know if we've had an Oklahoma local be the Landrun champion of any of these yet.
Yeah, I'm not sure of the history on it, so.
Both players just kind of gathering around. We got the plaque
Mm-hmm.
that you win for finishing this, and I believe grand prize is a Mishra's Workshop.
Mishra's Workshop, that's right.
You know what deck that goes in?
Shops, which we didn't see any of today.
We saw one bizarre deck.
I needed Shops versus Shops, and none of it showed up.
No, but we did get Storm Count 8.
We did.
And for some reason, I don't think unless we get a misstep on a probe, I don't think it's possible for me to get a bingo here.
Misstep a probe is still what you need. I mean, it's alive.
It's alive. The only other way I could get one is Guru Land on board and complete a dungeon in the. And I don't believe either or any of the top 8 is playing Guru Lands.
No, I think that one is. You can put that one to bed for sure. But you've got.
I can get misstep a probe, and that's about. I can also get. I have another out. I have 5 mana worth of spells cast on turn 1, and opposition and opponent search.
Okay, all of those are live for
Yeah.
sure. So we know we have 2 Esper decks, right? We've got James and Joe here.
Yeah, it sounds like the other top 8 matches haven't finished.
Okay.
Based solely on the fact that they said we can get this match going live.
True. Okay, so we don't quite know the outcome, but shout out to Tom taking Underworld Breach to the top 8 here.
Yeah.
And then we'll have to see how the other 2. James played. Who would he have played? Hang on, I got that list.
Okay. I was like, if you don't have the list, I have it on Melee.
Because James would have played 6 and Jacob was on the
Yeah, I mean, I just have the matches here. So
we got one initiative list out. We know we got an Underworld Breach list out.
Yeah.
So that leaves.
James played Jacob,
Yep.
so knocked out Mono White.
Mm-hmm.
We know we've knocked out another Esper deck. So I don't know. Looks like players are getting ready to sit down and start. At least James is right there. I believe that's going to be James on that. Yeah, I can see the hair. The hair's a dead giveaway.
Yeah, Joe helping us out by staying on the same side.
Yeah.
Thank you, Joe. But yeah, so we would have had Logan versus
versus Luke and Tyler versus Kyle.
Okay, so again, that was the Esper mid-range versus Oath, and then Esper combo versus Wide Initiative.
Yeah.
Okay.
Looks like. Oh no, we have results.
Okay, good.
So Logan won, so knocking out Oath.
Okay.
And Tyler won, which means Mono White Initiative. So there is no way.
There are 4 Esper decks in the top 4. You can call it whatever you want, but I mean,
My money's on Esper.
that is a strong showing for the Esper decks.
I didn't have 4 of the same archetype on my bingo card. And you know what's funny? Most people say that as a joke. We literally didn't have that on our bingo card.
Well, we're not going to get 2 non-blue decks. That one's dead.
Joe being very polite, extending the handshake, wishing his opponent good luck before the match starts.
Classic Joe.
Yep. You say that having numerous matches with Joe.
Yeah, Joe and I go way back. You know, a lot of matches
elementary
together.
school.
Yeah, yeah. Me and Joe on the blacktops. You know,
Scraping your Black Lotus.
scraping them.
Yeah.
Paying Echo for everything.
That, folks, is a callback.
You had to be watching the stream all day to get that one.
Yeah. And if you weren't watching the stream all day, what were you doing? What could be more important than listen to us?
Probably something productive with your lives, but it's all right.
Yeah, we won't take offense to that.
we won't. Got the top 4 though. And 4 Esper decks. My goodness.
Yeah.
Tinker.
Tinker, am I right?
Tinker is a good Magic card.
Yeah. I'm kind of interested to see how far Logan can take this on his Esper mid range, because that's the one that's the most different from these. Being more creature based, more Curial Spell Dancer. It has Luris.
Right, the Luris. Yeah, he's got the companion side of it.
So we're not going to be seeing Tinker for Citadel on that one.
Right.
And if we end up with Logan versus James in the finals, it guarantees the Oklahoma locals taking home that title.
That'd be sweet. But good luck to all the competitors here.
Yeah.
Top 4 should have some good Magic going.
Joe immediately putting his list over there so James can read it. There's James's list.
And this is where the players realize that everybody is on Esper.
Yeah. Man, this is going to be real interesting. They're very. I'm going to say it for the viewers at home. I'm going to make the very obvious joke. Hey Tanner, I bet you $5 an Esper deck wins this tournament.
I'm not going to be taking that bet. That's for sure. Okay, so you got these 2 decks again. What are we thinking? 68 to 70 cards are pretty close to identical.
Yeah, I'm going to say probably at most a 10 card difference.
You're right.
But I'm thinking probably, just like you said, 68 to 70. I don't know. So we know we have a Karn. We know we have Hull Breacher in the main.
Yep.
In the sideboard, James has Balance, whereas Joe has Fragmentize. We didn't see that in James' list.
Yep, true.
I don't believe James has any copies of Prismatic Ending in the main or in the side. Just digging in deep. Tanner, next year or next time we do one of these, I think I'd like to get a second monitor for us so we can bring up and just have Melee up on here so we can just access the deck list all the time.
There's a lot of things I would like, moving forward. Something that, again, I think that I really appreciate whenever I'm watching Magic streams is if we're talking about a card or something, we have the ability to pull it up on the side, even show it on the stream, take up a little real estate, show you guys the cards that we're talking about. Because anybody that's just here to enjoy some Magic but may not be super familiar with everything that's in the vintage and legacy spaces, instead of us trying to read text for a card for you guys, having that available to read is big.
Yeah, if we could get that kind of setup.
Yeah,
even something similar to what they have on Spell Table, where you can click on a card and it pulls up the art.
Yeah, I
know Spell Table is not exactly the most reliable. I can't tell you how many times I've clicked on a card and it's been a basic Plains. But I know that helps.
Any Delver Lens app I've used, scanned it in. It's not a Plains.
But I know those things are kind of huge, especially with all these secret layer cards. I mean, we had the problem with that in our set earlier.
Yeah.
Where we're like, what is that card?
I don't. Yeah. And you got a lot of these proxies that are out here too, and you may even have textless versions of cards. So even if we could read them, but players getting started here. So we're going to be seeing the first 7s for each. And again, importantly, James, being the higher seed, has the option and is most likely choosing to go first. Got Negation, Force of Will, Saga, Dress Down. Okay.
Doesn't matter. It goes back. It's going back in the deck.
Don't even know why I strained so hard. All right, we got Joe looking at his 7, making a decision.
Joe,
fan him out for me, bro.
Yeah,
little tilt those hands forward. No, it's all right. Keep it 7.
Yeah.
Indicating James is mulligan to 6 with the dice.
Yeah.
Standard.
I really like that strategy because there have been a lot of times where it's wait, did I just mold a 5 or did I mold a 4?
Mm-hmm.
This just kind of takes out all the ambiguity there.
James taking a look at a new 7. Mana Crypt, Saga, Narset. I think that's Mana Vault.
That is Mana Vault.
Okay. So a lot of colorless mana, but no blue mana. At least I can't see any.
Putting Mana Vault to the bottom.
Sure, makes sense.
One of those might be a fetch land.
Okay, so... I mean, I would assume he's got access to blue here, so...
Or there might be like a Sapphire in hand. Saga.
Saga 1.
Soul Ring.
Okay.
Ruby.
Okay.
Pass turn. Doesn't want to play the Mana Crypt. Doesn't want to risk taking damage unnecessarily.
Sure. Pithy Needle means...
Probably Urza's Saga. Maybe Karn the Great Creator, being aware of...
Knowing that's the...
Yep.
One of the in-game options for James here.
Let's see if they put a piece of paper on it. Otherwise, I'll go out and ask.
Okay. It's an important decision here, I think.
Yeah.
No obvious name here.
Urza Saga, I think.
Maybe.
I'll go take a peek.
Sounds good. You are closer to the door.
Yeah. Urza Saga confirmed.
Okay. Oh, and that was a good name too, with James having two of them.
Back to back. Yep. Still good. Still going to be able to go search with them, but not going to be able to make constructs with them.
Yeah, which
really slows down the clock.
Yeah, and Joe not having a second land here or any sources of mana is interesting. Just goes and slams.
Snap Black Lotus.
Well, you know, when you get a chance to play a Black Lotus, you play a Black Lotus.
I'm searching that up too.
There's the top.
Mm-hmm.
We could see a hard cast Citadel here, Tanner. Crack Black Lotus for 3 black.
Mm-hmm.
And then Ruby and
we
Soul
got
Ring.
Monastery Mentor in hand.
We're probably just casting the Mentor here.
Narset or Mentor?
No.
Even more mana.
Yeah, so it looks like it might be Narset.
Okay, so leaving a blue up makes sense.
Yeah.
So crack the Lotus for blue. 2
Yeah,
blue and a
2
colorless.
blues. Yep.
Yep. And puts the Narset.
What's the other? Oh, it's Mana Crypt. Is the other
Mana
one
Crypt and Mentor.
So Force Pitch, Spell Pierce.
Yep. And spin the top.
Yep.
So James.
There is a Mental Misstep on top. Doesn't do anything here.
Yeah, it was a force though. But
yeah,
no blue card.
We gotta quit talking at the same time here.
Oh man, just shows we're locked in on what's going on here.
Yeah. People are just gonna think I'm doubling my voice twice.
Narset countered.
Yep. Which, I mean, Joe hasn't played mana. He hasn't played, fast mana. He hasn't played lands.
Right.
That just tells me Joe's hand is nothing but interaction and gasoline.
Mm-hmm.
And in this case, I mean, you got to be feeling pretty good if you're in... You got to be feeling pretty good if you're in Joe's spot because, you've got a lot of James has a lot of mana, but not much else.
Yeah, I mean they're close here too. I mean we got top on top action. They're even the misstep up top.
Love this play.
Misstep, your misstep.
That is a bingo square. It's not misstep a probe, but oh man.
So
Joe
top still on the stack.
Yeah. Joe in the tank here.
Yep.
Just lets it resolve.
Yeah. Pass the turn.
Well,
draw the top. Go searching with the Saga. So we got Lotus the first time. What's the second grab here?
Maybe Mana Vault. Maybe just grab the top off the top.
No, top was drawn for this.
Oh, that's
turn.
right. Sagas always feel so much like an upkeep trigger. Oh, right, Pearled, so you can cast your Mentor.
Yeah, for sure. Okay. And we know he has the
Mana Crypt in hand.
Mm-hmm. Mana Crypt plus the top. He'll have.
Well, you also
mana
have.
to cast all
You also
that.
just have Soul Ring right there.
Mm-hmm.
So you tap Pearl, Soul Ring.
Yep. Then you can resolve your crypt. Then you can resolve your top.
Oh, he had one floating from Saga, of course.
Mm-hmm.
So, there we go. We got a mentor on board.
Yep.
Joe debating. Joe may have another Force of Will.
No.
Nope.
I think that's just slam dunked on.
There's top.
Top.
Swords in response.
Okay. Exiled. Yep.
It is a beautiful F&M promo swords.
Got a colorless. Still in the tank.
Yeah.
Yeah. Top now resolving.
Yep.
Uses the floating mana to
So it looks like we've Get Probe, Ancestral, and
one mystery.
Yep.
Those are some pretty good magic cards.
Yeah. How many cards do you like drawing in one turn, Tanner?
As many as I can.
So would you say paying 2 life and 1 blue mana for 4 cards is worth it?
Yeah. Sign up for that deal every day.
Oh, also you get to look at your opponent's hand in the process. There's
Okay.
Lavinia. So
Lavinia.
we're not going to be paying life for Get Probe anymore. Well, we will, but it's just going to get countered. James choosing to put the land on top, neither the Ancestral nor the Gitaxian Probe.
Yeah, I mean, again, he's got the rocks. Does have the land drop available?
Well, he's got the top 2 to get whichever one he
Correct.
wanted,
Yep.
and probably just needed that land drop. So now we're going to be activating the top. Or no, we're going to spin the top. Okay.
Sure. Again, go 1 card deeper here.
Probe, Ancestral. James always drawing that last card.
That third mystery card. Activating the top.
Yeah. I'm guessing probably got Ancestral here. Cast it targeting myself. No prowess count so far.
Yeah. That has summoning sickness?
No. Last turn, I believe, because
Okay, yeah, we've had a turn cycle pass. Okay.
Yeah, because Joe didn't have any. Yep. So there's the Ancestral target myself. Trigger prowess, and James just trying to get rid of Lavinia here. That's why he attacked with the 1/1.
Right.
Yeah. Just hoping Joe would block. If not, no big deal. I'll make you take your 2. And we're gonna cast top again.
Sure.
1 mana floating. Use it to spin the top. So we have a Saga.
Bog, and I think it was Vampire Tutor.
That was a Polluted Delta.
Okay, so 3 lands.
Oh no. Saga, Polluted Delta. I don't know what the third one was.
Okay.
You said Bog, so.
Oh, okay. So I just missed all that.
Yeah.
Floats the mana over to Joe. Grabbing a 0 or a 1-cost artifact off of the Urza Saga.
What do we have? There's a chat in there
Yeah,
anymore.
just talking about the cards in hand we were talking about earlier. So,
again, I can't really read chat from where I'm at, so if I'm responding to things late, that's why.
yeah, it's all good. All right, so taking a look here. Black Lotus, boy, again, why not?
Yeah. I mean, in a world, so in CEDH, you usually search up Soul Ring or Mana Crypt. In a format where Black Lotus is legal, you search up Black Lotus.
Yep.
So although sometimes you do get Top or Needle, but I mean, how do you not get Black Lotus?
Yep. And Joe immediately cracking it.
Cast Demonic. I mean, we have Tinkerman up. We got 17 life to play with. We got a Lavinia, so we know it's not getting forced.
Yep.
Yeah, it just reveals it.
Snap Tinker.
Yeah, you don't have to reveal what you search for, but we're going to do it anyway.
He's just immediately casting it.
Yeah.
Joe keeping his deck in hand, fully expecting this to resolve.
Yeah, well, there's not a lot James can say about it with 1 white mana. Even Mana Tithe won't do it here, as Joe is conveniently holding up a Mox Pearl.
And if you guys missed the top 8, this is exactly where we were before Tinker for Citadel, and now we see if Joe can get the top of his deck to cooperate and just start powering out spells.
Yep. No longer need to keep track of storm count, though, as we already got that square.
Yep, got that one. Joe looks. Play Saga as his land for the turn.
And this is always the worst feeling where you only get to like draw one or play one card with Saga and then end up having to pass.
Mm-hmm.
Because the top card of your deck is a counterspell or a land.
Yeah. So the mana drops off that he had floated from before, but Lavinia gets in there for the 2.
Yeah.
And probably passing the turn. Back over to James. No free spells.
No. So what do you thinking, Tanner? Here, is it a counterspell or is it a land on top for Joe?
I think it's a counter spell. Of what variety is in question, but I think that's what it is.
I'm inclined to agree. So now we get to fetch, clear the top cards.
Yeah.
And that I guess that is kind of a double play on word there. I obviously clear the top cards of the library, but also the cards seen with top.
For top.
So James offering the cut as you should. Joe just does a simple cut. I've seen a lot of people in these competitive tournaments do the whole
the riffle shuffles.
Yeah, just gotta hardcore shuffle your deck.
Let me bend your Black Lotus real quick.
Yeah. James, all right with that. James' Black Lotus is a proxy, so he can easily get another one.
Yeah.
Those were the proxies given out at the first land run. I've got a set of those. Someone gifted me a set of those so I can use them in different formats. Using the original art, they do credit the original artist. They've just got a different back, and in the spot where the flavor text is, it mentions Landrun 2021.
Okay, so James did the fetch.
I'm looking at the top 3 with top, I believe. That's what the Soul Ring over there is tapped.
Spin, and the floating mana. Okay.
Yeah.
So he's just taking a look. Something to kind of consider here too. Again, top 4 is untimed. I mean, top 8 is. So players can be a little bit more deliberate here. They still want to make sure they maintain pace of play, but have time to make some important decisions.
Yeah. There's definitely no. You got to keep a pretty regular pace, like you said, but there are going to be no consideration for clock.
Yeah.
I don't believe slow play warnings are issued in this one, but they might be. It's been a long time since. Oh, James. I think that might be my favorite art for Demonic Tutor. The Japanese Mystical Archive, really cool.
Super cool.
I really do like the original Judge promo with the demon off in the background, but I just love all the craziness going on that Mystical Archive one.
Yeah.
I just bought one of those for Lord of the Nazgul, actually.
Nice. All right, so James getting whatever he wants out of his deck here.
Yep. Looks like 2 mana and
His own Lavinia.
Okay.
Again, slowing down the Citadel on the other side.
Yeah, that's pretty huge here. And my monk is a 2/2.
Yeah, he's got more pawns on the board.
And don't forget that needle is still on Urza's Saga.
Yeah.
So Joe not being able to make constructs here.
Yeah. So
James kind of in the driver's seat right now with that Lavinia.
Yeah, I mean, Joe looking for. He's still got one more swords in the main.
Yes, 2 swords in the main, 2 in the side.
So that's an out to the Lavinia that's on board.
But he's got to draw it. He can't play it off the top.
Right, and Joe, I assume. I mean, he's losing the race. Like if he cracks in with Lavinia, so Lavinia's got to stay back. I think.
Yeah.
He is gonna cast Lavinia.
Yeah. Get it countered. He's just trying to clear all the cards off the top.
Yeah. So lose 2 life to mill himself for 1. Lavinia's still on the stack.
Weirdly, that does sound like a broken card. Lose 1 life, mill yourself for 2. That sounds like something that could easily be broken.
Yeah. Okay. Takes another look.
Yeah.
Has the land drop available for the turn. Uses it there.
Yeah, I think that's really all we're looking for is just like...
Again, churning through, right?
Yeah. Trying to see when we can draw Swords to Plowshares.
And, you think that tutor target was Lavinia, right? It had to be.
Oh, yeah, 100%.
Yeah, love that. again, James understanding where he's at in this game right now, having, again, the 2 pawns on the board with Lavinia and the Monk token with Prowess available. It's going to allow him to continue to chip in for combat damage.
Also, James, strict improvement on that Monk token versus the back of the Magic card we saw earlier.
Right.
Probably went over to the judge that's been drawing tokens.
The artist table, yeah.
Yeah.
All right, brainstorm. Resolves.
Yep. Draw 3, put 2 back.
And as a prowess trigger for the Monk token as well, making it into 2/2 for the turn. Expecting that to grow larger.
Yep.
Flooded Strand, love seeing the fetch lane after the brainstorm too.
Yeah, even if it remains a 2/2 though, just attacking with it every turn.
Yeah.
And Joe can never block with Lavinia. Oh, there's a time walk, so it's gonna be a 3/3.
Mm-hmm.
And James gonna get an extra turn. That's
Time walk. Looks like it resolves. Yeah. Bash for the 3. Down 5? Okay, so maybe we... Oh, he didn't pay the 2 life for the Lavinia.
Oh, yeah. Again, players writing down their life totals and then just using the iPad for our convenience.
Yep, so that's all caught up and right. James fetching to clear that last card.
Now, if you're James here, do you like at any points... getting green.
Oko?
Oko.
It could be Oko time.
I think we're going to see Oko Elk Mox start beating down.
Right. Elking his own card is a
bingo square.
Yeah, bingo square.
We can also be elking the Soul Ring. Yep.
Yeah, there's the Oko.
And notably, Joe can't force a will this because there's a Lavinia over there.
Yep. Resolves.
James, what do you do? Oh, Elk's the Lavinia.
Okay.
Not gonna say I saw that coming, but there might be something James really wants to do.
Maybe it's his own. Okay, so get probe.
Yeah, paying life for it.
Right. Flusterstorm. Okay, yeah. That's good to know about.
I wonder if James maybe wants to cast a non-creature spell with more mana value than the number of lands he has, because Lavinia is going to stop that. So maybe just trying to hold up Force of Will, or because decides to trade there, leaving James Lavinia. But also James has an Oko on board, and Oko not a card you typically mess around with.
Yeah, again, threatening to end this game real quick.
Yeah, trigger on Saga, make a search.
And again, that did... So Lavinia got in the way of the 2/2 token, so those traded out.
Yeah, it was a 3/3 from...
Oh, right, yeah, 3/3 on both sides.
Oko and Gitaxian Probe.
Yep, and Lavinia was an elk, so...
Yeah. James reminding his opponent of the turn-based action of ticking up a Saga, which is inherently going to remind them of the trigger to go do the thing.
Yep. We got a mana floated. Goes to get Manifold Key. Is that an indication of anything, or just trying to set up?
Might be. Yeah, this might be a time vault.
Draw for turn. Or looked for turn.
Yeah.
Or no, he drew right. Saga resolve.
Swords on Lavinia.
This turns the Citadel back on.
Yeah. This is exactly what Joe was looking for. James doing some looking in the graveyard. We're not digging here. I'm not sure what James is looking for in that graveyard there. Gain 2 life. Looks like it is resolving. Did James just gain 2 twice?
No, again, forgot to pay the 2 life. Or didn't notate it on the pad for the 2 life for the Get Probe.
Okay, so cast Preordained. Looks like Soul Ring on top.
But Joe finding exactly what he needed there with the second swords. Again, only 2 in the list. Has them both here.
This could be a bit worrisome from... like, Joe still needs to do something this turn, though. Because that Oko threatening to elk the Citadel.
Yep.
Also, Oko, technically, like, if Joe drops low enough, Oko can just elk one of James's permanents. What were we indicating there?
Colorless mana from the Saga
Okay.
for Soul Ring.
Yep.
Again, we saw that on the top look before the preordained resolved. Joe knowing the top card here.
That's a Yogg's Will. Paying 3 life, so Joe at 6.
And I think that was a Monastery Mentor on top that he looked at.
If it is, he should just slam that down right now.
Yogg on the stack, James considering options.
Do we know what's in James' hand?
I have no clue, no. I'm not sure we've seen any of his cards here recently.
Yeah, I think the last one we saw was the Git Probe, and that was ages ago, so it looks like it resolves.
Yep. So this turns on Joe's graveyard.
Yeah, so if the top card's Mentor, Joe should just cast that here.
Plays Academy, making 5 blue.
Yes. 6. Casting
His Lavinia's back.
Make
Okay.
sure. Okay, so now all my spells have not protection, but kind of protection. Cracking Lotus, doing this. Here's a Tinker for Time Vault. Or Demonic Tutor.
Okay.
Either one is fine.
Again, Yogg Mothwell, a ridiculous card, turning everything on from Joe's graveyard, just making it free to cast. Well, not free to cast, but able to be cast out of the graveyard again.
Yeah.
There's the Time Vault.
Yep.
Do have some interaction from James here.
Cast Dress Down.
Okay, which turns
Oh.
off the Lavinia.
Yeah. Yeah. But James with 1 card left in hand, I don't know. Oh, I guess you're going to draw off the Dress Down.
And get a look. I mean,
Hope and pray.
Joe looking at, considering his options, can look at the top of the deck, see if he sees anything.
Yeah. Keep in mind, Joe is in fact at 6 life, not 9. The players haven't updated the life pad, and looks like just scooped it up there.
Yeah, because James didn't have an answer to the Time Vault. Key was already on the battlefield.
Okay.
Had to threaten the Lavinia, so
So the Dress Down didn't draw anything, or the Dress Down just didn't resolve.
it didn't find what it was looking for.
Okay.
He drew his card. So, all right, Joe taking game 1. It was a bit of a grind for that first one.
Yeah, I feel like a lot of these Esper decks are either going to grind or we're going to have like effectively turn 1 kills.
Yep.
Which turn 1 kill, not really getting me anywhere.
Yeah.
Maybe if I could get that one and the Lord of the Rings card, but then I still have to have 2 non-blue decks on camera. We didn't see that all day.
No. And our top 4 is nothing but Esper. So.
Yeah. My Fitbit reminding me to move.
You can walk around in this this little room we
You gonna
got.
hold up the monitor so I can see what's going on?
Player sideboarding here. So,
Yeah.
do you have either list we could take a look at? Maybe talk about some
Yeah.
sideboard options.
Absolutely. So, so James here. We're gonna have 2 Hercules, 2 Op Agents, 2 Swords, 2 Tabernacle, 2 Virtues Ruins, a Balance, a Lattice, a Needle, a Soul Guide, and a Sphinx.
Okay.
Bringing in Swords.
Yep.
Maybe Opposition Agent. I don't. Maybe Balance, but probably not. I'm thinking it's just probably Swords and Opposition Agent.
No consideration for recall against the opponent's
Again,
Citadel?
it's one of those things where you can bring it in, but it's literally just going to hit.
Right. The mana rocks is kind of the concern, right? Where
Yeah, you're just going to give your opponent
no value.
Yeah, there's a second where you can usually do it to a Citadel, like in response to a spell being cast. But,
Right.
And then from Joe here, we're gonna see a sideboard of 2 swords, 2 tabernacle, Flusterstorm, Op Agent, Fragmentize, Hercules, Force Negation, Sphinx of the Steel Wind, Nile Spellbomb, Prismatic Ending, Yixlid Jailer, Grafdigger's Cage, Pithy Needle. So again, bringing in the 2 swords.
Swords, right? Because Lavinia was crucial on both sides.
Yeah, I don't mind bringing in an opposition agent here as well. Maybe Fragmentize, probably Prismatic Ending.
Yeah, lots of targets for it for sure.
Yeah.
I don't know if that's what you want to be doing right now though.
I don't think so personally.
It does another answer to like a Lavinia or some troublesome piece there.
Yeah, I don't know. But both players have concluded the sideboarding portion.
We're looking at 7s here. James shuffling up.
As this James just shuffling up is for the opening or
the opening, I think.
I was too deep in the sideboard.
Yeah, you and I both are kind of looking at it. Okay, no, it was a mold of 6 for James. Joe did have that dice. I didn't even see that on the board. So basic island.
Yep.
Mock Sapphire.
But it's not a Guru Island, so
Time Walk for the Explorer.
looks like we have a. Yeah. What is the what's the chat we got there, Tanner?
The old heart emoji from Lisa.
Okay.
Time Vault?
Probably. Since it enters the battlefield tapped, I'm gonna assume it's Time Vault.
So on the stack here, turn 2 from James. It's just there.
Yeah. Wouldn't be surprised to see Joe Brennan just fragmentize this right here now.
That would be awesome.
You don't typically play Time Vault out unless. So James fetching here. So
I don't
this
know
might be a Flusterstorm on the Fragmentize.
Yeah, I don't know if Joe's announced the spell here or not.
Yeah, players typically do like to fetch shortcut.
Yep.
Like, hey, I'm gonna do this thing, but I'm gonna do all my game actions after I put the spell on the stack.
So Joe might be tapping his mana, throwing a card out of his hand. Nope, just James fetching in response to the.
Maybe being worried about opposition agents, since he knows there is one in Joe's sideboard, and just wanting to.
Okay, I was like, wait a second, James should not have 3 lands. Okay, that's good. All right, 2 on to Joe. Or I guess he does have 3.
Yeah, well, this is James's 3rd turn. Joe just played a land and passed.
Okay, yeah.
And plus, remember, James time locked.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. So, I'm keeping up. Everything's fine. Mox, nothing but mana available. And pass.
James, 1 mana away from hardcasting Citadel.
Yeah.
Needs to be black, though. Both players playing an amazing Esper game of draw go.
Yeah, not a lot of early action here.
Yeah.
Fetch land.
Makes me wonder what's in James's hand. And there's the opposition agent.
Okay.
James not fetching in response.
Yeah. Huh. Okay, well. And just taking 3 from the Oppo.
Players just checking life totals here.
Yep, making sure that's all right for us. Thank you.
So I wonder what's up. Why would James not fetch in response to opposition agent?
We have an answer for opposition agent?
Maybe? Or, James has played 8 hours of Magic and...
Yep. Could be it.
Yeah, James just says it resolved. We don't have an answer to the opposition agent on board.
Yeah, Teferi gonna
Probably
resolve.
going to bounce the time vault.
Yeah, absolutely. If we bounce anything at all, nope, just goes up. Not afraid of the time vault.
Joe with practically 1,000 cards in hand.
Yeah. Whereas James has a lot of his material on the board.
Yeah. James all dressed up with nowhere to go.
Is facing a bit of a clock here, plus can't interact with anything Joe does on his turn thanks to the Teferi.
Yeah.
3 mana.
Tinker? Nope.
Prismatic ending.
Oh, there is an ending in James's board.
Yeah.
So we're paying.
Again, did have an answer to the Oppo agent, but Teferi now taking the priority.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Joe just letting it resolve. So either Joe with no interaction or Joe just doesn't feel like keeping Teferi around's worth it.
Yeah. Which is interesting because he upped it, right? Instead of taking the redraw with the downtick ability. So.
Yeah, I'm not sure why that is. James isn't going to be able to flash a creature in response. Maybe Joe knew he didn't have any. Well, and it's not like James's green mana where he could just elk an artifact and attack Teferi.
Right.
And Joe clearly didn't cast a sorcery at instant speed like a Ponder or
right.
Preordain. Live the dream with an instant speed tinker.
Yep. Joe chipping away. This opposition agent, again, representing a real end to this game.
Yeah. You have to wonder if there is an Oko trapped in James's hand and he's just regretting not fetching. I'll talk to James after this match and figure out what was going on. There's the tropical island off the top.
Yeah, plays it. So got access to green now.
Green splash only for Oko and a Haywire Mite.
Draw. Crack in.
Go to 6.
James thinking here. 3 mana. Flashing his own opposition agent. I would like to block.
Okay. Joe would like to fetch in response.
Joe is fetching a response.
Joe having enough mana to just hard cast a Force of Will here.
True, yeah. That could be the line here.
The secret mode of Force of Will, just pay 5 mana.
Pay the 5 mana for the counterspell.
Yeah. Most people pitch cast it. I actually prefer to pay 5 mana. I don't like 2-for-1ing myself. Oh, just Sword Splashers.
Yep, sure.
Yeah.
Life total going to stay the same, I assume, then
Yeah.
gaining the 3, so players aren't going to touch those pads. Staying at 9.
Though, if James can find a Manifold key...
Yeah, again, we've got the Time Vault on the board.
Yeah, James can't really find it with an Urza Saga, though.
Nope. And that may be some of the cards he's holding in hand, too.
Yeah, as we established earlier, Urza Saga is a forced search. So that would allow Joe to steal your key, and you'd never get it back. 3 mana, Oko.
Yeah. Again, Hardcast Force of Will still available.
Mm-hmm.
And there it is.
And we're choosing to use it.
Yep. Oko down. Again, you wonder how long has James had that Oko in hand and just wasn't able to cast it because
Oko
didn't fetch.
Yeah, Oko resolves. Are you elking your own card or are you elking the opposition agent? So you can search.
Depends on the content of my hand. Probably elking the opponent's. Okay. Well, Saga out there, but showing that we're going to be dead before the.
Yeah.
the search goes.
See, if
Or he's got a plan. Fragmentize.
Fragmentize on the Saga.
Hardcast Force of Will.
Yeah.
Is the Fragmentize targeting Saga, you think?
I would assume so.
Right, because you end up making a blocker next turn.
Yeah. That's going to be way bigger than the opposition agent.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't see any reason to target. I mean, he could be targeting the Time Vault, just in case.
Yeah, but
James
rips
the key off the top.
key. Yeah. Joe going to be fetching though. I'm taking a look at the rest. Three mana. Dig through time. Okay. We've seen this play before.
Yep.
All right, so dig through time allows Joe to look through the top 7 of his library and then put 2 of those cards into his hand. So really the card of ultimate selection here.
Yeah.
Discounted by Delve, removing cards out of his graveyard to reduce the mana cost on it.
Yeah, no, I often get this card wrong. Because it costs 8 mana, I always think you get to look at 8 cards.
Yep.
I have to work really, really hard to not pick up an 8th card.
Looks like Joe's got some options here, taking a little time to figure it out.
Yeah.
Again, his last dig was extremely good. Getting the...
Now, do you think... How much do you think Joe cares about this Saga? At the end of the day, it's going to make 2 tokens.
I mean, it really just comes down to what he sees here on this dig through time, which may open up other lines where maybe he still cares about Saga.
Fluster here?
Yep. Found the Fluster.
So, James, I think, can pay for... No, he can't because the Misty Rainforest is a Misty Rainforest.
Yeah.
Again, James being punished for not fetching in response to the opposition agent.
Yeah, that one hurts. But the combat takes him down to 3. We're in the second main phase of Joe.
Actually, I guess he couldn't have paid because the storm count was... Or the Fluster Storm...
Would have been 4 copies?
4, yeah.
Yeah.
Soul Ring, Sack,
Soul Ring,
Tinker. We're
sacked an Emerald.
Yeah, we're gonna go get Citadel here, and we're gonna start going ham.
Well, maybe.
Yeah.
we haven't seen exactly the most ham Citadels on camera yet.
The nut here for Joe is Time Walk on the top, because that just guarantees you the game.
Yeah, and he's got 17 life to play with.
Yeah.
As long as we don't... do we know if we have a land drop available?
I do believe we do.
And we'll find out when he plays a land or not. 16 on the preordain. You love preordain here.
Yeah.
Looked again.
Just holding priority, make sure that it's not an instant underneath an ancestral or a mystical tutor or something.
Bottom.
Both.
Okay. Draw the card.
Yeah.
Look, draw. No, would have to draw that card.
Yeah, but you just want to get in the habit of looking at your top card before drawing it. Mana Crypt.
Free. Got 5 non-land permanents available.
Have we seen a Mana Crypt roll lost on camera yet? I don't think we have.
I don't think so. That would have been... we would have thought that would have been too easy of a square to have on there.
Yeah.
Lane drop was available. Joe played it from hand, fetched with the Flooded Strand. Looks like it was a fail to find, but just a shuffle.
Yeah, there's only, I believe, 5 fetchable sources in Joe's deck.
He's got them all on the battlefield.
Just has to pass the turn.
Yeah, again, the Citadels, as strong as they are.
This is really scary. Just extends the hand.
Yeah, opposition agent, 18 points of damage, 15 points of damage in combat. I mean, wire to wire there again. You gotta wonder that misty rainforest on James's side, right? Would that have opened up the Oko earlier, right? If we had access to it, could have potentially paid for the fluster storm.
So I'm gonna pop out there real quick and
Yeah.
see if I can get a little information from the players.
Yeah, and interesting to know about.
James had been, he's just a little tired. He's played a lot of Magic today.
Yep.
Just was not thinking when that opposition agent was on board.
Yep, just said okay, and then that stalled out the Misty. And again, I think that really changes the composition of that game because a lot of things were tight, just one mana short on a couple of different things, and potentially color mana too on the Oko, right? We didn't quite get to see that, but I mean, it's again, that's just how tight it is, especially at this level, man. You got to make sure that you take all the lines available to you, and again, you got to understand, of course, these guys have been at it for 8 hours. Totally understandable there.
After playing for like 8 hours yesterday too. Like
yeah,
these people have literally just played so much Magic that they're probably just ready to get some food, take a nap.
I'm exhausted just watching them play, so I can definitely understand the mental stress on trying to stay on top of it the whole time.
So looks like Logan and Tyler are still currently playing.
Okay.
So we'll have that one here in just a few minutes. But Tanner, I don't know about you. But I'd like to take a quick break.
Yeah.
Drink my. Talking this much made my throat a little sore.
Yeah. Neither of us are seasoned veterans on this, so feeling that for sure. But quick break for everybody, and we'll be back with the finals.
All right, everybody, we are back and live here with the finals. We have Joe Brennan, who has been on camera for the last couple of rounds here, cruising through.
Reading some card there. Can't tell what that is.
Malevolent Hermit.
Malevolent Hermit, Benevolent Geist.
Yep.
That's right. That's going to be the double face card in Logan's deck.
Yeah. Welcome, Tango, to the finals. Yep, just in time, man. And we've got, let's see. Yeah, we got another Esper matchup here.
Yeah, this is
Logan being the 1 seed coming in here too.
Yeah, this is going to be the Esper mid range, which I'm really looking forward to this deck. This is a very interesting one with the all the creatures, Mercurial Spell Dancer. This is a Luris deck.
Yep. Yeah, Mira. Nothing but Esper. So we had the meta for the top 8 was 4 Esper decks, Oath of Druids, 2 White Initiatives, and 1 Underworld Breach. The final 4 was 4 Esper decks, and here we are in the finals with the 2 of them as well. Yeah. So certainly a dominant performance by Esper today. No room for anything else.
So we've got Joe Brennan, who's going to be trying to tinker for Citadel. And we've got Logan Morris, who is playing Tinker, but we will not be seeing Citadel because we have a Luris.
Right.
We're just going to be trying to tinker for value, maybe Black Lotus, maybe the Vault Key is in the deck. Now, Vault Key, Time Vault, Manifold Key, strict.
It's been 8 hours, Caleb. It's okay, man. We're fighting through.
Manifold Key is a strict upgrade over Voltaic Key because it can also give a creature unblockable.
Yep.
Do we want to...
So, Tango, talking a little bit about the prize pool, do you want to break that down for the squad?
Yes, if I knew it.
Top prize, Mishra's Factory? Workshop, that's right.
Factory is not much of a prize. And I believe second place is $900, $1,000. I know yesterday for Legacy it was Bizarre Baghdad, second place was $900.
Yeah.
So one of these players is walking away with a good chunk of cash, and the other one's walking away with a card worth a good chunk of cash. For those of you unfamiliar with how much a Mishra's Workshop costs, it's 4 digits. We're looking probably around $2,000. At least.
$2,000 top prize here.
Tanner, you want to do us a favor and have them go ahead?
Just those life totals.
No, just nudge the iPad a little bit. Perfect. Just so we can see the first digit on the thing. Probably won't get too relevant until Bolts of Citadel comes out. It's been 8 hours, and I can't remember if this goes 0 for the first digit or if it just drops to a 1-digit number.
And Mira, it is expensive cardboard for sure, but it's always important to remember, cardboard is an investment.
Yeah.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right, Caleb.
Do we have that on our shirt yet?
We should.
Red Dirt Gaming.
Yeah.
It's an investment.
The
the cardboard market not very volatile. It just keeps going up.
Yeah, I mean, it's more stable than the stock market, if you ask me.
Yeah. I've played the stock market a little bit. I've made, and by that I mean
bought some Dogecoin.
I bought some Dogecoin and sold it at its not at its peak, but like just a little bit under, and took Steph out for a nice steak dinner on Mr. Musk.
Shout out to Ellen, I guess. All right, so in the finals here again, untimed round, but Logan be on the play here, advantage here for sure. So coming down to these 7s, and let's see what these players got. Good luck to both.
Absolutely.
Tango still holding on to his Dogecoin.
Well,
even though the hype on crypto has certainly fallen off.
Tango, I don't know you, I don't think, but I'll wish you luck. If you become a multimillionaire, remember me. You don't have to do anything about it. Just remember who I am.
To the moon.
Yep. Okay, so Mull looks like we're putting some foil card on the bottom. That
Lavinia.
Yeah.
Is what we were looking at there. I didn't see
Lavinia's seen some curl there. That's the game day promo. Again, I'm here for art commentary.
Yeah. You're nailing it, man. Okay, so looks like we got a keep of 6 and 6.
Yeah. I will say, Tanner, one of my favorite games is when you message me a picture of a card and you're like, hey, where's this from?
Mm-hmm.
Because I'm more reliable than Delver Lens.
Yeah.
All right, so both players putting the card on the bottom, fetch with polluted Delta.
I'm not going to be making comments on the comments.
What?
We're not going to address the commentary. We got polluted Delta getting an island. Or Tundra?
That is a Tundra,
Okay.
yes.
Okay.
Yeah, that's going to be the Magic Online promo art. A lot of players choosing to use those kind of things for their proxies to distinguish that they are, in fact, proxies.
Mm-hmm.
So there's no chance of getting them confused for real cards.
Yep.
And speaking of Magic Online promo arts, that's what that Mox Emerald is.
It's Emerald, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
Thank goodness I watched so much Vintage Cube.
Mm-hmm.
Distinguish the Moxen art. Joe with a Tundra as well.
Mm-hmm.
Let's see if Joe follows suit with a Mox Emerald here.
Well, how about a Black Lotus?
You know, I'll take that over Mox Emeralds any day.
Mm-hmm. So Tango, Esper versus Esper here. I mean, pretty similar game plans. You're going to see, again, a lot of cards, same on both sides. The big difference is on Logan's end, he has Luris the Dream Den?
Yes.
Okay. Joe just slammed
that
the
Mentor.
Monastery Mentor.
So do we still have we have a mana floating? We
Yeah.
just don't know what the.
Not sure what color it is.
Yeah. I'm assuming probably blue, just for like cantrip ancestral
Could be.
related purposes.
But it's going to be pretty tight. Logan is going to interact with Force of Will pitch, I think, actual factual counterspell.
No, there's no way someone's playing actual counterspell in this format. I'll go out and check just to see what it
Whatever
was.
that exiled card was.
Yeah.
It is followed by an Emerald. Manifold Key.
It appears to be force negation.
Oh, okay.
So it was a counter spell, but it was not.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And then Logan kept up nothing but interaction. Joe tried to follow up with a tutor. That got denied. And then, right on cue, the Malevolent Hermit.
Yeah, very, very interesting note. If we saw actual factual counterspell in this format, I'd be surprised because mana drain's legal.
Yeah. Soul Ring. Yeah, the differences between the deck, it's a little bit of again, they both kind of want to combo out with Tinker getting, an important piece on Joe's side. That's going to be the Bolus the Citadel. On Logan's side, it's going to be more the grindy value side.
So I love Malevolent Hermit here.
Mhm.
It's an onboard counterspell.
Yep.
What are we? Oh, we're misstepping Soul Ring.
Yeah.
And just seeing if Logan cares enough. And Logan's like, no, I'm fine with this.
And goes the Hermit.
Yep. Hermit bash. Hermit beats. Gonna get there.
He removed it from the sleeve because Malevolent Hermit has a backside to it. So Joe was given that a read. Malevolent Hermit has an ability called Disturb. So if it were to die, which he has the ability to sacrifice it to interact, then he can actually disturb it out of the graveyard, putting it back in play. But we have a Force of Negation answering a Brainstorm that's on the stack. Another opportunity.
Yep. There it is, exiled. And
Yep.
I guess I was wrong earlier, Tanner. There is a basic land in Joe's list,
Yep.
as that is a Judge Foil Island.
Happy to see the Saga here too.
Yep.
Hermits. just
Turns out
bashing
Hermit
in.
is going to get just crushed underfoot by a construct token here in a couple turns.
Yep.
It's going to let you search up whatever you need.
Luris in hand.
Yeah.
Out of the
Do you
companion zone.
consider putting Luris in hand to sign a weakness here?
I mean, he drew one card for the turn, right? And it was interesting that I think he cast Brainstorm with no cards in hand, so it wasn't going to be a lot of selection there. So
Yeah.
the Saga ticks up to 2, again threatening the ability to make at least a 3/3 construct here, which is going to stonewall the Malevolent Hermit. Basic island to play, but
There's Luris.
yep.
Luris gets to recast anything? Like, have we seen any permanents go to the grave? Soul Ring. He can recast Soul Ring.
Soul Ring could come back. Luris, very powerful in Vintage, allowing you to cast a permanent spell with mana value 1 or less?
2 or less.
2 or less. From your graveyard each turn. So,
yeah. Interesting that
draw.
Logan chooses instead to keep up mana. Maybe representing Flusterstorm?
Mm-hmm.
Or...
But, I mean, Joe's now on just the big old construct plan. They're going to be 5/5s here.
Yeah, and that's a plan you know I'm a big fan of. Yeah, they're going to be 5/5s. Probably searching up maybe just Lotus. Or no, we've already used Lotus on Joe's side. I could see Mana Crypt. I could see maybe a top just start.
Top makes a lot of sense here.
Yeah, okay.
There it is. Again, allowing Joe the ability to kind of manipulate the top of his library, still adding, obviously, an artifact to the artifact count here. The constructs that are made have power and toughness equal to the number of artifacts in play under your control. And they do count themselves, so that is 5 total. You can see the 2 constructs, the key, the top, and the emerald. So they're 5/5s, which means this one's going to be beaten in real quick.
Yeah, now...
Option to block?
We could. Yeah.
Just says, yep.
Well, I kind of like this block here because it's also going to let you disturb the Benevolent Geist, then making all your non-creature spells uncounterable for the rest of for as long as it remains in play.
Right, yeah. So that's strong, but again, Joe, representing more power on that side.
Oh, also it could just be recast again with Luris. So you have like an infinite chump block factory here. Luris also has lifelink, by the way.
It does.
So,
but you can't risk it in combat right now.
Oh no, absolutely not. But when Joe starts swinging in with both constructs,
so top bottom on the preordained, he liked one of those cards which he drew off of the preordained. Passing it back over to Logan.
Yeah, Logan just has the ability to recast Malevolent Hermit from the graveyard. Looks like is that a Mindbreak Trap, man?
I think it was a Mindbreak Trap. Is hard castable now.
Yeah.
But, of course, want to recur the Malevolent Hermit off of the 1 ability for Luris. So, again, this Hermit going to be annoying. And also starting to make a lot of sense as to why it's in this list, too. Seem to be able to just be on chump block duty here.
Yeah, if that was around back when I was playing Bug Luris, I would have loved that card all day long. Let's see. So what's I mean, but Joe,
You just keep bashing, you know. I mean,
that's representing 10 damage a turn. Logan keeps looking at this
Logan
Mindbreak.
just says, "Yeah,
yeah,
I'll take 10 to the dome."
This Mindbreak Trap not doing a whole lot here in hand.
And then Joe's still got a lot of action here. The top can look at and rearrange the top 3 if he needs to. Plays an Underground Sea as his land for the turn.
Yeah. So, if you're Joe, you're just... Yeah.
Luris.
Okay.
And that is just 1 spell, so Mindbreak Trap not a live option, but
Yeah.
we do have the Hermit we can sacrifice.
But it counters unless they pay 3, which conveniently Joe has.
Joe, good at math, saw the window to sneak that in.
Yeah, it turns out you don't make it as far in these tournaments if you're bad at
Yeah,
math.
if you can't count to 3.
Maybe that's why I've never won one.
Yeah, and so with plow solving,
A little bit of thinker
sorry,
there.
yeah. No, I was thinking about the life total because Logan being bumped from 8 to 11 because the swords gives the controller of the creature life, but. Okay, so we do have a saga up to 2 on Logan's side, which represents another blocker. Represents another blocker, but they're going to be smaller than the constructs on Joe's side. So Joe spinning the top, looking at the top 3, trying to figure out what he wants to put on top with the top.
Yeah, I mean, Top's been pretty good.
Top has looked absolutely fantastic in just about every game.
I know I called card of the day being Cavern of Souls, but I mean, you could make a really good argument for Top.
Well, and with these 4 Esper decks. So I think we're seeing the trick here that you talked about earlier. Activating the top, untapping it with the Manifold Key, activating top a second time, redrawing itself.
Yeah. You know, I'm always happy when these weird lines come up that I can announce ahead of time. Makes me feel a little bit psychic, and it's a good feeling. So, Construct's now down to 4/4s, but that won't be
it won't be long.
Because I bet here comes the top again. Now, if you're on Logan's side, you can even consider Mindbreak trapping this?
I think you have to, right? Like...
Because the other option...
Nope, the answer is no.
No? And so Logan's going to make a construct token here.
Yeah.
Logan's is going to be a 3/3, which is in fact smaller than 5.
But can double block to take out a construct.
Yeah. Apparently on the bingo card I should have used, instead of card from a different card game, I should have used dice as token.
Also, I would have given you a double block. I wouldn't have thought we'd seen that too much either.
Yeah.
It does look like it's just a chump, though. We're in the second main for Joe here. Still got a lot of action available with the top. And not to mention what else he has in hand. Lavinia. So Lavinia is going to shut off any spells that Logan doesn't pay mana for. So anything that costs 0 or pitch.
Yeah, well, there's also another mode on there where Logan can no longer cast non-creature spells that cost more mana than the amount of lands he has in play.
Yeah.
So even if somehow Logan was able to get 5 mana for a Force of Will, he would not be able to cast it because he only has 4 lands in play.
Yeah. So we got the Saga trigger going up. He's got a decision to make if he wants to make another one.
I think you have to.
As far as bingo, Meerkat, no. We after the top 8 went to top 4, and it was 4 Esper decks. A lot of our options for bingo have fallen out. Caleb is alive if we see a mental misstep used on a Gitaxian probe, but those cards, a lot of them are already being cast. So we'll see where it goes.
Yeah, we do have up to 2 more games to see it happen. But yeah, outside of that, we're not making that happen. I mean, I do have a few other outs, but that's probably the best one.
Yeah.
Tried to make these a little bit easier. I only tried to make 2 difficult squares, and
we still didn't quite get there.
We didn't plan for the initiative Esper metagame.
Yeah, I mean, solidly what we saw a lot today.
I put this in mind with Dredge and Shops, and we saw 1 Dredge. Couldn't even get the Dredge 10 cards in 1 turn.
No.
Bizarre didn't get to last that long.
No. Okay, so we floated the mana on the Saga. Went, of course, got just a Black Lotus.
Just a casual. Casual Black Lotus.
Yeah. So
We're going to cast a Demonic Tutor.
Yep.
Choosing to pay for it with that.
Emerald, yep.
Yeah. What are we going to get here?
Dress down?
Dress down could be interesting. Oh, maybe we're just going to go get Time Vault?
Oh, yeah, we do have the key on the battlefield. Now, the Benevolent Geist on the back end does fly.
Yeah. Well, and the cool part is we can crack... actually, I really like getting Time Vault here because then we can, if we have to, we can crack the Hermit
Right.
to get it to resolve. Joe currently has no mana in play, or no mana up, so unable to pay for this Hermit. And yeah, at that point, Logan might just be winning the game with Time Vault.
He could pull this out, and there's the Time Vault.
Time Vault.
Yeah.
Force pitch that. Sack your Hermit.
Pitch the Geist. And pick it up.
Pick it up.
Wow. Malevolent Hermit All-Star in that game. I mean, was a recurring blocker early to stop the construct tokens, then was big enough to provide the protection for the combo there on getting Time Vault and the key. So
yeah,
sweet.
This is the kind of magic you want to see in the finals of a vintage tournament. This is the kind of magic I want to see all the time. But
and you got to imagine there weren't that many Malevolent Hermits registered today, right?
I believe there were 2 copies, and they're both from Logan's deck.
Yep. It looked absolutely.
There might have been some of that mono blue control deck.
Right.
Yeah.
Yeah. And so for anybody that may not know that combination, so the key
Manifold.
The Manifold key and Time Vault allows you to take infinite turns. And so you untap your Time Vault with your key, and then you tap your Time Vault to take an extra turn, and you rinse and repeat that. And so Joe, understanding how that works, of course, at this level, picks up his cards because he knows Logan's got the W there with Joe essentially not being able to play Magic anymore. So, all right, we're off to sideboards, though. Any craziness here in either of these lists?
Well, let's take a look at Logan's because that's a more crazy list in general. So we're gonna go to round 1 here.
It's not looking crazy right now with him being up a game in the finals.
Yeah. Okay, so Logan, within sideboard, we got 2 Containment Priests, 2 Surgical Extraction, 2 Swords to Plowshares. Those are coming in. Deafening Silence, Hercule's Recall, Lures the Dream Den, which we see as the companion. Pithing Needle, Soul Guide Landrun, Spell Pierce, Steel Sabotage, Void Mirror, Tabernacle.
So Steel Sabotage too?
Probably.
Yeah.
I could see Steel Sabotage. I could even see maybe a Spell Pierce.
Yeah,
I don't,
sure.
I don't have
any more interaction, right?
Yeah.
I think both of these decks go that way. You got to just stop your opponent from doing the big thing.
I apologize. It was 1 copy of Malevolent Hermit registered.
Oh, no.
The other card I thought that he had that was Malevolent Hermit.
Yeah.
He has 2 copies of Orcish Bowmaster.
Okay.
And 2 copies of
Hey,
Mercurial Spelldancer.
we could see another bingo spot with Lord of the Ring card cast.
Yeah, how does that help you? Does that help you?
I need to complete a dungeon.
If I got Lord of the Rings, I'd either need Ancestral Targeting Opponent and 5 mana worth of spells, or 2 non-blue decks and a turn 1 kill.
Yeah, that's not helpful. But, always fun to knock off another bingo square.
Yeah, we'll have to try again next year. Maybe I'll make these just elementary school level.
Opponent blaze an island.
Yeah. Yeah. Instead of Guru Land, it's just Full Art Land.
Well, and the thing is like, a lot of these squares are still available to us, right? Like, Dies to Own Crypt isn't dead. Misstep and Misstep. Oppo Agent is there.
Yeah.
Win at 1 life.
Yeah.
Ancestral Targeting Opponents.
Unlikely.
Unlikely.
Misstep of Probe in the Lord of the Ring. Elk your own card. Like, there's a lot of squares out here.
Elk your own card is neither player has a
Oh, that's right.
That was James.
James on the last round.
Now for Joe, we have 2 Swords to Plowshares coming in. Flusterstorm, maybe. Op Agent, probably. Fragmentize, maybe. Hercules, Force of Negation, Sphinx of the Steel Wind, Nile Spellbomb, Prismatic Ending probably coming in. Yixlid Jailer, nope.
Because that only stops creatures, right?
Now, Grafdigger's Cage is very interesting, and Pithing Needle. Now, Grafdigger's Cage, you would think, oh, that's a slam dunk with a Lurison in the opponent's deck, right?
Sure.
But it stops your Citadel because you can't cast spells from libraries.
Oh, okay.
So that's always the interesting part. You always see a Grafdigger's Cage, mostly for Dredge, Bazaar decks.
Yeah.
But those are also typically the matchup where you sideboard out your Citadel and you put in your Sphinx.
Yeah.
Here, if you're Joe, you have to ask yourself, do I want to put in this Grafdigger's Cage knowing full well that Sphinx is not good in this matchup? Logan having white removal, which Sphinx does not have protection from.
Yeah. I think it's okay. Like, again, especially if you're using it defensively for a while, right? Because you can tinker it away on the turn you want to try to go with Citadel, right?
Yes, you can. It's just really bad if you find it with the Citadel.
Yeah. But, again, also findable off of the Saga, so it might be, a tool that Joe may want access to.
Yeah. So, Joe going to be on the play here, which, as we've established, play draw is huge in this format.
We've seen it all the way through this top 8, making a big difference.
So, I'm just hoping to see, honestly, I'm pulling for Joe here. Not for the whole match. I don't think I really have a dog in the fight for the whole match. I just want to see another game of Magic.
Yeah, for sure. The highest level here, really exciting to see. And again, going to come down to composition of these hands as we start to look at the 7.
Yep.
Time Walk, I saw a flash from Joe's hand.
Yeah. Looks like Logan's hand, the only card I can definitively tell is a Strip Mine.
Talarian Academy, Urza Saga.
That might be that oil-slicked island we saw. All the players are deciding here. No. We've decided.
Slam the Lotus.
Okay, so we're making 2 mana.
3, preordained. So
3 blue mana.
Okay, probably have a plan for the rest of it. We know there's Time Walk there.
Yeah,
that could be the default plan unless Joe finds something more interesting to do.
Yeah, very well could be.
Preordained allowing him to scry 2, which allows you to put cards, either leave them on top or put them on bottom, then draw a card. Top bottom is the decision, so likes that one. Going to draw it off the Preordained.
Yep, and as we've got some newer people in the chat, Preordained you can have multiple copies of in your deck in this format. As Vintage has a very, very small ban list, but they do have restricted cards where you can only play one of each of those cards, like that one Joe just cast there, Time Walk. But Preordained,
Manifold Key,
unrestricted.
So Time Walk just allows Joe to take another turn. So he's going to draw his card. Saga's going to take up to 2. We do have the Manifold Key available too.
Yeah, I like this too. Typically, I'm not a big fan of the Explorer. But when the Explorer gets you an extra lore counter on your Saga, I'm a big fan.
And it got the Mana Crypt to start churning out these Saga tokens.
Yeah, because he just needs to kill Logan before Logan can assemble any sort of thing. That's a Ruby. Ruby adds red, obviously, and we're going to use it to play Soul Ring, maybe? Yep.
Soul Ring.
Got the Soul Read on Logan's hand there. Because I can't tell any of those cards from the other ones.
It makes the Talarian Academy excellent here, being able to establish all this artifact mana.
So we've got 1 floating we're going to cast. That is a Sensei's Divining Top. Love that one.
Yeah, big fan of that art. Now we do have Strip Mine to answer the Saga.
Yeah, Joe will get a construct in response. Now, do you like
Unless he sees bigger plays with the Tolarian Academy.
Logan has his own Urza Saga.
And maybe his own Time Walk back there?
That might be a Time Walk, yeah.
It's that old blue.
Yeah, so it looks like we might be... Yeah, we're just going to go strip mine.
Make the Saga token.
Yep.
Make the construct. It'll be 3/3.
Yeah.
Representing a pretty good amount of power there on turn 2. Well, 3 technically for Joe.
Yeah.
Ooh, Mercurial Spell Dancer. Spinning the top here with the floating mana.
You know...
Swords to Plowshares is that that metal card, right?
Yeah, that's going to be the Mischief Secret Lair Swords to Plowshares. They're all gilded, or they're all like etched foil, look really pretty. The basic planes that came in there had a golf flag on it, so surprised you don't own a few of those.
Mana Crypt roll. People are invulnerable to Mana Crypts on stream here.
Yeah. This is the spot you want to be if you want to be playing Mana Crypt. Mercurial Spell Dancer, very interesting in this format. I don't, copying Ancestral Recall, copying Time Walk. These are the kind of things that you really want to be doing here. But also, no, I guess it really can't be used like defensively. You can't use it to like copy a Force of Will because you do have to do it when it deals damage.
So, do you remember what that one card is in Logan's graveyard?
Fetch land? No. Oh, Strip Mine.
Yeah, Strip Mine. Okay. So no Spell Dancer value immediately.
Yeah, that was in fact a Time Walk.
Will be with Time Walk. Time Walk seems to resolve. Now we're going to resolve a Spell Dancer.
Yep. Interesting not playing the Spell Dancer first to get it oiled up off of the Time Walk.
Maybe there's a reason for that.
Spin the top swords. There's a Ledger Shredder.
Ledger Shredder. I love this list from Logan.
This list is all like one-ofs of all your favorite hits from the last year and a half.
Yeah.
Magic releases sets so often that it could be the last 2 weeks for all I know. Scalding Tarn Sword. Just keep floating that swords there.
Because we got an extra turn here lined up.
Draw. Mercurial Spell Dancer. Tanner, do you remember if this is whenever you cast a non-creature, or is it whenever you cast an instant or sorcery?
I think it's instant and sorcery.
That it gets oiled up.
Yeah.
Plays the Saga. I think we're about to cast there's the top cast. I don't like this play from Logan.
Whenever you cast a non-creature spell.
Okay. So I don't like. I'm wondering why you don't play the Ledger Shredder first and then play the top so you get the Connive trigger. Unless Logan just really likes all the cards in his hand.
Hard to know on the sequencing side on what he's trying to prioritize.
Yeah. Logan also maybe just not realizing this, because if I'm Logan, I want to get rid of that island in my hand. Sure, it's not going to give my Ledger Shredder +1/+1 counter, but it is going to loot away this island that I'm not thrilled exists in my hand. I guess maybe worried about Joe playing 2 spells and thinking that's how you're going to get your Connive trigger.
Yeah. Luris in hand.
Yep.
Using the remaining mana. Spell Dancer. Cracks in. Now,
new 2 counters, I believe.
Yeah. So for Mercurial Spell Dancer, it can't be blocked. And then whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put an oil counter on it. And then whenever this deals combat damage to a player, you may remove 2 oil counters from it. If you do, you cast your next instant or sorcery spell this turn. Copy that spell. You can choose new targets for the copy.
Did Joe just take 3 off Mana Crypt? I think we saw
we finally saw it, yeah.
Yeah. There's a Nile Spellbomb.
Okay.
Way of just fighting through Luris recursion.
Mm-hmm.
I like it. Can let you redraw a card. We're gonna untap the Mana Crypt using 1 floating.
Right, so netting him 1 mana here.
Yep. Joe not looking like he has another land in hand though.
No, he hasn't made a land drop in the last couple of turns, but again, enough colorless mana to keep trying to do stuff.
Yeah.
Spin the top. Tarn, Swords, Savine's Reclamation. Okay. Looks terrible against the Spellbomb.
Yep. Also, no white mana for Logan either.
Yeah.
So I'm probably taking that Scalding Tarn just to make...
shuffle this away.
Yeah. Draw for top.
Sure.
And I like this play from Logan here. We're just making sure we can trigger the Spell Dancer every turn.
Mm-hmm. Keep the Oil Slick up.
Yep.
Not to mention being the first spell for the Ledger Shredder as well.
Mm-hmm. There's top. Trigger.
Yep.
Now Logan's just desperate to find an Ancestral Recall.
Yeah.
Just hit, remove the 2 things, draw 6 cards.
Yep, and the fetch.
Yeah.
We missed a combat contact with the construct last turn, I think. So the fetch.
I believe so.
The fetch taking him down. I mean, you would love an Ancestral Recall for sure. But Scalding Tarn on the fetch, gonna grab Tundra, so
yeah.
access to the white.
Even stuff like Ancestral would obviously be the best thing you could cast. I don't remember if Logan is running Dig Through Time or Treasure Cruise, but even being able to connect with those and copy that, anything that's just going to put a ton of cards in Logan's hand.
2 colorless, again filtering through the top.
Yeah, so we have a Flooded Strand, a Brainstorm, and a Cataxian Probe. I don't know how I feel about oiling down to cast a probe to just draw the top 2 cards of your deck and clear them. Definitely don't like it with Brainstorm. You're just not really getting anywhere there.
You do get a Connive trigger off of the Shredder too, so
yeah,
could help clear something you don't like if that's the priority.
Now, Logan aggroing this top a lot more than I've seen a player do in a very, very long time.
3 mana.
Yeah.
Make a construct. Allowing him to make more blue off of the Tolarian Academy if he needs it.
Tolarian Academy currently making, 3?
Yeah, 3.
Speaking of 3.
Yep.
Let's see if Logan oils down. Looks like he is going to.
Will. Next instant or sorcery will be copied.
It's going to be a Cataxian Probe at the cost of life.
Yeah.
So we're going to get a Connive trigger here as well. Let's see if the players remember that.
Yeah, he's Logan talking out the triggers. Putting Ledger Shredder on the stack first on the Connive, drawing and discarding.
Looks like he discarded the
island.
Yeah, the island.
Yeah, because otherwise.
So we have Spell Pierce, Dig Through Time, Demonic, and
Swords to Plowshares.
Thank you. So Logan gonna get to see this hand twice if he wants to.
Yeah.
Or can look at his own hand optionally, and then gets to draw 2 cards.
Yeah.
Kind of wish Joe had a mental misstep there. Just get that probe. We might end this year with no bingo champion and just have to settle it next year.
Yeah. We know Brainstorm was one of the cards there after the top activation. Just ended up passing the turn though.
I was gonna say that's a pass the turn.
Mana Crypt. Safe again.
All Joe needs off the top here is a Time Vault, and maybe we can get the things going. I guess needs a mana source to untap.
Yeah, it needs a couple of things.
Yeah.
Because we don't have access to any color mana at this point at all.
No.
And so that freezes up everything that's in the hand. I can't even redraw with the spell bomb, right?
Mm.
Still got the 4/4 against the 3/3 construct on the other side. But again, you're losing the race.
Huh. All right. So, Joe deep in the tank over here. Looking at his hand, we can assume he didn't draw a mana source, as he would have just windmill slammed that down.
Yeah, I'm not sure what we're thinking about.
How interesting is it, by the way, that whatever spell you cast with to copy with Mercurial Spell Dancer immediately gives it another oil counter?
I think that's really strong too, right? Because you're looking at a cost of 2,
Yeah.
but it's just 2 to get started. So buy one get one free after that. So
Now, do you think there's a possibility that the reason Logan has made it as far as he is, not only being just a great Magic player,
Sure.
but his list is so unconventional, no one really knows what to do with it?
I think so, right? You throw out, everybody's used to jabs and left hooks and everything, and Logan hitting them with uppercuts sometimes with some of these cards, right? So
Yeah. Well, actually, I feel like Logan's more hitting him with a low blow, considering the cost of his deck there is.
Yeah.
All right, so
Still
Construct getting
cracking in.
well, Construct's still bigger than Logan's Construct.
It is, but I felt like Joe was kind of losing the race on this one. But again, okay, he did find the mana
Yeah.
source. Okay.
Well, and the other thing too you have to remember is like Joe can't block the Ledger Shredder. Joe can't block the Spell Dancer.
Right.
I don't think you necessarily want to sit back and play defense.
And I like that attack a lot too, because we know, again, I mean, both players know that Joe has that swords in his hand that the Tundra can cast, but held the Tundra long enough to get his attack in, and then showing, hey, I might actually be able to win this race by playing the Tundra afterwards. So
Yeah.
tight play by Joe there, allowing him to get in for a little bit more. And I mean, honestly, Logan's gonna have to lay the blocker back, because this contract could be threatening lethal next turn.
Yeah. Soul Ring being tapped for 2
Mhm.
mana. I think we're just deciding what we're doing with the Urza Saga here. If we're making another construct, which I assume we are.
I would also assume that, but Logan rethinking that option.
I wonder if you're Logan, what do you want to search for here? In traditional instances like this, if this was a weird situation on the Legacy game, I'd want to get a Shadow Spear, put it on my unblockable creature, start gaining back my life points.
Right.
But this is Vintage, where Shadow Spear just doesn't make the cut.
Yeah. Not in the list.
So
We do have Luris in hand too, so there could be. I mean, if he needs more mana, it's Black Lotus, right?
Yeah, more mana. It's Black Lotus. Could be like Manifold Key, just to continue making your because that makes your construct token unblockable.
Yeah.
Logan doing the old fake out there. Maybe I'll get this. No, you know what? No, I don't think I will.
Big decision here. I think there's a lot of options in Logan's list that.
I mean, yeah, this decision could mean the difference between Logan winning this and us going to game 3.
Again, pivoting between a couple of options here.
Yeah.
Officially saying Pithing Needle.
Okay. We're probably going to name Manifold Key.
Okay.
Might be Spell Bomb as well. But I could see Manifold Key because Joe is 1 mana away from being able to make his construct unblockable and just deal Logan potentially lethal damage.
True. Okay.
We'll get confirmation here in a second. Can you read that?
I can't.
Okay. Just a second here. Needle on what?
We just put it on there.
Oh,
We just put it.
yeah, we can't read it on stream.
Yeah.
Okay.
Time Vault. Okay.
Yeah, it turns off the combo.
Yep.
Okay. We did have end of turn swords.
Yep. On which one?
I think it's targeting the construct.
That would make sense. This will gain Logan back some life.
I think he did it in response to the.
Hey, there we go.
Thank you.
I mean, ask a silly question.
Yeah.
You gotta. Yeah. All right. So.
I don't think it's silly. I think there's a lot of things he could have named there.
Yeah. I mean, like I said, I really thought it was Manifold Key, just because Joe drops another artifact source and it could be real bad.
Mm-hmm.
Right. Academy currently tapping for what? 5? 4.
Yep. We got the combat in for the 3. Again, Spelldancer, unblockable. Ledger Shredder having wings, and Joe clearly not having any blockers regardless. So.
Yep.
We'll make 4 blue off the Tolarian.
Yeah.
Using 1 for the Brainstorm. And we do have a Shredder trigger from the top being cast before.
Yep.
Get an Oil Slick.
Yeah.
Shredder trigger.
Oh, just missed the Shredder trigger. Yep. Player just put 2 back. Go ahead and fetch. Yeah, we've officially gone past the Ledger Shredder trigger there.
Yep.
Notably, this is run at Comp REL, so you are not required to remind your opponent of the triggers.
Mm-hmm.
And in this situation, what would happen if either player called the judge is the judge would give Joe the option to put the trigger on the stack. If Joe says yes, we would connive, and if not, then we wouldn't. Maybe that was no
The top activation.
Maybe. I don't know. I'm going to be honest, Tanner. I don't know what's going on here.
Yeah,
we keep drawing cards, putting cards on top of the library.
Oh no. Copied it off of Mercurial.
Oh, that's probably exactly what it was.
Okay.
And you're fetching in between.
Mm-hmm.
Good call out there. That's it's going to be Luris.
And now we're going super wide here.
Yeah. Joe not rocking a balance on this sideboard.
Is this the most creatures we've seen on the battlefield today?
Yes.
Yeah. Joe taking 3.
No.
Yeah.
We had more zombie tokens from the from the Dredge
Judge earlier. Yeah. It's been 9 hours.
Yeah.
Okay. Joe drawing the card for the turn. Still sitting at 4 artifacts in play. Got access to the spell bomb.
1 is mana crypt roll.
He lost it. He rolled a 3.
Oh, did he?
Yeah.
Well, he was at 9 before, so I guess they just haven't updated the life pad.
Yeah, I think so.
Just chumps.
Yeah, just gonna chump here.
All right, end turn, spin top. It's a polluted. That's 2 fetch lands and a Mox Pearl.
Not what we want.
No.
But again, still in a commanding position on the board.
Yeah.
I do believe Joe's at 6.
I think so. Maybe.
Spelldancer going up on the Mox Pearl.
Yeah, and Logan has the option to recast the second Spelldancer from graveyard. So tap.
Making 5 blue again.
Yep.
Tinker?
Intuition.
Whoa. Okay.
Yeah, it looks like is it still 5? Yeah, it's still 5. So going on. So Intuition, search your library for 3 cards with different names. An opponent picks one of them, puts it into your hand, and the rest go into your graveyard.
It's a connive trigger.
Yeah, because Mox Pearl was cast first.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. I wonder what he's going for here, because I wonder why he wouldn't want to attack first and copy that. So I'm thinking just Time Walk.
Yeah, and again, Joe at 6 here. I mean,
that's probably why he didn't want to attack. He wants to Time Walk and copy it, get 2 extra turns.
Yeah, I mean, respecting whatever Joe may have in hand, not just racing to the finish line with the attack step.
Yeah, we do know Joe has Spell Pierce in hand, but Logan has 1,000 mana.
Yeah, plenty of mana available.
So we're gonna get 3 cards I cannot read. I think 2 of those are Orcish Bowmasters.
Heck yeah, and then Manifold Key is the other.
Yeah. Manifold Key allowing him to make like lures unblockable.
So intuition, what, he gets one of these?
Yeah, Joe picks one of them to put in his hand, and the other two go in the graveyard, which just so happens is where Luris could let him cast them.
Yeah. 2 blue still from the Tolarian.
Yep. So Joe is going to give him an Orcish Bowmaster and put those in his graveyard. He's going to go ahead and looks like cast the Orcish Bowmaster. No.
Out of the graveyard. Out of the graveyard. Yep.
That's a bingo square. Not that it's particularly relevant.
Lord of the Ring card cast. Yeah.
Orcish Bowmaster, an awesome card. 1/1 with flash, deals 1 damage to Joe's face. Just goes sideways with everybody. Joe gonna untap his construct token.
Sure.
But this is still gonna be lethal here.
Yeah.
Block there, but you're gonna take 5 off the Spell Dancer and the. No, you're taking 4. You're going to 1.
Going to 1.
Oh, are we gonna see a player drive to their own crypt?
Oh, it could happen. We're gonna get another bingo square. He goes to 1.
I guess not. Maybe I missed something.
No, I think it's right. They're just kind of resolving the rest of the board state. Because Joe could block the rest of that.
Yeah. Bowmaster. Oh, no. The other Bowmaster in hand deals 1 damage to him. That's the match.
Well done.
Whew.
I mean,
all right.
We saw all kinds of cards from Logan's deck that we did not see at all from any others. And another round of applause there. Shout out to Logan. Congratulations, sir. Oklahoma City Landrun 2023 Vintage Champion.
Yep, we have a local as a champion.
Yeah,
for,
that's awesome.
The first time, I think.
Yeah. We absolutely can.
Yeah.
Well, we've been winging it all day.
Ask him a couple questions at least.
Yeah. It should be super easy to ask him about card selection choices.
Yeah. I actually am curious to see his opinion on if his unorthodox cards were a key to success here. I know we talked about that. So
I mean, we saw that live too, right?
yeah. Switch to the commentary cam.
For sure. Yeah.
I'll be I might be a little out of frame, but it'll be fine. No, I'm over here a little bit.
We'll jam him in. Let's tidy this place up just a little bit.
Yeah. Shut the trash can lid. Got it.
Leave the sink in the background though.
Yeah. Well, it's gonna be a little hard. Yeah. No, still attached to the wall.
All right. Let's see if we can get Logan in here for a quick interview.
Yep.
Were you able to read that?
Yes, thank you so much.
Yeah, you can see there was a piece of paper on there, but the fact is the webcam was not clear enough to make
No,
it
it
text.
was, you got the laughs from the stream, whatever that's, like covered like half of the screen, yeah.
I tried to write it clearly.
No, you did, it's just.
Well, we can't read card names either. So.
Yeah, I think the resolution.
Yeah.
For spell pierce, this hits more of your stuff because I use all my hair. Purple is
Logan showing off his.
We good?
Yeah. Just showing off the plaque in the workshop there. We're gonna try to get a quick interview with Logan, and then we'll probably be calling it at night. But this is Logan Morris, your 2023 Landrun champion.
I'm being taken to the back rooms.
Really, we're interviewing you, so.
Oh, cool.
Yep.
What do I need to set?
Middle.
Middle? Okay.
Yep. Flip it over to the commentary cam here.
And we got
All
our
right, Logan.
2023 champion in here.
First off, congratulations.
Hello, there's the camera.
Yep. Congratulations on making it through. We were watching it. You definitely had the most interesting deck list.
Thank you. Yeah, I didn't see any other Loris decks here. It's something I've been brewing a little bit, so.
I believe the only other Loris deck was Ed on.
Oh, was he on Loris?
Yeah. It was I believe it was Loris Breach deck.
Oh, okay. Cool.
So the big question I wanted to ask you is: do you think your unique card choices, like your Mercurial Spell Dancer,
Malevolent Hermit?
that's what
People have definitely asked, like,
Yeah.
Malevolent Hermit has to be the most, like, asked card of what does that do? Can I see the backside? Judge, can I get a rules text on that card?
But do you think that's the reason that you made it as far as you did was just no one knew how to play against your deck?
Yeah, it's a lot of that. It's a lot of weird cards that people have to rotate their way of thinking around playing. Mercurial Spell Dancer being able to go like, I'm going to cast Time Walk and take 2 turns off this after hitting you for 2, and that's at least 6 damage. It's really good against the initiative. It's really just a good card. And Malevolent Hermit has won me several games today, at least.
I mean, he served as a chump blocker that
Yeah.
game.
He's a jump blocker.
Loris.
He can mana leak.
Right,
You play him off
protect,
Loris.
yeah,
Yeah.
protect the pieces.
That him being that mana leak in that game 1 was huge.
Yeah,
allowing you to get through.
he is a huge deterrent card. I love him so much.
And I believe we were talking about it. I believe you out of the entire 40-something players, there was 1 copy registered, and it was in your deck.
Yep.
Oh, Malevolent Hermit?
one.
Yeah, let's go. Yeah.
We didn't look at every deck list, but I do believe
Yeah.
yours was the only one.
Cool.
Really loved Intuition. Interesting choice in the deck there.
Yeah, it is a really cool setup card because if I have Lotus in play, then I can just, and already a piece in play, then I can just go get Lotus, and then they have to decide between, well, do I want to give him Lotus and let him have 6 mana from Lotus, or do I want to have, like, just give him the Savines and the Time Vault or whatever piece I already have on board.
Yeah.
It-
Did you expect getting double Orcish Bowmaster with an Intuition?
No, I didn't. No, I did not.
Now, how hard did you have to scramble to find those Bowmasters before the tournament?
Luckily, Wizards had 2, and Higgy was able to reserve them for me, so I was able to get them pretty easily.
Perfect.
Thankfully,
Yeah.
the card has been a godsend this weekend for all the blue decks. and stuff.
Yeah. I love. So, is it? Remind us for the text on Orcish Bowmaster. Is that for per card drawn that they're able
So
to damage,
it's-
or just as a batch?
It's I think it's Hullbreacher text. So where it counts each card. It would count each card.
Okay, so
Yeah.
in response to an
It's not-
ancestral,
yeah.
it's just gonna bolt them.
Yeah, it bolts
Or
them, makes it 3/3.
brainstorm.
Yeah.
Well, in response to that, it will make a 1/1, shoot them for 1, and then bolt them, then make it 4/4. It is a insane card that ETB.
Right.
That ETB is
Yeah,
insane.
right.
That it does it off that and a draw.
So are you saying pick up your Rich Bowmasters right now?
Oh, definitely. Yeah, that card. I don't know if it's a 4 of for me, but it is definitely a really good card, especially with formats like Legacy
Yeah.
that have 4 of Brainstorms. It's awesome.
Now, was this a brew that you came up with?
So this is a Moto 5.0 list that I have tweaked very slightly. It used to have like Valky and Release the Winds in it for like the meme for the memes. But I have trimmed it down and changed it a little bit. So it's a little bit of a brew, a little bit of a copy of a list.
So okay, well, I mean,
Yeah, I'd like just quick thoughts too. So the top 8, we had 4 Esper lists.
Was it 4 Esper? That's crazy.
The top 4 Esper lists.
Okay, yeah.
And so, any thoughts there on the strength of the deck overall? Again, some card choices changes between the two.
So one of the strengths is definitely it makes your opponents think differently than any other matchup.
Okay.
Right now, at least.
Right.
Because it's like I cast Intuition. It's like I have not seen that card except for like 5 times.
Right.
It's like
Yep.
it's it's a very good deck for like making your opponent think harder,
Right.
especially in the long
Do
term.
I
like
interact with this?
Yeah,
Do I...
it also makes you think harder because like, all right, when do I cast this intuition, or do I just pitch it to a force, or like
Right.
when do I do certain things?
Yep.
So, were you worried about like fatigue going into this? Because I mean, going into the finals, you've played what 8 or 9 hours of Magic.
Oh,
You
goodness.
played
I
yesterday.
did have a first round bye, thankfully,
Okay,
from
okay.
that, so I got to didn't get to sleep in, unfortunately. But yeah, I've been playing Magic since Thursday.
Ooh.
Yeah, I got off work really late. I had to work OT, and then I came here straight from work, which is an hour drive, and then I got the vintage trial win, and then I've been playing Magic since. And it's a tiring weekend.
Well, I mean, even playing through the fatigue, we didn't even notice any fatigue. I think we saw maybe one Ledger Shredder trigger miss.
Yeah, I noticed the Ledger Shredder
Yeah.
trigger and was like, it's one of those things of just like, yep, I missed that. That's
But
too
you
bad.
had so much else going on too,
Yeah, it's
because
like-
we were trying to keep up with that line too. We were like copying brainstorms, and
Yeah,
I was like,
yeah.
That was
why are
the-
we looking at so many
That was
cards?
the one that broke us because we're sitting there like, why is he like? Okay, he looks at targets and then you put him back
Right.
and then you
Like,
fetch and
was
then you
there-
look at more
was there
cards.
a top
and-
resolution in there too.
Yeah,
Like,
it's
we're looking
it's
at so many
you have
cards.
to really know when to resolve your instants and sorceries.
Yeah.
The line of being able to go on your opponent's instep, look at top, draw a card that you would draw for turn,
Right.
and then also for sure draw a non-creature spell with
Right.
top
Right.
is really fun.
We were talking about that, about how you aggroed top way more than any other player we saw the entire weekend.
Oh yeah, yeah.
Just draw.
Yeah, it's definitely because it has much more beneficial. Like
Right, being
for
able
other
to
people, it's like
recast it,
I'm just
right.
going to draw the card for turn. Why would I risk top?
Right.
For me, it's like I'm going to give to copy like Brainstorm and Swords of Plowshares or Ancestral Recall,
Right.
Just a bunch of different stuff. So that's definitely. I was definitely worried a couple times when I cast. I was like, well, if he has mental misstep, kind of
Right.
just dead.
But also putting oil counters on the Mercurial.
Yep.
And,
And that thing
right?
being unblockable
Right.
is that's a lot of things that people also forget on that card right now is it's unblockable.
Yeah, can't
It's-
be blocked
It is,
is
it
the
is
first
just
line
2
of
damage.
text, yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, which I'm guessing is why it makes it so good against the initiative. Is they just,
It's that like can't be blocked, and also I'm gonna copy my Swords of Plowshares, kill your creatures that would take the initiative back, and I get the initiative.
Yeah. Well, Tanner, do you have any
Nah, man, I know it's been a long day.
Yeah.
Congratulations,
Yeah.
man.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yep.
congratulations?
Yep.
Flash
Um,
those prizes back up for the camera real quick. Gotta.
Yeah. Cool Mistress Workshop.
Oh,
sweet,
yeah.
sweet plaque.
Yep. Got to dethrone the king.
Yeah, there you go.
Yeah.
Tanner, before we wrap up the stream,
Yeah.
I just want to give a big shout out to Game HQ for
Oh, yeah.
hosting
for
this
sure.
event.
Absolutely, man.
Giving us a streaming room to set up, providing us with
This is
kinda
super
everything
cool.
we need.
This is super cool, by the way.
Yeah.
Yeah, this is and just the beginning too, right?
Yeah.
We're hoping to do a little bit more later on. Is more tournaments
Yeah.
And,
No,
uh,
this would be really cool.
Yeah,
Yep.
and shout out to our pseudo silent partner over here who's tearing down the stream, Brandon Watson.
He's
Get
the
him
demo
on
crew.
camera. Get him on
He's the
camera.
demo
Man
crew.
behind the.
Yeah, Brandon playing the tournament. You saw him in a feature match a few times, but Brandon actually is the one who provided the equipment, kind of learned how the OBS setup
Yeah.
works. Tanner and I are just the faces.
Yep.
So-
We're just
The
mouths.
talking heads.
Yeah, literally. But we
Just a pretty face.
yeah. Well.
Yeah.
We hope to continue bringing you coverage of
Yep.
more Oklahoma tournaments. We got Sooner Sorcerers next year.
Yep.
Landrun, maybe a few modern tournaments. If HQ wants to host us,
Yep.
we'll be happy to come out and
We'll see where it goes.
talk to you. Yeah.
Yeah.
But outside of that, I think we'll be signing off. Everyone
Yeah.
have a great rest of your night. And
Thanks for
again,
watching.
congrats to Logan.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah. Congratulations.